1980. A small village in Chaco, Paraguay. Lighting a bonfire here is an old tradition. But this is no ordinary village. It's home to real warriors. Today, they've gathered around the fire, watching a little girl shoot arrows. She's been trained to use a bow since childhood. Her task today is to hit a moving target, swinging like a pendulum. Before the trial begins, the village elder hands the girl Hela a special headband, something to give her confidence after all her training. It's a tradition for the elders to entrust the younger generation. Hela is proud to receive it. Not everyone believes in her. A man sitting in the back bets his portion of roast pig that she'll miss. But the girl proves to be a true archer. She hits the center of the target on her first try. Her training has paid off. The entire village cheers for Hela in amazement. But someone loses the bet. Uncle Marcos, who just lost his meal to a little girl. He's not mad, though. He sends his son Rodri to redeem the family's honor. But Rodri has never shot an arrow, and he's scared of them. Rodri's mom steps in to support him. She's not the type to push her son through trials. She just wants him to be okay. This whole event was part of Hela's birthday celebration. Half the village came, and afterward, her parents pray for her. To Hela, it's not just a birthday, it's something truly special. She wants to be like her grandmother. She dreams of growing up to become a village chief. Her grandmother believes that when Hela becomes strong enough to protect the village, she'll make a great leader. Hela goes outside to celebrate with friends. They gift her a beautiful flower crown. 10 years pass. The village is now abandoned and Hela has grown up. No one lives there anymore, but Hela sometimes returns to remember her past. She heads out to hunt with her bow, which she's mastered completely. Just as she's about to shoot, she's interrupted by a bird named Pora, her friend and companion. She meets Rodri again, the boy who once attended her birthday a decade ago. He's returned from the city where he went to buy supplies. Hela thought he'd fallen in love with city life and would never return, but she was wrong. He came back shortly after Hela's parents had left, so he didn't get to see them. Rodri tells her about the city, full of phone booths and schools with more books than you could read in a year. His uncle didn't want to let him go and insisted he stay in the city to study. Hela is surprised. Does no one want to return to the village anymore? Is the city now their home? She stayed behind for a reason. She wants to keep the reservation alive. It's her grandmother's last gift. She offers Rodri an idea, to rebuild the village, restore the houses, and bring their friends back. Rodri comforts her, seeing how much she's burdened by this responsibility she chose to carry. He brought some money with him. Now Hela can call her friends if she wants. Of course she agrees, it's the only way to contact them. They head toward the main road. But Rodri's father, Uncle Marcos, stops them and asks where they're going. He doesn't like their plan. According to legend, after sunset, the Jasy Jatere will kidnap children on the main road. The Jasy Jatere is an old monster that steals children from the forest. But Hela doesn't believe in such stories. Marcos escorts them home and refuses to let them out until the next day at noon. The old friends aren't afraid of any monster. On the way home, they agree to sneak out and go anyway. When Uncle Marcos falls asleep, they head out. Rodri leads Hela to a cave. They can take a shortcut through it. Hela used to think Rodri was afraid of caves, but he wants to show her something important. They enter the cave with a flashlight, holding hands to stay calm. Rodri is sweating, but says he's not scared. This place just makes him feel strangely melancholic. He says it often feels like time has stopped. Every day the same. People just living for pleasure, not thinking about tomorrow. He finds those empty days suffocating. He wants more, something exciting and meaningful. This cave brings up the same feeling. It's impossible to tell if it's day or night inside. Listening to him, Hela wishes she could freeze time, back when everyone was still around. She's afraid Rodri will leave again and she'll be left alone. He promises to stay in the village with her. Rodri reminds her they didn't come here to be sad. He'll talk with her later. Right now, they have something more important to do. He lights the end of a stick with a match and hands it to her for light. They're sparklers. He bought them in the city to surprise her. He knew she'd love them. And she does. With them, she can draw beautiful shapes in the air. Whatever her imagination desires. Together, they sit and draw shapes in the air. It reminds them of the shooting star they saw as children. Back then, they sat together on a hill at night, watching the stars. That was the day they became friends. Hela opens her hand and notices a strange mark drawn on her left arm. She's never seen it before. But her thoughts are interrupted by Rodri. Today is her birthday, and he brought her a special gift from the city. It's the very reason he was a bit late today. According to him, it's very popular in the city. He gives her a cassette player and headphones already loaded with music for her. Hela is amazed. How could music fit in such a small box? It feels like the radio is playing right in her ears. She thanks Rodri for the gift. She really likes it. Now she has something to enjoy during her free time. Rodri is happy she liked the gift, but that's not the only reason he brought her here. They're practically adults now, and Rodri has been thinking about studying agriculture and law in the city. Education is important, and the reservation needs development. He shares his thoughts with Hela, and she listens carefully. Hela takes it as if Rodri is tired of the village and doesn't see what he needs here. But he didn't mean it like that. He wants to use his knowledge to help. Rodri also suggests Hela go with him to the city for studies, and then they can return together to rebuild the village. He confesses his feelings. Every time he thinks about his future, Hela is in it. That night, when they watched the stars, she made him smile. Now he wants her to smile too. Before she can answer, Hela hears a strange whistling melody coming from deep inside the cave. Beautiful glowing orbs appear before her, like burning stars in the night sky. She finds it stunning and calls out to Rodri, but he doesn't respond or even move. Seconds later, time slows down, and Hela falls into darkness. She wakes up instantly, as if from a strange dream inside Uncle Marcos's house. Uncle Marcos enters and asks where Rodri is. He can't find him anywhere. Hela is shocked. Just a moment ago, they were together in the cave. Now Rodri is gone. Suddenly, a vision flashes in her mind. Those same golden glowing stars from the cave. And a strange male figure, like an elf, appears in her vision. He begs for her help, saying it's the only way to share their time. Hela freezes. Uncle Marcos grabs her shoulders, shaking her, asking what's wrong and where his son is. Golden hair, mysterious blue eyes, the image of a strange little boy. This magical boy, carrying a staff, roams the forest after sunset, searching for children who refuse their afternoon nap. He hypnotizes them with a beautiful whistled melody. Good children fall asleep in their beds quickly. Their legs begin to move involuntarily, following the rhythm of the enchanting music. They follow him without knowing it. Without hope of seeing their families again, they are doomed. It's an old tale the tribe's shaman used to tell as a bedtime scare. He warned them they must always nap after lunch, or the Jasy Jatere, the moonborn boy, would charm them. Hela heard these stories as a child, but she hated naps and believed he would never come for her. After this tale, Marcos enters the tent and asks to pick Rodri up a little earlier today. Rodri was sitting right beside her. Without a word, he suddenly jumps up and runs off. He runs up the hill. Hela chases after him, shouting at his back, asking why he's running. Rodri doesn't answer. He just starts crying and tells Hela to go away. He doesn't want her to see him like this. Hela comforts her friend. She knows his parents recently had a fight, but at least his mom is home now. But Rodri doesn't care. He's angry that Hela is treating him like a child. He doesn't care about his parents. He tells her to leave and heads into the deepest part of the forest. Hela doesn't want to let him go, after all those scary stories, so she grabs his cloak and rips it off. But what she sees is not what she expected. Rodri's eyes have changed. They're filled with blood and have turned yellow. Rodri didn't want her to see him like this. He feared she would think he's a monster. But Hela isn't scared. She only wants to help. She grabs him by the waist and wants to take him to her grandmother. Rodri pushes her away. He's sure there's no cure for his condition. Exhausted from struggling, they both collapse to the ground. Rodri calms down. He tells her his parents hide him at home when this happens. They believe he's cursed, and that's why his mother always leaves. But Hela doesn't believe it's a curse. She draws marks under her eyes using Rodri's bloody tears. She encourages him. Her mother used to paint similar marks on her during rituals. She tells him he's not cursed, he's blessed. That's why he was born this way. Rodri begins to feel better. They both start laughing, and Hela's words about being blessed change his outlook. Hela doesn't see him as a monster, and even if she did, she would still remain his friend. She has plenty of non-human friends. Her best friend is the bird Pora, so she doesn't see anything strange about it. She promises to tell no one. She and the bird will keep the secret, and it will stay between them. As they talk, the sky fills with stars falling beautifully. It's breathtaking. Hela takes it as a sign that even the sky is celebrating with them. Hearing her words, Rodri wishes with all his heart that these dreams could be real. The girl laughs, saying they only sound like dreams because they haven't started acting on them yet. No matter who Rodri really is, she promises to help him. Rodri believes her. Even though she's small and young, there's something about her words that gives him strength. In real time, Marco and Hela are still searching for Rodri. Since the day he disappeared, there hasn't been a single trace. Even the police were helpless. They only promised to expand the search area. After all these days, Marco is worn out. He hasn't rested at all. Hela worries about him and begs him to take a break. She doesn't want to lose him too. Uncle Marco couldn't leave the village, hoping Rodri might return. Now he blames himself. If they had moved away earlier, maybe none of this would have happened. Hela blames only herself and asks Marco not to carry the guilt. He's already doing everything he can. Besides, she was with Rodri when it happened. She couldn't protect him. Marco doesn't blame her. This girl is very dear to him. She's always been kind and sincere. Even though he used to scare kids with tales of Jasy Jatere and other monsters, he never really believed in them. Not even when Koe, his wife, was still with him. Koe believed in the legends. She thought she was cursed. During every full moon, her family would cry bloody tears. It was a condition passed down through generations, from mother to son. She couldn't accept that the curse had passed to Rodri, so she left to find answers. Rodri never knew why she left. She made them promise not to tell him. She didn't want him to believe he was cursed. And indeed, after she left, the bloody tears stopped. Marco was so happy then. He wanted Koe to see him again, to see Rodri healthy, and to know she wasn't cursed after all. But now he doesn't know what he'll say if she returns. He couldn't protect their son. Marco collapses, terrifying Hela. She manages to lift him and carry him to a cart by herself. Now she blames only herself. She shouldn't have talked Rodri out of moving to the city. Maybe then he wouldn't have disappeared. She takes Uncle Marco to her place, then heads to her own hut. The weather is absolutely dreadful. Entering her home, Hela approaches a photo of her grandmother. Her mind fills with doubt. Maybe she's not meant to protect the tribe. Maybe she's not strong enough. Her thoughts are interrupted by a sudden knock at the door. There's no one left in the village, and it couldn't be Uncle Marco. A voice behind the door claims to be Rodri, urging her to open it. She reaches for the handle. But she notices a mark on her arm, just like the one that appeared back in the cave before Rodri vanished. And then she hears whistling from behind the door. But she knows. Rodri never knew how to whistle. Hela realizes it's not Rodri. It's that mysterious monster who took him. From behind the door, he tells her to come alone if she wants to see Rodri again. She's terrified. Now he's coming for her too. But where can she run? She sees the photo of her grandmother, and now it's clear. She's not running. She's going straight to the monster's lair. Hela grabs her bow, a small knife, and puts on her gear. But she doesn't know how to defend against the one thing. What will she do if the monster starts whistling again and enchants her? Then she remembers the birthday gift she never got to try. Now it finally has a purpose. If he whistles, she'll just play music through the headphones and won't hear him. Hela is ready. She sets out. In total darkness, she steps out of the hut. A glowing golden light guides her, perhaps straight to his lair. Just as planned, she overcomes her fear and walks along the path marked by the glow. She already suspects where it leads, most likely to the ancient tree at the forest center. She reaches it. Countless tiny lights surround the area. It means he must be somewhere nearby. Hela draws her bow and aims. She intends to end this in one shot and free Rodri. She finds her target and fires, but without even turning around, the figure dodges. It's not a monster. It's a human. Or maybe a monster in human form. He turns to face her, charging an unknown power into his left hand. He blasts that power at Hela, smashing through a stone ledge and sending her plummeting into a free fall. She falls from a steep cliff, but a man with white hair catches her midair, holding her in his arms. Mysterious blue eyes, golden hair, and a magical staff, he is clearly the monster from the legends, Jasy Jatere. This is the perfect chance to attack. Hela grabs her knife and tries to stab him with both hands. He only laughs. Normal humans can't hurt him. He tells Hela not to waste his time. Hela tries to flee, but Yasiyater commands the wind. He uses his powers to bind her. He creates a barrier, sealing them inside. Hela is trapped. She doesn't know what to do. She's completely powerless. The girl is trembling all over. The man notices and assures her he doesn't intend to harm her. He only wants to ask a few questions. If Hela wants to get her friend Rodrigo back, he proposes a deal. He needs Hela's help. She must help him, and in exchange, as promised, he will return Rodrigo safe and sound. Hela asks where Rodrigo is. The man says he'll take her to him if she agrees to his terms. She hesitates. How can she know he's telling the truth? After all, he kidnapped Rodrigo and even tried to hypnotize her. The man doesn't see much difference between them. Just like Hela mimics the sound of prey when hunting, he simply lured them the same way. The monster had been watching them all along and clearly planned this, but Hela is sure there must be a way to kill him. Any beast can be defeated. Hela states her own condition. She wants to see Rodrigo first and wants him released. Then she'll go with him. Jasy Jatere knows humans well and refuses to give Hela the chance to stab him in the back. He introduces himself as a demigod, and unlike humans, his promises carry weight. He would never stoop so low as to break his word. He only needs one thing from Hela to open certain gates that he cannot open without her. She asks how she can be sure he won't just kill her right after she does what he wants. The man agrees to form a contract, a blood oath. The seal will remain on his body until he fulfills his end of the deal. A contract with a demigod cannot be broken without severe consequences. Hela must think of her wish and carve her name. When Hela asks why he chose her, whether she's special, he replies that he has no other choice. Just like her. Though still uncertain, Hela is willing to make the sacrifice for Rodrigo, even if there's only the slightest chance of seeing him again. Using her knife, she makes a small cut on his arm and he recites the terms of the contract. Seeing that he bleeds, Hela foolishly thinks she can kill him and makes a move, but the man easily catches her knife. He's not surprised at all. To him, all humans are the same, and he has no reason to trust them. Hela still has one thought in mind. If he can bleed, then he can die. She just needs to wait for the right moment. The contract is sealed. Jasy Jatere uses his power, a dark energy so terrifying it makes her shiver. The girl must accompany him to the lands of Tao, but only if she speaks aloud and clearly declares her intent. He cannot force her. According to him, even Rodrigo came willingly. If he could hypnotize people, he would have done it long ago. Instead, he's standing here, talking. There's no turning back. Hela agrees to his terms. This is her only chance to see Rodrigo again. She must find Ao Ao. She remembers that name from her grandmother's stories, a monster that feeds on human flesh. But there's nothing to fear. Ao Ao won't notice her as long as her connection to the Tao realm remains incomplete. The connection is based on sight. If she keeps her eyes closed, he won't be able to see her. He won't see or smell her. As long as she wears the blindfold, she'll be safe. All that's left is to summon him. The man won't go with her, but promises to find her when the time is right. Her job is to reach him. As she calls his name, Hela becomes surrounded by dark energy. A glowing circle appears behind her, likely a summoning portal. She feels freezing cold. She's entered another world. The ceiling is low and everything feels strange to the touch. She begins to hear wind. It would make sense if that were an exit, but then she touches something. Something furry. The furry creature lets out a deep growl at the sound of her voice. Hela remembers she must remain quiet. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind knocks her off balance. It feels like something massive just rushed past her. It starts howling like a wolf that's caught the scent of prey. Did Jasy Jatere lie to her? Can they actually see her? No, they're hunting someone else. Her first thought is Rodrigo. She decides to draw their attention to herself. Feeling around, she grabs dry branches and scatters them on the ground to make noise. Hela howls with all her might, perfectly imitating wolves. She knows their cries by heart. Only one creature approaches. The rest seem to still be chasing another target. She remembers something her grandmother once said, never mess with pack animals. They're incredibly intelligent. If animals follow a hierarchy, each one has its own role, just like humans do. The leader commands the pack and chooses its direction. The warriors fight, and the signaler alerts the group. If the signaler sees her as easy prey, he'll summon the entire pack. There's no doubt now. The first creature that came is the signaler. Hela removes her blindfold, hoping to lure the rest in. Before her stands a grotesque wolf-dog hybrid with protruding horns, chewing on a real human hand. Hela lights an arrow and prepares to draw the attention of the entire monstrous pack. Almost instantly, much larger beasts arrive. Dozens of them are now rushing toward her. She lights another arrow, takes aim, and prepares to kill them all with fire arrows. Her expert marksmanship doesn't fail. Flaming arrows are perfect for burning them down. But no matter how many she kills, their numbers don't shrink. In fact, more and more keep coming. Hela decides to climb higher. She ties a rope to an arrow to shoot it up and use it to ascend. She manages to do it and starts climbing, while the furious monsters are almost upon her. One of the monsters grabs her coat and Hela loses her grip, falling down to the ground. In a state of shock, she doesn't know what to do, until Jasy Jatere suddenly appears and saves her. Through his monstrous wolves, Ao Ao channels his soul into a form so he can speak to his acquaintance. He appears as a pink phantom and demands that Jasy hand over the girl. His monster children are very hungry. But Jasy refuses to give up his new companion. Ao gets angry at him for neglecting his duty, which is to deliver humans. During their conversation, Ao calls him brother and even mentions that their father will be furious, but Jasy doesn't seem too concerned. Unable to find compromise, Ao commands his wolf monsters to attack his brother and seize the girl. Hela is terrified. Some of the monsters leap onto the platform, but they can't get through yet. Suddenly, a massive boar-like monster emerges from the darkness, leaping toward them from above. Jasy's barrier is shattered, but he quickly forms a protective shield that keeps the monsters at bay. The boar monster slams into the barrier with its giant tusks. Fueled by rage, it might actually be able to break through. The shield is already starting to crack. Jasy's strength is not enough to hold it. There's no clear way out. They're thrown to the side. Jasy clutches Hela and retreats. He prepares to toss her to safety while he fights the monster. Using his powers, he casts a wind barrier that should freeze the monster's movements and hold him back. He orders Hela to climb up. He can't protect her for long. Time is working against them. The barrier doesn't hold. The monster is too determined to devour Hela, and that gives it strength. Jasy barely manages to launch her higher, placing her on a ledge just out of the monster's reach. Hela climbs onto a nearby tree and looks around, locking eyes with the monster. For some reason, Jasy hasn't built a new protective barrier. Has he used up all his strength? The monsters surround him in a circle. It's clear they don't see him as one of their own. Meanwhile, Hela keeps climbing up the tree. The monster is catching up. Obviously, a regular girl can't outrun such a beast. She reaches the final branch, climbs onto it, and jumps down into a ravine that looks like a good hiding spot. She crawls into a small cave that might serve as a shelter from the large monster. Her ribs ache terribly. It's hard to breathe. But she's more worried about Jasy. Did he sacrifice himself for her? She doesn't believe he's dead. After all, even her knife couldn't cut his skin. Then she remembers the severed hand in the mouth of the signal monster she saw earlier. What if it was Rodrigo's? She leaves the cave and looks around. The large monster is no longer chasing her. It, like the others, has surrounded Jasy. A brilliant beam of light shines from there. That means Jasy is still alive, a small comfort, but their problems haven't disappeared. At first, Hela thought Jasy Jatere's magic was powerful, but now it seems like he's only defending, never attacking. Maybe he wanted Rodrigo to open those gates, but he couldn't. That's why Jasy came for Hela. But if she dies, who will Jasy turn to? Uncle Marcos certainly won't be of use. Hela decides to find the severed hand and see if it really belongs to Rodrigo. Holding her side, she goes deeper into the cave. There's something strange about it. The air feels different. It feels as if time has stopped. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow all seem the same. When her parents were leaving, they wanted to take her with them, but she was still deeply attached to the tribe. Her parents were angry. There was no one left in the village to protect. Marcos and Rodrigo also planned to move to the city. In their view, her grandmother had filled her head with foolish dreams, left her land with no people, nothing to defend. The world was changing fast. Her parents no longer wanted to preserve the tribe. They saw only one way forward: move to the city. They let Hela choose where to stay since she was old enough, but they had younger children to think about. Even if the conversation was harsh, her mother reminded her she could come to them anytime. They even kept a room ready just for her. And so it happened. The whole tribe left, leaving Hela practically alone. No one thought of her, or the tribe's past. Everyone abandoned her, but she didn't want to fade into the past. She wanted everyone to wake up and return home together. In this moment of hardship, she remembered that. She remembered all the weight she had carried over the years. Thinking of her grandmother, she gathers her courage and returns to the cliff, determined to help Jasy however she can. Jasy's barrier is still there, and the monsters are still surrounding him, not having moved. Hela returns to the same cave where she saw the signal monster. The burnt corpses still lie scattered. Using the tree branches, she decides to climb down and retrieve her arrows. Her bow is useless without them, and a knife won't work against monsters. The signaler ran in a different direction when the pack chased her. Either he never fights, or he's a coward. If all of Ao's children attacked Jasy, then that area must be clear. Hela decides to use this chance to hunt the signaler with her arrows. The branches end. Hela ties herself with a rope and begins to lower herself down, hoping the upper branches won't snap. Even though she's terribly afraid and it hurt, even when they just hit her accidentally, she's willing to transcend her fear for Rodri's sake. For the one person who never abandoned her in hard times and never planned to, she is willing to endure any trial. She descends using the rope, pulling the arrow from a corpse, when she notices another monster lurking nearby. It attacks Hela, but she pushes off the wall using the rope and dodges just in time. But it's not the signaler, it's someone else, slightly smaller than the other monsters. As she climbs the mountain, she hears a sound, likely from Jasy. His barrier has vanished and no longer glows. For some reason, this affects the monsters. Several immediately rush toward her. They couldn't reach her at first, but the clever ones start climbing atop each other, building a tower. She only has one arrow left. It won't help much. At best, it might take down the one on top, but that won't last. She tries to shout to Jasy, begging for help, reminding him of the contract they made. Jasy is alive and hears her. As per their agreement, he must save Rodrigo and protect Hela. Suddenly, Hela's hands begin to glow right after her cries, as if Jasy triggered something. Her whole body starts shining. She opens her eyes in surprise. She has been transported to a different place. The monsters are gone and she's kneeling in water. Her hands are submerged, and once again she sees the same mark, just like in the cave with Rodrigo, and during her first meeting with Jasy Jatere. A gentle, mysterious voice urges her not to die. Hela feels her body being filled with water. Her real body is still in Au's lair, and Hela releases an arrow infused with magic. Power she now realizes she possesses. Jasy watches her magic. It's identical to his. Apparently their nature and powers are deeply connected. Her eyes turn blue inside, and her face becomes serious, as if she had spent every day slaying monsters. Hela regains consciousness. Although she managed to defeat the entire group of monsters, it drained all her strength. The mark disappears again. The strangest thing is, she hadn't been in control. Her body fought on its own. One small monster survived. It had been hiding in the shadows and now lunges at Hela. She has only her knife left and prepares to fight. She drives the blade through its jaw. The knife comes out the other side, but the monster doesn't even flinch. It just clamps harder onto her weapon, and its jaws begin crushing Hela's hand. They fall off the cliff together, and the monster tries to bite down even harder. Hela can do nothing but scream from the pain. Jasy cuts off the monster's legs using his power, trying to save her. But he's already exhausted. The swarm of monsters drained him, and the dash to save Hela only worsened his condition. Still, he considers it the right choice. She was completely helpless in that fall. The monster bit Hela's hand badly. It was bleeding heavily. Jasy prepares to pry open its jaws to free her hand. The Au pup, despite its own pain, whines but refuses to release Hela's hand. Jasy uses a bit more force and pulls her hand out. Luckily, nothing was bitten off, just clamped with terrible strength. Hela clings to Jasy, asking why he took so long to attack and help her. He explains that he lost his power. Now he can't even hold a barrier for a single second. Using a small burst of energy, he lifts them onto a rocky ledge. Jasy has reached his limit. He's sure he doesn't have enough energy left to release even a fraction of his power. Hela starts to lose consciousness. Jasy pleads with her not to faint and asks for a bit of her strength. He manages to take some energy, dips his hand in water, and recovers slightly. Suddenly, the monster with the pierced skull rises again. It's clearly being controlled by its master. Jasy is on the verge of collapse. Fighting will now be extremely difficult, though it's the only option. Using his magic, he stuns the charging monster, but stunning it won't be enough to kill it. Hela helps him. With her own hands, she drives her knife into the monster's face. Together, they defeat the beast. Jasy spots a cave where they can hide. Using his power, they fly toward it. Due to Jasy's speed, the cave begins to collapse behind them the deeper they go. They manage to reach the very end. Both completely out of strength, they collapse and lose consciousness. Jasy begins to show blue veins from exhaustion. They start to surface all over his body. But his only concern is Hela. Her arm hurts more and more, and she can no longer hold back her tears. Using his clothes, Jasy fashions a bandage and wraps it around Hela's wound to ease her pain. Hela's arrow saved him. He never expected such bravery from a human, especially one who had once tried to kill him. Though it was the right decision to save a friend, he regrets using his power for her. But now he realizes the bond between them. Jasy bears the same mark as Hela. Their connection is deeper than he imagined. He had never met a human willing to risk their life for others, especially for someone they barely knew. Despite the bandage, Hela's arm isn't getting any better. The burning pain still lingers intensely. Jasy doesn't know how to heal. He could transfer some of his power into her, but he isn't sure if it would help or harm her, so he asks if she's willing to take the risk. Now that Jasy knows their powers share the same nature, he kisses Hela, hoping to pass some of his energy to her through the kiss. Hela accepts the energy easily. It starts to work. Her body feels filled with water again, and the burning nearly disappears. Now she needs rest. Jasy gently closes her eyes and begins humming a melody meant to lull her into hypnosis. She falls asleep to his song, feeling as if water has wrapped her in a warm embrace far from this place. Jasy places another fragment of his energy into Hela. His own strength is nearly gone, and his body takes on a painful, weakened form. He knows he won't last much longer. Hela is his only hope now. He needs to open the gates. It's the only thing that can save him. And only Hela has the power to do that. He has one way to control her friend Rodrigo. For him, she'd be willing to do anything. Jasy has been suffering for a long time. His body weakened, his abilities nearly gone. He wishes this would all end soon. But he's not sure. Once the portal is opened, will he even be able to recover? He doesn't know what's waiting for him. When he sent Hela to Ao Ao, he only hoped she'd clear the way for him. He never imagined she'd remove the blindfold from her eyes. Jasy has been suffering for a long time. His body weakened, his abilities nearly gone. He wishes this would all end soon. Inside her dream, Hela senses endless water. She tries to reach it, but it keeps slipping away. Waves cover her completely, but she doesn't drown. The water seems formless. She spends several days there. She's exhausted and freezing, but her body has now fully healed. During this time, she reconsiders many things, recalling memories buried deep from her childhood. She remembers her parents and their conversations about the tribe, how much they didn't want to leave, but had no choice. They bore the burden of being the tribal leaders, but with the tribe destroyed, there was no reason to lead anymore. When her grandmother was alive, she told Hela stories every day and believed Hela would become a great chief. They spent all their free time together. For her grandmother, the tribe was everything, but Hela meant even more. Her grandmother had planned to pass the chieftain's legacy to Hela. Hela loved and trusted her more than anyone, even her parents. Then, suddenly, her grandmother was gone. They never got to say goodbye. Hela had thought she'd always be there. When she wakes up, she realizes she's been hugging Jasy all this time. That's why she felt warmth. She apologizes. They barely know each other, and she feels deeply embarrassed. Her burn is completely gone. Shocked, she asks Jasy how it happened. Was it his doing? He explains that he gave her part of his energy. It should have accelerated her healing, but even he can't fully erase a wound. Hela asks about that strange power, why her arrow glowed blue, and how she was able to wield such strength. She wants to know if it's connected to the rune that appears on her hand. It first appeared the day he took Rodrigo. The mark is indeed connected to that power, but it wasn't the first time Hela had it, though she has no memory of it. Jasy doesn't want to tell her. She needs to remember it on her own, for reasons he won't yet explain. But Hela insists she deserves answers. What is this power inside her? And what is the meaning of the mysterious mark on her hand? Jasy shows her his own mark. It's identical. Her body carries a trace of his power. It only awakens when they are connected. She really can use that power, but only when they are bonded. Through thoughts, feelings, or even a simple touch, when they are one, Hela can access part of Jasy's strength. Yet Hela still sees him as a monster. Now she doubts whether she should have ever gotten involved with such a creature. She once thought she had to save him, that he shouldn't die. But now she realizes he may have also been trying to save her. Romantic thoughts start to creep in. She thought he didn't care, but now he's acting differently. She pushes those thoughts away, convincing herself he only saved her so she'd open the gate. She won't trust him just because he helped her once. She regains focus and remembers her true goal. Rodrigo. She asks Jasy about the severed hand. He pretends he never saw any severed hand, clearly trying to confuse her. Hela reacts emotionally, begging him to stop playing dumb. If that wasn't Rodrigo's hand, then where is he? Jasy insists again. It wasn't Rodrigo's hand. Rodrigo is here, but she's only just reached the entrance. Hela can't understand why he would leave Rodrigo in this hellhole crawling with Ao Ao's children. Does he really value human life so little? Jasy calls that human hypocrisy. He asks, how many times has she thought about that while hunting animals? She killed Ao Ao's children without hesitation. But the moment she saw Jasy under a tree, her hand trembled. Does someone have to look human to deserve life? Hela still calls him a monster, even if he speaks like a human, even if they've grown closer. Close enough for her to awaken his power. She still believes it's her duty to kill him, so that no one else will have to step foot on this cursed land again. Jasy understands her intentions perfectly. He only says monsters, animals, humans, even gods. If they must die, they'll die. He has no right to decide which life matters more. Even so, the promise carved into his skin is still there. It means Rodrigo is alive, and Jasy still intends to keep his part of the bargain. Hela doesn't want to trust him. She's trapped in this strange world filled with gods, monsters, and magic, and her only source of information is yet another monster. And she simply can't trust that monster. Jasy feels the same. He doesn't trust her either, remembering her intent to kill him. Over the last few days, Hela hasn't eaten anything. Though Jasy's energy sustained her, her body still needs real food. She remembers seeing him drop his staff when Ao Ao's children attacked, and then watched him conjure a new one from his own eye. He then placed that staff on the ground, and from it grew a tree, one that resembled the ancient trees of her world. It blossomed fully, and from its branches grew a fruit, something between an apple and a pear. Jasy insists he's not trying to kill her, but there's nothing else edible around here. Still distrustful, Hela hesitates, so Jasy takes a bite of the fruit himself, proving it's not poisoned. That act finally convinces her. She takes a bite, and to her surprise, the fruit is incredibly delicious. It feels surreal. It's the juiciest, most flavorful fruit she's ever tasted. But Jasy's condition is clearly worsening. He looks exhausted, drained of strength, and she's not far behind. Ever observant, Hela asks why he didn't use his powers to kill the Ao Ao children when they surrounded him. He tells her the story of his curse. Everyone in his family is cursed from birth because of his father, Tao, a cursed god. Jasy is his cursed son. His curse means he can't harm his kin, not even in self-defense. Now Hela knows his weakness. If he attacks his brothers or father, the damage will reflect back on him. She begins to feel guilty. Jasy spent most of his strength saving her from those monsters. It doesn't matter what happens to him now. He won't help her anymore. She'll have to fight the monsters alone, and she'll drag him to the gates. Hela realizes why he needed a human's help. To defend himself. Here, he truly is powerless. Even though she's never fought monsters like this before, she's already killed a few. So Jasy insists she can do it again. And unlike him, she isn't cursed. She can use his powers against them. The only problem is, they must be connected. And that doesn't just mean thinking the same thoughts or sharing a touch. It has to be deeper. Their minds and hearts must become one. Doing that consciously is almost impossible. It has to happen instinctively. They won't be able to force it. One way would be to be spiritually bonded, to know each other to the core, down to the very bone. That bond could awaken the power. But for Hela, that's impossible. She can't bring herself to care for this repulsive monster who kidnapped Rodrigo. Jasy sees the look on her face and realizes the feeling is mutual. How could he connect with someone whose eyes lit up when she learned his weakness? That method is off the table now. She'll have to face every challenge, every monster on her own. After eating a few more fruits from the tree, her strength returns. The pain in her arm has almost completely faded. She asks Jasy about this cave. Are they trapped in here? But he's so exhausted he falls asleep right where he sits. Hela notices strange marks carved into his shoulder. She walks over, planning to take a closer look. Sensing her approach, Jasy moves her hand away and tells her to back off, not to undress him. She changes the subject, asking if it's time they headed out, to reach the gates as quickly as possible. Jasy's powers are still blocked. He can't use them, but Hela can start looking for a way out on her own. While Jasy sleeps, Hela is left to find a way alone. She remembers the severed hand and the distant howls. Someone might be above. She decides to investigate. At the top is a large boulder. She hopes she can push it down to create an opening. Jasy watches her with mild amusement. This fragile girl trying to move such a rock. She'll just get herself killed. With no moon in the sky tonight, his recovery is even slower. His strength is tied to its phases. And even if it were a full moon, he's too far gone. He'll never recover the way he once could. Now, after giving her the last drop of his power, he's weak and defenseless. He begins to regret that decision. While he broods, Hela builds a solid structure of sticks and branches, wedging the stones in place. Her determination surprises him. She's relentless. She wants to reach that crevice. Once the rock moves, they can climb through. She doesn't even know what's waiting above, but she's ready to break through and find out. Her plan actually works. Jasy tells her to go first. He's too large to fit through the narrow path. Hela warns him that when she pushes the boulder, the rest of the rocks will fall. He'll need to step back. Jasy helps her up. He suddenly feels a deep urge to test her, to challenge the only human who ever tried to save him. She climbs up using her makeshift structure. She's nearly at the boulder. She believes she can do it. As she climbs, she wonders, can she trust him or not? He fought Ao Ao's children to protect her, despite the curse that left him weak. But she still can't forget Rodrigo. How could she trust someone who took her best friend? No matter what she thinks, Jasy's actions feel unforgivable. But could she survive without his strength? She's out of arrows now, but she refuses to be a coward. She won't let her fear control her. Gathering her courage, Hela continued to climb the slope. She was already so close to the large stone. As Jasy's power faded, old memories started returning to him. Memories of his former glory and the people he had killed. In his weakened state, he couldn't control his thoughts. They clouded his mind, making it hard to concentrate. One memory that surfaced was of little Hela. Long ago, she had helped him. He compared that girl to the one she'd become. He wasn't surprised. Humans change so quickly. Thinking of Hela again, he realized a lot of time had passed. He feared she had left him and escaped. Jasy regretted not putting her to sleep until his powers returned, but she couldn't have gone far. He decided to catch up to her. Suddenly, the cave began to collapse. The rocks Hela had climbed started to fall, and her scream echoed as she plummeted. Fortunately, she landed right on Jasy. He caught her just in time before she got hurt. Hela thanked him, but quickly changed the subject, demanding that he take her to Rodrigo, if he wasn't down below. Though unsure of her true motives, Jasy couldn't read her thoughts, so he agreed to help. As Hela climbed again, she scraped her forehead. Jasy noticed, but couldn't help. He explained that his powers still hadn't returned. Hela would have to tend to her own wounds. They had no arrows or magic left, so they'd have to wait until Jasy recovered. He couldn't fight, but at least he could catch her if she fell, or help her escape if monsters attacked. But recovering his strength would take at least 5 days. Hela was shocked. She wanted to find Rodrigo as soon as possible. Jasy insisted Rodrigo was fine. This time, Hela would have to take his word for it. She wasn't strong enough to face monsters alone. Still acting impulsively, Hela thought someone might still be down below, and prepared to go check herself. Her thoughts grew selfish. Maybe she should have just left Jasy behind and gone on alone. Jasy stepped in front of her, warning her not to force him to hypnotize her. He didn't want to waste more magic. Hela suggested scouting the area to know what they were up against. Jasy didn't object. The girl started climbing again. It was easier now that the rocks had fallen. Jasy offered his hand for her to step on, helping her gain steady footing as she climbed. With effort, Hela pulled herself up. Jasy, using what power he had left, leapt onto the ledge with ease. They looked around. The upper part of the cave was pitch black with no source of light. Jasy noticed a strange artifact hanging around Hela's neck. It had once belonged to Rodrigo. It might provide them with light. It didn't even need magic to activate. Hela just had to press it close to her heart. That gave them at least some way to navigate. Hela was surprised. She never knew the pendant had that property. She asked how he knew what the pendant could do. Rodrigo had given it to her long ago, but Jasy seemed certain. It truly belonged to her. Rodrigo had only passed it on, as it was meant to be. After a few minutes, Jasy recognized a tunnel far below. It was the path they needed to take. The massive monster leader was dead. All that remained were Ao Ao's warriors, who had begun devouring their dead to satisfy their hunger. They were no better than wild beasts, mindless and savage. The only one with any intelligence was Yasy's brother Ao Ao, and even he wasn't very bright. Ao Ao was their father Tao's loyal dog. Aside from obeying commands, his only instinct was to reproduce. He didn't care how the children found food. Hela was shocked by the truth about this monstrous brother. She asked why their personalities were so different. Jasy was pleased to hear it. He was different from his brothers, each cursed in their own way, with different thoughts and emotions. In fact, he didn't even see them as brothers. If they stood in his way, he wouldn't care if they died. Hela was curious. What exactly was he trying to achieve? But Jasy reminded her, a monster's goal wasn't her concern. Hela had an excellent sense of hearing. She heard rustling ahead. Maybe the tunnel was connected to the lower levels. That could be true. Jasy decided to go check it out himself. He told Hela to keep watch in the meantime. Still, Hela trusted only herself, not his words. She tied the rope over her shoulder and got ready to descend alone. As a child, she and Rodri often went hunting. He always worried about her. The arrows she used were dangerously sharp. Wanting to see for himself, Rodri once touched an arrow. Hela believed it was safe, but he cut his finger. He was very emotional back then. Even such a small cut made him cry like a child. They ran to Hela's grandmother, who wrapped his finger and warned them that weapons were no joke. But Rodri only wanted to grow closer to Hela. The more time he spent with her, the more he thought she was a little crazy. That made her grandmother happy. Her granddaughter meant the world to her, and she was glad Hela had such a kind, if confused, friend. Unlike Rodri, Hela had never feared anything. Rodri always wished he could borrow some of her bravery. Her grandmother encouraged him, not to blame himself, but to follow his own path without comparing himself to others. There would always be things in life to fear, especially when trying to protect someone. But courage meant moving forward despite that fear. When that moment came, she said, "Don't look back or dwell on what could have been. Just keep moving forward." Hela, standing off to the side, listened in awe to the whole conversation. Hela remembered that story. If she let fear stop her now, it would be twice as hard to start fighting again. Lately, she couldn't even recall the last time she wasn't afraid, but she just kept moving forward. She climbed down, scanned the area, and saw monsters devouring their fallen brothers. But it didn't scare her. She headed straight toward the cave. Last time the signaler ran in here. Hela rushed into the cave and hid behind one of the monsters to mask her scent. She heard loud noises from above. Remembering the layout of the cave, she hurried through the familiar path. The only one left inside was the signaler, still next to the severed arm, now feasting on something else. He's obviously been chewing on human remains. Whoever the arm belonged to, they were definitely dead. The sight terrified Hela. That meant the person had died long ago. All she could hope was that it wasn't Rodrigo, but right now she had other things to worry about. The signaler caught her scent, and in the small cave, he quickly found her. Since he was alone, Hela was ready to fight. She drew her knife and stabbed the monster straight in the throat. While he staggered, she ran to examine the body, hoping to recognize if it was someone she knew. The monster recovered fast. The stab wound was nothing more than a scratch to him. He tackled Hela to the ground. Too weak to kill her himself, he let out a howl to call his much stronger brothers. Hela thought fast. She had a rope left. She tied it to a rock and prepared to leap into the abyss, taking the monster with her. They both fell, but the clever monster didn't want to let go. He dug his claws into her skin to hold on. Despite the pain, Hela kicked him with all her strength. With nothing else to grip, he tumbled into the void below. The monster had left her with deep wounds across her back, but Hela stood up, determined. She needed to identify the human remains. The body was gone, but maybe she could still recognize the hand. She couldn't just sit and wonder. She had to confirm it for herself that it wasn't Rodrigo. She had no idea where Jasy was taking her, to Rodrigo or to death. That's why she didn't trust his words. She thought maybe that was how it was meant to be. There would never be trust between them. Suddenly, the loud noises that had frightened her stopped, but things only got worse. The monsters had heard their dead kin's howl and arrived, just in time to spot Hela perched on the rock. These beasts were even more dangerous now. They were willing to hurt themselves just to reach her. They began smashing their heads against the rock she stood on. After a few minutes, she couldn't hold her position. The fear of being eaten was no longer a joke. Hela clung to her rope, now dangling right in front of the monsters. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't climb back up. Just as she lost hope, Jasy appeared, leaping straight at the monsters. He still couldn't use his power. To protect Hela, he simply offered his arm to their bite. It was the only thing he could do. The dogs tore through his arm up to the elbow, but the demigod didn't flinch. He pulled his arm back, grabbed Hela, and ran. They managed to climb up the rocks, safe for now. Hela was shocked. She hadn't expected Jasy to go that far for her. But he had no choice. If Hela died, it would be over for him too. Powerless, he would have likely perished and failed his mission. Hela didn't know how to react. Jasy showed no emotion, but his body trembled. Suddenly, he transformed before her eyes, shrinking down into a child, fragile and small. The room turned pitch black. Something attacked the young Jasy relentlessly. Hela couldn't reach him. It all felt like hypnosis. Then a stabbing headache shot through her skull. She opened her eyes. It had been one of Jasy's memories. She asked him about it. Jasy was just as surprised. He hadn't done anything, and asked what exactly she saw. Hela had seen it because of his emotions. He had felt the same fear then as he did now. She gently hugged his trembling arm. She finally understood Jasy's feelings. Her heart ached for him. The emotions he showed were the most human thing she'd ever seen in him. It was so human, in fact, that Hela was almost glad they were facing this moment together. when their own fears threatened to destroy them. But there was no more time to talk. The monsters could reach them at any moment. They agreed to continue later. There was no other way out. The monsters had them completely surrounded. Their only option was to fight their way back to the entrance. Even if they found a detour, they weren't strong enough to run from such a huge group. Hela got an idea. She asked Jasy to summon an energy limb. He could do it, but only for a short while. She suggested they jump into the abyss. With his limb, they might survive the fall and land safely. She wasn't sure it would work, but they had no choice. It was their only chance. Jasy trusted her. He was willing to do it. For the plan to work, they had to jump together. Remembering her grandmother's words, Hela encouraged Jasy to just keep moving forward. If they stopped, they'd have to start all over again. They held hands and coordinated their move. First, they had to lure the monsters closer. Blinded by hunger, the monsters walked right into their trap. As they drew near, Jasy and Hela leapt into the ravine together, without incident. But since the monsters were ready to follow them without hesitation, that's exactly why they needed Jasy's energy limb, to shield them on the way down. The plan worked perfectly. The starving monsters were tricked and fell into the abyss, while Jasy and Hela, with his power, climbed back up. They had really done it. They scaled the cliff, leaving the monsters behind. They both felt how much stronger their bond had become. Hela had been running on adrenaline all this time, but now her body gave in to pain and exhaustion. Blood began to drip from her nose. It seemed a few monsters had survived the fall, and now they had to run again. Hela had almost no strength left. She couldn't even walk. Jasy picked her up in his arms and headed toward the cave exit. Though unconscious, Hela could feel Jasy's energy flooding into her, as if it was trying to heal her. As they neared the exit and a possible escape, they encountered more Ao warriors, but these weren't the weak hounds from before. Compared to Jasy, they were nothing. But in his weakened state, even the weakest warrior could be a threat. Using his limb to shove the monster aside didn't help much. They needed a stronger weapon to finish it off. A monster charged at them. Jasy placed Hela aside and prepared to fight using only brute force. But defeating it wouldn't be enough. Warriors approached from one side, and smaller survivors from the fall came from the other. They were surrounded. The small monsters took advantage of Jasy's vulnerable state and sank their teeth into every part of his body. Hela desperately wanted to help. After a few minutes, a glowing mark finally appeared on her palm, radiating energy. With this new power, she aimed to help Jasy, at least by taking out the strongest warrior. She drew her bow and infused the arrow with her energy. The empowered arrow pierced the monster clean through, instantly killing it. Even Jasy was shocked by the power. The single shot drained the girl. She started coughing up blood, but there was no time to stop. She had to keep going. Jasy saw her condition. Right now, her human body couldn't handle using his power. If she kept fighting at this pace, she wouldn't survive the next encounter. Their destination wasn't far. Jasy wasn't going to let her die. He picked her up and ran on his own. But he ran in the opposite direction. Hela was confused. Was he even going the right way? He was running straight toward the monsters, but he seemed confident. This time, Hela had no choice but to trust him. She didn't understand his plan. His arm was badly injured. He couldn't even fly them across using his limb. But that wasn't his plan. Just as Hela had once told him not to be afraid, he was following her advice. He would no longer run. He would let go of his fear completely, and hoped Hela would do the same. Even Jasy was surprised. Instead of being a burden, Hela's presence had unexpectedly calmed him. He even found joy in it, fighting side by side with someone. For the first time in his life, he felt this strange connection. Finally, he spotted a safe path. If they could slip through, the Ao hounds wouldn't be able to follow. Not even his father could reach them there. Jasy was strangely confident in the sanctuary he had planned. They broke through the enemy ranks. Thanks to Hela, Jasy felt he was finally mastering his fear. And yet, this journey would be his last. With his strength, they dodged the monsters and made it into a cave. As they entered, one furious monster refused to give up. He bit down on Jasy's cloak. The cave was narrow, but despite the danger of collapse, Hela picked up a stone to fight the monster off. She threw the rock straight at its jaw. The monster let go, but unfortunately, the cave began to collapse. Jasy grabbed Hela and rushed deeper inside, just as the cave entrance caved in completely. They made it. The tunnel was sealed off. The cave would now serve as a shelter. No monster would get through. Hela's condition was dire. She could barely breathe, having lost too much blood and pushed her body to the limit. Jasy used his old technique. Through a kiss, he passed some of his energy into her, helping her recover. Just like before, fragments of her memories appeared before him. He was curious to see what Hela feared most. After a while, Hela regained consciousness. Jasy had torn part of his cloak to make her a shawl. They took a safer detour, but it was long and Jasy couldn't carry her the whole way. Hela noticed his arm. He hadn't healed it, just stopped the bleeding and bandaged it so it could recover. She blamed herself. If she hadn't gone to check whether the monster's arm belonged to Rodrigo, Jasy wouldn't have been injured. Jasy reassured her. As a demigod, the wound was nothing. In time, he could even grow a new arm. That cheered her up. After everything they'd endured, they had grown much closer. But Jasy didn't understand. The girl who once so desperately wanted to find his weakness was now worried about his well-being. It didn't matter much to him, but it gave him something to think about. To help Hela fall asleep, he started whistling a gentle tune. A few days later, they stopped to rest. Rain had been falling ever since they arrived in this place. Occasionally, they passed fruit trees planted by Jasy. He said he'd planted them decades ago. But for her, he had grown a new one every day, so that Hela wouldn't go hungry. It had been a long and exhausting journey. On the way, they sometimes encountered Ao children. But with no food around, their bodies were weak and skeletal. They avoided the monsters by gliding with Jasy's limb. Thanks to the tall cave ceilings, flying came more easily. Hela's body took longer to heal than Jasy's. She often passed out along the way, and only his energy helped her recover. Over time, Jasy's arm regrew, and he regained a bit of his strength. Throughout the journey, he cared for her, creating fruit, making shelter, and ensuring she had a place to sleep. He told her the rainwater was poisoned, just like the plants that grew from it. Only the water within his fruits gave her strength. Neither of them wanted to break the rare moments of peace, so they barely spoke throughout the trek. After a short rest, it was time to move again. As always, Jasy carried Hela in his arms. Hela often asked him to put her under hypnosis, almost like she didn't want to feel the journey. She just wanted to get it over with. As she gradually began to trust him, she started feeling like she was betraying Rodrigo. After all, it was Jasy who had kidnapped him and forced her to come along. She just wanted to forget everything that had happened here. Hela even began to see him as a person. His emotions, behavior, and feelings seemed human. Along the way, Jasy struggled to navigate. Though he had been here many times before, his memories were blurred by headaches. One day, while climbing a slope, Hela heard voices. They sounded very human. And indeed, they encountered people clinging to a rope, trying to escape from an Ao monster. Though Jasy didn't want to help, perhaps he recognized them, he used his powers to pull them to safety. The people didn't thank them. Instead, one woman accused Hela, calling her cursed, blaming her for their situation. She also hurled insults at Jasy, but Hela didn't get angry. She just wanted to understand why they blamed her. They had seen her once, when she killed Ao beasts using a divine glow. That's when they fled their godforsaken home. The woman believed they had been followed, but Hela explained they were lost themselves and didn't know where to go. Hela introduced herself as an ordinary human and presented Jasy as Jasy Jatere. The name alone made the others tremble. They called Jasy a monster and questioned how a human like her could use magic similar to his. One woman screamed and lunged at Jasy, stabbing him with a knife, just like Hela had during their first meeting. And the same thing happened. The flimsy blade couldn't harm him. It didn't even scratch his skin. Jasy didn't tolerate the insult. He grabbed the woman's arm and prepared to throw her back down to the Ao monster. He showed no mercy and let go, but Hela, unwilling to sacrifice a human life, caught the woman by the hand. Another woman in the group thanked them and introduced herself as Sai, a shaman who had sworn to serve the gods. Jasy had seen too much of people like her before. In his experience, those were often the ones who betrayed him. The shaman knew the land well and offered to guide them in return for their mercy. Though Jasy wanted to leave them, Hela insisted they go together, so now the group led the way. Along the path, Hela asked if they had seen a boy around her age. They avoided the question. They said the only people here were from their tribe, which had settled nearby. Only their tribe had survived. Their tribe hadn't ended up here by chance. Tao, the god of the land and Jasy's father, had led them here. According to them, they had been here for over 1,000 years, surviving all this time. Hela was stunned. In this place, time had no hold over them. They didn't age or die. Hela asked if that meant they were invincible. But that wasn't the case. They could still be killed. They just stopped growing after reaching adulthood. Hela admitted she'd only been here for 20 days. The people were disheartened. Just as they'd feared, the outside world had moved on without them. They had been trapped here all this time, only to realize their loved ones were long gone. Hela sympathized deeply. If she didn't find Rodrigo and escape soon, she couldn't afford to stay here long. Her uncle Marcus was alone back in the tribe, and her parents were still in the city. The night before she left, she had written them a letter, one Marcus was supposed to find and show her parents. Mita, the most outspoken of the group, noticed Hela was out of arrows. As a blacksmith, she offered her a weapon in gratitude for saving them. Enough time had passed without Hela ordering Jasy to kill them, so Mita now believed they could be trusted. Hela asked Jasy for permission to go with them and get the weapon, but Jasy said they didn't have time. For him, it would be easier to kill them and take the weapons, but that would only upset Hela again. So he agreed to retrieve the weapons just to make her happy. He asked where the tribe was. They said it was nearby, just 2 days away. Since they had no other choice, Jasy agreed to go. He asked Hela if she was tired, though she didn't look it. They stopped for a short break. Jasy, as always, crafted a bed for her. The others were amazed that she had tamed such a monster. The group left to find their own shelter. Hela had tried to share Jasy's fruits with them, but they called them poisoned and refused. Jasy asked her not to tell them about their deal. If she did, they would all be in danger. It annoyed him how quickly Hela had trusted these strangers, but still didn't trust him. The people sat far away from Jasy and Hela, whispering that they couldn't possibly bring this monster back to their tribe. Tomorrow they have a long journey ahead, and Shaman Sai needs to rest more than anyone. Another guy blames her, because it was her idea to ask Jasy Jatere to come along. And that's why they got into this mess. But she couldn't act differently. They saved her, and it's the least she could do after receiving the gods' blessing. They all agree the gods can't be trusted. For them, humans are just food. But they saw how Jasy cared for the girl. How he protected her, After a bit of arguing, the shaman's friends walked away, wanting to sleep alone. Moving aside, they discussed their survival. They had almost no food left, and there was little chance their plan would work. One of them suggested going back together, bringing the shaman to the chief and asking for forgiveness. The big guy was the strongest warrior among them, and the chief would surely forgive him. But he refused. Hela eventually woke up. As always, she had slept on the branches laid out by Jasy. She went to her new friends to check on them and told them Jasy had acted as usual today. Nobody really knew what time it was. It was hard to tell in this place. But their tribe kept track by sleep cycles, so they assumed it was morning. The people agreed to walk with them only halfway, and then their paths would split. They couldn't return yet. After a while, they gathered and set off again. On the way, Hela curiously asked them about their tribe. They had settled in the only place where it didn't rain. They had access to fresh water, but still not enough supplies. They drank once a day and ate every 2 days. Hela was surprised by how little it was, but it was enough to avoid starving to death. Hela suggested they all eat Jasy's fruits together, since she could easily live on them. But they didn't avoid them by choice. It was the chief's order. Convinced the fruits brainwash people. Hela assured them she and Jasy were fine, and asked what they ate then, if nothing could grow in this world. Time seemed to have stopped. Since they got here, nothing had changed at all. And the only food they had was the children of Au, monsters they hunted for meat. The shaman herself understood how terrible that was, and that eating fruits would be better. But if they wanted to protect the tribe, they had to obey the chief. Suddenly, they heard a monster's roar. It had attacked the third member of their group, who had gone to relieve himself. By then, Jasy had recovered some strength, and used it to create a gust of wind and a barrier to lift them upward. Hela tried to grab Jasy's hand, but another man caught her arm and pushed her off the barrier. She fell and landed straight into a hidden pit covered with leaves, which hadn't been visible before. The same man also pushed Jasy off the barrier, wanting to trap him as well. But Jasy used his power to jump back and realized then that they had set a trap. Jasy now had other worries. He was left alone with Au monsters, and before falling among them, he created a shield. He made his way into one of the caves where Hela had fallen. He was sure she hadn't known about it, since she had reached out for his hand. Inside the cave, he saw 4 more tunnels, but didn't know which one Hela had gone into. He had to use his power. He created a staff intending to sense Hela's energy. They had tied up the girl and were carrying her to a planned location. The shaman Sai still feared angering the gods by this act, but they were already deep in the forest and would be far away by the time Jasy came after them. One guy blamed the shaman for all their troubles, saying it was her fault they got into this mess and now had to return to the tribe. Hela stayed conscious the whole way, and the further they walked, the more she tried to remember the route to find her way back. Hela missed her loved ones and the old times. She now realized trusting complete strangers had been a mistake. Throughout the journey, Hela never woke up, and her captors even began to worry about her. They decided to stop for the night and left another man from the group to keep watch. While the others went to scout the area, Sai cut the ropes on Hela's hands, giving her a chance to escape. Even though they needed her to save themselves, the chief probably wouldn't forgive them, even if they brought Hela to him. Believing that mighty Jasy Jatere would come for her anyway, the shaman didn't want to be punished. Hela got up, ready to leave. But Hela was sincere. She wanted to take Sai with her, telling her to get up quickly. Hela couldn't imagine what someone had to do to deserve exile. But if they wanted to kill her, Hela was willing to take her along. She assured the shaman that Jasy wouldn't hurt her. After all, he'd had plenty of chances to kill them on the way, and they only survived thanks to Hela. A young guy noticed them. At first, he was confused about why they were standing together and talking. Hela quickly thought of a plan. She grabbed the shaman's dagger and held it to her throat, taking her hostage. The guy tried to justify himself, saying they had cared for her because she'd hit her head badly. Scared, the guy backed away a few steps, and Hela seized the moment to run back in the direction they had come from. To their surprise, the guy didn't chase them immediately. Instead, he circled around and attacked them from behind. But in his clumsiness, he didn't even hit them. He stumbled and fell off a cliff himself. He got scared when he jumped higher than he meant to and stumbled out of fear. But he doesn't want to admit it, so he just stays silent. But now a much tougher opponent finds them. Another man, a warrior, who also happens to be the strongest in their tribe. Hela can't think of a better plan than to do the same thing again. Take the shaman hostage and threaten to kill her. At first, the warrior shows no reaction, but then he kneels and begs her not to kill the shaman, telling her to kill him instead. Hela's fear disappears, but now she's even more confused. She never expected such humble surrender from this warrior. The warrior explains that it was his idea, together with Mita, to use her to save themselves. Sei wasn't involved. Hela lets the girl go, and now she wants even more to question the warrior about their original plan. Since Hela can use divine powers despite being a mere mortal, if they convince the chief that she was a shaman, he might believe that Sai could develop these powers too and become useful. They hope that would be enough to pardon her. Hela asks what the girl had done to deserve all this, but the offense seems laughable. She only ate a forbidden fruit. But for them, the punishment makes sense. Anyone who succumbs to temptation must be punished. That's the law of their tribe. For Hela, it seems too little to cost someone's life. There's almost no food here. Yet eating Ao children is allowed, while the fruit is forbidden. But since the fruit was grown by Jasy, they consider it cursed, because nothing else can grow in this place. Yet the shaman herself doesn't believe these rumors. She thinks Jasy tried to save them, and that's why she wanted to help them in return. Hela now feels even more certain that Jasy didn't always hate humans, and those fruits couldn't have been poisoned. Hela asks the warrior what will happen if the chief decides to kill her together with Jasy, but he promises to help them escape as soon as Sai is pardoned. For Hela, it all feels too risky. She has her original goal, and without Jasy, she can't make any decisions. The smaller guy tells her that recently someone from the tribe saw a woman in these forests. The woman's name was Ko, and of course Hela knows that name. Her aunt had the exact same name. They don't know the details. All they know is that it was reported to the chief. Since they don't keep track of time, they can't even say when it happened, but they assure Hela that if she comes with them, she can ask the one who saw her. The strongest warrior offers to guide them himself. He knows these places well and is ready to lead her to safety if something goes wrong. Now the situation has changed. Hela must find out about Aunt Ko, and she can't leave without Sei. Even if they go together, she doesn't know how Jasy will react. She doesn't trust the warrior fully, so she asks the shaman if the warrior Gapo can protect her, and she assures her, thanks to him, she's still alive, and Gapo has always kept his word. Hela wants one final confirmation, and the warrior swears on his life that he'll let them escape if anything happens. But first, Hela wants to see Jasy. He must take her to the best friend she came here for. Since Hela was unconscious for 2 days, the warrior insists that going back would take too long. And they really don't have time. They have no food, no water, and the road to the tribe will only take 1 day. Gapo keeps his word, and as soon as the chief pardons Sei, he promises to take her to Jasy. Hela agrees, but asks the warrior to wipe away his tears. On such a huge man, they look scary. The other guy can't believe that all they had to do was ask, but now, because of his foolishness, he broke his leg. The warrior lifts him in his arms and they set off again, planning a brief rest stop. Soon, they'll be there. During the rest, Hela talks to Sai. She's very worried about Jasy, who must be worried about her too. Hela explains that his worries are different. They made a deal, and she's needed to fulfill it. Hela wants to know something else. The shaman knew the fruit was forbidden, so why did she eat it? The girl was very hungry. The chief no longer wanted to keep shamans, so her rations were cut, and the biggest portions always went to the chief and warriors. They weren't even allowed to hunt. She was a shaman, and the food became so scarce she had no choice but to eat the fruit. She expected something terrible to happen, but nothing did. Then she realized that the mighty Jasy Jatere had left those fruits to save them, but they caught her and threw her into a dark cell. Only thanks to Gapo, who saved her, they escaped together and spent all this time trying to come up with a plan to return to the tribe. Gapo had always been selfless and trusted shamans more than anyone. That's why they became close. Their conversation is interrupted by the smaller guy who says it's time to go to sleep. Hela hadn't slept on stones for a long time. Her back hurt badly. Jasy had always cared about her shelter and food, and now she had lost him. She wondered if she would have forgiven him if he had been human. All her mistrust was based on the fact that he was a demigod. After resting, they set off again. Hela was amazed they hadn't gotten lost in the thickets, but they often came here to hunt Au far from the tribe. Hela was surprised they still hadn't run into Au, but since the tribe had made narrow paths here, the Au children avoided wandering in. Hela asks how long they've been here, but the warrior Gapo doesn't know. They stopped counting the days and memories started to fade. Gapo wasn't always part of this tribe. He was once the chief of his own, but his entire tribe was killed by Au. She feels sorry for him, but he says he doesn't need pity. So much time has passed that he doesn't even remember what he felt back then. Hela starts to understand how badly time can affect a person, and she becomes afraid. What if she forgets her own people if she can't escape? Yet he still remembers Tao, who spoke of a land where people live forever and promised his people eternal youth and immortality. Back then, they were young and had no idea what price they would have to pay for their vanity. Everyone followed Tao without question, driven by the thirst for immortality. Everyone except one person. Their shamaness Kiriri, who stopped Gapo when he was supposed to die. She herself couldn't survive, and his tribe perished following Tao. She saved him, making him the only survivor. She warned him, but he paid dearly for not listening to her words. He says that for the safety of the tribe, it's important to listen to the wise words of a shaman. A chief should never decide alone. Another friend encourages Gapo, saying at least he remembers how he got here. Unlike the younger guy who remembers nothing. The boy was only 11 when he arrived, grew up here, and stopped aging when he reached adulthood. Because there was so little food and water, he grew up small. His father had been a huge, muscular warrior. He tells Hela his father is definitely not here. He is truly alone, and beyond his father, he remembers almost nothing. Now it's the shamaness's turn to share her story. She came here searching for her beloved, who is likely now beyond the gate. After a brief conversation, their talk is interrupted by the cries of Au monsters. They've arrived at the tribe. Since the tribe is under attack, Gapo rushes ahead to help, and they all must stay close. He is their only warrior. Climbing the slope, they approach the tribe, which seems small and is surrounded by wooden walls. Gapo immediately charges the monsters and kills all the Au children effortlessly in just 2 strikes. The villagers come to meet him. They've waited a long time for their warrior's return, and Hela approaches too. Then comes the chief, Maramo, who knows Gapo ran away with the shamaness and is very angry at them. But Gapo brought proof of shamanic power. He begs the chief to hear them and spare Sai's life. Hela steps forward and introduces herself as Shamaness Hela, who commands the very power of the gods. The small guy assures the chief they saw it themselves. This girl killed an Au monster with a single arrow. The tribal chief asks Hela to prove her power, saying he can't believe what he hasn't seen. Using her amulet, Hela activates Jasy's power, and it starts to glow bright blue in her hand. Jasy finally senses Hela's signal and now knows where to go. The tribe's leader notices the strange power and decides to think about Hela later. For now, he has a guest, the runaway shamaness. Hela wants to protect Sai and says she won't leave until the chief guarantees Sai's safety. The leader doesn't like being manipulated, and he says Hela has no choice but to answer all his questions. Gapo stands up for them, knowing the leader's men can't defeat him. Gapo explains that their leader is obsessed with Jasy Jatere. The leader doesn't deny it and says that's why he wants Hela as the new shamaness. So Maramo pardons Sai. Also, Hela will join them. Hela is a bit surprised. No one told her the leader needed Jasy, but Gapo didn't think it was that important and plans to help Hela escape tonight. Gapo explains the leader is obsessed with Jasy because it was Jasy Jatere who led him here. Walking through the village, Hela reflects on how well it's built. They found a good, safe spot. Ao can't climb up from below. They use wooden houses, and Hela finds it odd. They use Jasy's trees, yet forbid his fruit. The leader is full of contradictions. They offer Hela food, meat from an Ao monster, but since today's hunt was poor, they have little food or water. Hela feels she'd rather throw up than eat that, so she politely declines, claiming she has no appetite. The villagers, hearing Hela arrived recently, ask her how things are outside. Hela tells the truth. The tribes have nearly disappeared. Her grandmother was the last protector, and people were happy under her care. Hela asks about the gate, but the villagers say even going near it is dangerous, though Hela heard someone once managed to cross it. The villagers confirm it. There really was a woman named Ko, but she wasn't alone. They think it happened recently, but days blur together here, so for Hela it could mean months or even years. When Hela asks what's inside the portal, the leader Maramo says it's said to be paradise. Lots of sun, fresh air, plenty of food and water, and not a single Ao. But for the leader, these are just rumors, and he isn't ready to risk his people's lives. He calls Hela and wants to show her around quickly. The leader heard the sadness in Hela's voice about her tribe and offers her to become part of his people instead. Hela has doubts. The leader couldn't have trusted her so easily. She suspects he desperately wants Jasy Jatere's power. Maramo insists their tribe is one big family, but Hela has urgent matters she must handle now. Yet he is serious. If she won't be a shamaness, he even offers to make her his bride. Hela deflects with a lie, saying shamans in her tribe don't marry. The leader never understood shamans. People who devote their lives to serving gods that don't see them as equals and treat their lives as worthless. He doesn't believe the tales that gods created humans. In his eyes, true creators couldn't be those who don't care at all for them. Hela agrees with him, but she can't stay. Her mission comes first. The leader still asks Hela to show her that place, since she made this journey just to protect Sai. Hela follows him and even thinks she should have lied and said she wanted to stay, because this leader seems to hate the gods yet is obsessed with them at the same time. Maramo leads Hela to the only place where they can get water, and the only place where it never rains. No one knows why it's there, but recently the water has become poisoned, so they survive only on the remaining supplies. Hela asks why the leader doesn't let his people eat the fruit. There's enough juice in them to sustain life. Maramo shows clear hatred toward those fruits and asks Hela if she knows what kind of fruit they are. Of course Hela knows, but she argues. They build their houses from the same trees, so why not use the fruit? The leader thinks the fruit is cursed, enchanted by Jasy, and if he stops punishing anyone who eats it, he believes the whole tribe will be cursed. And he asks Hela for help to save the village. He says they once had many people like her. But it always turned out that the strong, righteous, and selfless people like Hela were the first to die. They kept dying until there were barely any hunters left to feed the whole tribe. And when famine came, people gave in to fear and turned to an alternative food source, their own brothers. The leader says at first it was just a war between some clans, but when the weaker ones were eaten, the survivors began hunting each other. They live in a world ruled by monsters. Even the strongest among them stood no chance. But the leader believes Hela is special. She's the first person who truly possesses divine power. And he believes Hela can finally strike back so they can escape the endless struggle for survival. Hela starts to believe his words so much that she reveals her plan. She's going to open a portal to another world and invites Maramo to come with her. The leader would gladly send his people there, but they all bear a special curse. Hela wants to hear more about it, hoping she can break it. The leader tells her he's sure she can't remove it, and he isn't supposed to reveal the details. The only thing he offers Hela is to join them, then according to him, they could stand against evil. Hela begins to doubt, but she's unsure of her strength. Besides, she came to help Sai, and that's all she can really promise. Still, Hela takes responsibility to return to them once her path with Jasy comes to an end. The leader Maramo is disappointed. He understands Hela doesn't want to stay, but he's surprised she willingly wants to remain with Jasy Jatere. Their conversation is interrupted by a guard reporting an attack. A huge horde of monsters is upon them. During the talk, the leader asks if the bait is still alive, and Hela becomes curious what this bait means. The bait turns out to be a person trapped in a very fragile cage. Hela begs the leader to release the girl, but he refuses. That girl, like Sai, ate the forbidden fruit. And in their tribe, she's considered a sinner who must be punished. Maramo understands how Hela sees this, but his job is to ensure the survival of the many, even if it means sacrificing a few black sheep. He offers Hela a chance to help the girl by using her divine power, proving she can resist the curse. The leader says he doesn't care about past promises, and even the promise Gapo made was a lie. But to him, it was just a game. Next in the cage will be Sai, because he never breaks the rule about punishing sinners. He releases Hela and gives her a chance to save the girl in the cage. Hela immediately rushes to help. They lower the cage just enough so the monsters feel they can reach the girl, and when they charge, archers shoot at them. Hela still doesn't use her power, and the leader asks if her necklace was true power or just a trinket. But she knows she can't use her power alone. She grabs her bow and lights arrows. After all, she's still an excellent archer. The leader believes Hela lied to him and grabs her arm. He throws her to his guards and orders them to lock Hela in the dungeon with Sai. Suddenly, from the small spring that had been dry, a whole fountain of water bursts out. The water starts flooding the entire canyon, blocking monsters from climbing up, but also drowning the cage with the girl inside. Only Hela notices the cage. She climbs down a rope to rescue the lonely girl. Hela jumps onto the cage roof, wanting to save the girl, and reaches out her hand. The girl is very thin. At first, she hesitates to escape, but then finally gives in and takes Hela's hand. Gapo finds them both, picks them up in his arms, and tells them to hold on tight. Above, everyone is safe, and the leader is told Gapo disobeyed him and went down. The water quickly fills the quarry. On their own, they fight off the monsters trying to reach them. The water rises at a crazy speed. They hope to hold out until it lifts them to the top. Gapo turns out to be a really kind guy. He apologizes to Hela, knowing she risked running into trouble. But he led Hela into danger. He had promised himself to stay away, to stop helping people. Yet Hela changed him. If Sai hadn't been a shaman, he would have just walked past and left her to die, like he once left another girl. But he sees Hela as different. That's why he wants to help her climb up together and plans to distract the monsters himself. But Hela isn't the kind of person who can choose who lives and who dies. She grips Gapo's neck tighter and refuses to let him go. At the other end of the rope, they still have friends. Shaman Sai throws them arrows to defend themselves. Fighting off the monsters with arrows, they climb up, and Gapo carries the weakened girl in his arms. They wanted to head to the highest point, but as if by some cruel coincidence, every bridge collapses. Water gushes in from all sides. Only one tall point remains, a tower standing at the very edge of the island. They get inside the building and notice something is wrong with the girl. She stops moving. She's completely still. They check, and to their shock, she isn't breathing. She's already dead. Hela can't accept this. She remembers how Jasy healed her, pouring his strength into her. But no matter how hard Hela tries, without Jasy, she can't use his power. So recalling techniques from the real world, she starts giving the girl artificial respiration. Hela remembers old conversations with her grandmother. They once watched a herd of deer abandon a wounded member when wolves attacked. Her grandmother explained that the old and sick aren't spared. It helps the herd survive. But Hela could never accept that. She always took her grandmother as an example, who cared for every member of the tribe. The old and sick received even more care than the rest. And as if hearing Hela's wish to help, the girl really does wake up from her aid. Since they have no other food, Hela offers the girl a fruit from Jasy's tree. The girl has bad memories linked to that fruit, so Hela shows her by biting it first. And nothing happens to her. Since everyone is starving, they start eating the Jasy fruit anyway. They no longer fear the chief. To their surprise, the fruit is delicious. They really do start seeing Jasy as a god. But even in the tower, they can't hide for long. Water begins flooding right up to the roof. Hela spots the only way out, to swim to the other side, where they could climb onto shelter. But no one in their tribe knows how to swim, since much of the water is poisoned, and they don't even want to try swimming in fresh water. From the cave side, Hela notices familiar yellow lights, like stars, a sign of Jasy Jatere's power. Hela plans to tie herself to a rope, swim to the other side, and then come back with Jasy. She ties the rope around herself. Though unsure if Jasy will help, she believes he might come to her aid. Hela jumps into the water, tied to the rope, so if the water rises quickly, they can pull her back. The current is so strong it keeps sweeping Hela aside. She's running out of air. Then, suddenly, fire orbs from Jasy Jatere appear around her and start pulling her in the right direction. Seconds later, Jasy uses his power to free her. She leaps out of the water, and he catches her in his arms. The first thing Hela says to him is that they need to save the others still trapped there. Jasy sees a wound on Hela's face and asks if they hurt her. Hela answers she just hit herself, but Jasy still can't understand why they should save people who kidnapped her. For her, it's enough to know they're in danger. Jasy reminds her they kidnapped her and planned to use her. He starts moving to punish them, but Hela stops him and tries to explain that they didn't have truly evil intentions. She reminds Jasy that he himself once kidnapped Rodrigo. After all, she'll still help him open the gate. She just wants those people to live. Jasy asks if Hela is really willing to sacrifice herself for everyone in need, even despite their awful deeds. Hela never planned to sacrifice herself, but if Jasy hadn't pulled her from the water, she'd already be dead. He reminds her that human life can end in an instant, and he finds it amusing how she's so obsessed with prolonging that short moment. He asks why she doesn't apply that logic to herself. Why isn't she worried her short life might end even sooner? Hela reveals her secret. Her grandmother died because of her, and she asks Jasy to stop talking. As a child, Hela didn't want her father to sell her grandmother's land. She did everything to stop him. Her grandmother spent all her time and strength caring for people, keeping them together. But her father didn't want to dedicate his life to the tribe like she had. With tears in her eyes, Hela begged for just one chance to make it right. She was sure she could protect the village herself. She promised she'd work hard and sacrifice everything to preserve their tribe because it meant so much to her grandmother. At that moment, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, just like now, and that's why she remembered it. Jasy sensed her weakness and hugged her tightly. Hela starts crying, thinking Jasy forced her to remember this, but it wasn't him. It was her own memory. He just asked a question that made her think, why does she so fiercely throw herself into danger to save everyone? Hela's tears upset him deeply, and he tries to cheer her up, saying people always die and she can't change that. Jasy still can't understand what difference it makes, dying at 60 or at 80. To him, the end is the same, and he sees no difference. Hela explains it's not about how you die, it's about how you live. Their life is so short, that's why people want it to mean something. And Jasy asks why then Hela treats her own life so carelessly. Why does her own life mean nothing to her? Hela doesn't agree. To her, every life matters. She doesn't compare them or weigh them against each other. Jasy should be grateful to her for that. If it weren't for Rodri, she wouldn't have come with him to this place at all. Jasy doesn't want to let Hela go to those people alone, so he's ready to help her save them. He asks only one favor, that Hela risks her life only for him, because from now on, she belongs to him. He wants Hela to protect him, and for her recklessness to awaken only when he's in danger. Hela has already gotten so used to Jasy that she sees him as human and feels his human emotions. So she agrees. Now Jasy is ready to help those people. Since Hela is soaked, he asks if she wants his cloak. Hela just wonders if he's wearing pants underneath. Jasy doesn't know what pants are, but he takes off his cloak and under it is a small wrap. He gives it to Hela and creates a barrier around himself. He approaches them and warns, if they touch Hela again, he'll feed them all to the Ow monsters. Thanks to his power, he easily carries them all over the water. Hela is very grateful to him. Hela comes to thank Jasy, but it isn't over yet. He calls her to go with him to save even more people. Jasy wants to help them only because Hela wants it. To him, dozens of human lives mean nothing. Hela knows it will be hard to convince the leader, but she still feels she must offer a helping hand to the others. So all they can do is hope the tribe matters more to the chief than his pride. They step onto Jasy's barrier. Using the barrier, they easily get through the water. On the way, Hela asks if Jasy knows the tribe's leader Maramo, since he claimed Jasy brought him here. Unexpectedly, Jasy says he doesn't remember anything, but he says it politely and even apologizes to Hela. Hela herself doesn't understand when Jasy started treating her like this, but it makes her happy. She feels even surer she trusted the right god. She asks about the fruit. According to the leader, his fruit is cursed and shouldn't be eaten. She wonders if it's related to what happened. But Jasy doesn't remember the whole story, though he feels no curse on himself, and as he said before, the fruit is harmless. Jasy senses this place is strange, as if it wants to harm Hela, so he'll have to act quickly. They throw a rope to the survivors and shout to tie it to something sturdy. But unfortunately, the tribe is hostile. They didn't expect to be saved, instead they draw their bows and aim at them. Jasy dodges the arrows easily, but Hela falls, and some leaves wrap around her legs and drag her down. Hela ends up in a cave where she meets the tribe's leader Maramo, who tells Hela to keep quiet. He knows this place, and about the god of this realm, and tells Hela if she doesn't want to be torn apart, she must show no emotion at all. The leader tells Hela about Monae, the third son of Tao and Karana, one of the 7 cursed brothers. He's the most horrible monster among them, so hideous that just looking at him could stop your heart. That's why you must never look the monster in the eyes, and if you ever meet him, the only thing you can do is run. Monae's main goal is to plant doubt in people's hearts. He feeds on their mistrust and betrayals. Suddenly, leaves wrap around the leader, and he starts talking to someone trying to justify himself, claiming he didn't help Jasy Jatere. Hela draws all the monster's attention to herself, and the branches loosen. Ever since her grandmother died, she's learned to hide her emotions. The monster Monae starts talking to her. He can read her thoughts and asks if she's sure she can truly hide her feelings. Without waiting for an answer, he even shows Hela his form, trying to really frighten her. Hela skillfully hides her emotions. What disgusts her far more are all the corpses around. She asks if he killed them all. Monae comes closer to Hela, trying to test her feelings and provoke fear. During the talk, he calls Hela special, like another girl who came to him recently, though he doesn't reveal her name. The monster tells her not to get distracted. He asks about Hela's scent, because she smells just like Josi. Hela replies she came with him. He asks what their relationship is. Does Hela feel tender feelings toward him? This question really makes her pause. After all, Hasi kidnapped her best friend, and technically they're enemies. So even Hela doesn't know what to feel. The monster, who can read thoughts, immediately sees this memory. Hela can't hide her thoughts from him. He stirs the moment by saying Hela's world collapsed when Jasy kidnapped her friend and asks if Hela wants him dead. But no, Hela doesn't want that at all, even if she once had such thoughts. The monster thinks Jasy confuses everyone with his pretty face. Beauty seduces both humans and gods. But it's not about his face, and not even because he looks so human. It's because he always comes to her aid, worries about her, and she doesn't even know if she'd hate him after she gets Rodrigo back. The monster laments his own hideous face. He even envies Jasy. In his mind, if he had that beauty, he wouldn't have known suffering. In remembering him, Hela really shows emotion for a second. She doesn't want to part from Jasy. The monster notices this. Surprisingly, the monster does nothing. Hela thinks he'll tear her apart and leave her body here. But the emotion was about Jasy, not about the monster, so his power doesn't work. Suddenly, Hela discovers a new ability. Just like the monster, she can read his thoughts too. The monster notices it right away, and to protect himself, he leaves Hela's mind. But she still manages to see a lot. The monster notices it right away, and to protect himself, he leaves Hela's mind. But she still manages to see a lot. Hela asks what he's hiding, because she saw in his thoughts a girl he thought about. Hela asks why he won't leave the tribe alone. He stays silent in response, but Hela, more than anyone, could feel his feelings, so she offers him her help. And she also knows his biggest fear. He just wants people to stop judging him, which is why he hates their reactions so much. Hela hits the mark, but Monae doesn't want to reveal his feelings. Yet he still believes Hela is just playing with them. But she's sincere in her intentions. To prove it, Hela offers him to look into her mind, read her thoughts, and see if she's lying. This makes Monae truly happy. For the first time, someone really wants to help him. The monster shares his story. He wasn't forgiven by humans or gods, not even by his own family. And because of him, no one can leave Tao's lands. No one except Jasy Jatere. He wants to enter the human world, but in his view, Jasy won't open the portal for him, since everyone who passes through it needs personal permission. And the monster knows only one way to get forgiveness. If Hela gives him her face, then even his father would forgive him. Hela asks why the monster restricted the tribe's water supply, since it made things so hard for them. His motives are simple. Since he suffers all his life, he wants others to share that suffering. But his revenge isn't aimed at everyone, just at one girl. His other half, a girl named Porosy. She was the first and last, the only person he didn't hate. As soon as Monae was born from his mother's womb, he was immediately cast out of the clan. His own father banished him into the human world. Around that same time, Porosy was born into an ordinary tribe, as the daughter of the chief himself. The child Monae watched this scene. It was so different from his own birth. He thought his parents had done the right thing. But here, everyone smiled. The child had just been born, and to his surprise, no one screamed. It seemed strange to him, so he came closer to check. Of course, the villagers saw him as a monster and immediately fired a volley of arrows at him. The baby's fragile skin couldn't protect him, but he only wanted answers to his questions. He didn't know why they were shooting. Searching for answers, he went into a cave where he heard a voice very similar to the one he heard at birth. It turned out to be the voice of a woman who had just given birth to a baby. She called him Jasy Jatere. And she was so glad it wasn't a monster this time. Monae hears this, and now he understands. Everywhere, they call him by that word the woman used, a monster. He wants to ask this woman something, but then his father appears, whose presence makes him tremble as if he's about to be devoured. He has to leave, but before going, he wants to take a piece of cloth that he really liked. Monae decides to wear the cloth, believing that if he wears it, he'll stop being so ugly. He sneaks into the village and watches the little girl who had caught his interest from the very start. Monae approaches her, and to his surprise, the girl doesn't scream at all. She just curiously looks at his face. But the girl was still too young to speak, while Monae was searching for someone who could answer all his questions. They were both newborns, but in their races, that meant very different things. Monae even thought the girl was foolish because she couldn't talk. Tribe members notice Monae and rush toward him to protect the girl. Confused, Monae runs away. He didn't understand why these people were so hostile when he'd done nothing to them. He decides the problem must be the cloth. So Monae sneaks closer to the tribe to steal more pieces of clothing. When the people go hunting, he sneaks into their hut and steals more clothes, hoping that would be enough. He starts hiding in the human tribe and overhearing their conversations. People notice that clothing has begun to disappear. They're sure it's the work of Tao's children, and they suspect it's Monae, the most terrible of them all. After all, Tao kept fathering more like him, and the shaman had foreseen it. They want to kill Monae before he grows up. Monae reflects on their words by the river. He doesn't know if he really is so horrible, since he has no one to compare himself to. By the water, Monae meets a man, and wanting answers, he approaches and asks if he really is that terrifying. People are terrified of such monsters. Because of the shaman's tales, they don't even listen, and the man immediately attacks Monae's arm. Monae didn't want this, but aggression and rage take over, and he attacks the man, killing him. Possessing the incredible strength of a monster, he easily kills the man, without even feeling resistance. After that, Monae often tried to talk to people, but every time they attacked him immediately, and so they died from their own weakness. Monae had to move to different places constantly, and the villagers no longer knew how to deal with this monster. It wasn't just Monae alone. All 7 devilish offspring of Tao had awakened and were growing stronger. Monae had to hide deeper in caves. He was tired of everything. He only wanted to hear that gentle voice from the past again. He slept an entire day, and when morning came, he heard from the forest a woman scream, desperately calling for help. Monae didn't leave the cave. He only asked from his hiding place what had happened to the girl. In front of him, he sees a very beautiful girl whose legs are injured, so she can't walk on her own. Since the girl can't walk, Monae wants to help her and asks the girl not to scream. She is the very same girl, the only newborn who didn't scream when she first saw him. The girl isn't afraid of him at all. She even recognizes him, remembering she saw him in her childhood. The boy is surprised. He has never spoken to a human with normal words, never shared his feelings with anyone. The girl accepts him as he is, and she's ready to offer him a reward for bringing her back to the village. Monae doesn't care for such a trinket. Instead, he only asks her to clarify a few things now that she can speak. The first question he asks is, which part of his body is the ugliest? He asks this so he could try to hide it. The monster becomes embarrassed before finishing the question, and the girl suggests another solution. Maybe he just needs to marry one of them. After all, when they marry someone from another tribe, it's as if they become part of that new people. The girl even offers to help him. She's ready to marry him, which truly surprises Monae. She sincerely supports him and is completely convinced that Monae is human too. Her words make Monae feel something pleasant in his chest, a feeling he has never experienced before. Love. Her words make Monae feel something pleasant in his chest, a feeling he has never experienced before. Love. But she can't walk on her own, so Monae takes her by the hand and leads her back to the tribe. It looks strange since Monae is several times larger than her. On the way, Monae asks about marriage. What human traditions are there, since in his kind they have their own ritual. Their ritual requires lots of human blood and a series of sacrifices. Only then can they get married, which greatly shocks the girl. The girl now has to go. She will tell her father that Monae saved her, and she believes her father will be glad to accept him as a son. Monae doesn't understand her words. All his life he killed people without a second thought. But the girl makes him want to live by different principles. If Monae wants to marry her, she wants him to stop killing people, because humans don't act like that. At last, they reach the tribe. The girl tells Monae to wait on the hill, and she'll bring her family to meet him. Monae still has doubts, but the girl assures him that her father won't attack someone who saved his daughter. Monae goes to the father and asks him to gather all the brothers for the wedding. and it seemed strange to him that his request was actually fulfilled. The father had always told him to stay away from his lands, but now he ordered that the ceremony be held right there. Everything was going too perfectly, and Monae wanted to believe his life had truly changed. They even spent joyful time together. Monae reveals details about his family. His father never gave him any guidance, only told him to follow his instincts. The girl asks Monae about his gift. Is it really just stealing and killing people, as he's always done? Monae assures her he wants to become human, but admits he feels no remorse at all when he kills them. The girl dreams of living in a world where no one has to shed tears or fear losing loved ones too soon. Monae doesn't quite understand her intentions. He has lived differently all his life, but he's willing to fulfill her dream if it will make her happy. Of course it would make her happy. She says her dream world will soon come true, now that Monae is with her. Back then, Monae was truly happy, but the girl actually meant something very different from what he imagined. In reality, she tricked him and trapped him and his entire family within Tao's domain, away from the human world. But even after all that, he still wanted to fulfill her dream. Until he found her half dead. By then it was too late, she was already dying. But she still managed to cast her curse so Monae's family would never escape. At that very moment, as if it were a gift, Monae developed telepathic abilities. But none of that mattered to him, as long as the girl remained the only person who talked to him and looked at him without disgust. He would have stained his hands with his own family's blood without hesitation. As long as she lived, he didn't care if he perished. He wished for the girl not to die. He was ready to sacrifice anything, shielding her body from the rain of stones. Sadly, the human body couldn't withstand such strain, and the girl's final thought was disgust toward Monae. She thought he was pathetic. Monae didn't understand why her own tribe abandoned her to die. After all, she had said that humans don't sacrifice their own kind. But they did sacrifice her to save themselves. Monae had many new questions again, but no one was left to answer them. For several more years, Monae mourned her death, all the while trapped and carrying the punishment laid on him by her family. He couldn't forgive anyone, neither himself for failing to protect her, nor her family for sacrificing her for imprisonment. That's why he decided to make people suffer. He thought it was a reasonable way to repay them. Monae began to cry, and Hela gently put her hand on his cheek to comfort him. He blames everything on his face. If not for his appearance, if he had looked like a human, he believes everything would have been fine. Hela remembers that Monae asked to take her face. Though she doesn't fully understand what that means, she's willing to do it. She isn't ready to die yet, and since human life seems so short to him, Hela offers him to wait until she dies naturally. Hela asks why he hasn't taken the faces from the corpses of the people he killed here. It turns out to be much more complicated. Between humans and gods, there are many laws, and he can't simply tear off a person's face by force. If he does that, the mask would forever keep an expression of horror, making it impossible to wear. So they need to make a deal instead. Hela sets her own terms. She wants Monae to return fresh water to the tribe below and never kill people again. She reminds him so much of his old beloved, but Monae is curious why Hela protects this tribe so fiercely, since they gave her to him in the first place. Hela has always been driven by her grandmother's ideals. She knew the chief accepts everyone without exception. He cannot judge, only help them find the right path. Now her mind is divided and she no longer knows what to do. But now she doesn't have to choose. At last, Jasy comes to save her. Without any greeting, Monae immediately attacks Jasy and he defends himself with his power. Jasy can't use all of his strength, but he doesn't mind taking a few hits if it will lead to Monae's death. Hela stops him and asks if Jasy knew that Monae was behind everything. Knowing Hela's character, Jasy foresaw that she might sacrifice herself, so he felt he had to kill Monae. Monae tries to get into Hela's mind, and Jasy instantly notices and blocks his telepathy. Hela explains she promised to give her face to the monster after death. This enrages Jasy, and he goes to kill him. With her kind heart, Hela can never think purely rationally, and she steps in to protect Monae. She knows the terrible things he has done, but Hela wants to guide him. She wants to set him on the right path, leaving him alive and making sure the tribe is safe. Her words disappoint Jasy again because he can't even imagine anything more foolish. But since Hela means more to him than anyone else, he has to compromise. Instead of Hela's face, Jasy offers Monae his own, right after he dies. Jasy promises this will happen very soon. Monae agrees, convinced that with Jasy's face, he'll be forgiven. He is already sure of his death, and he doesn't care about a face he won't be able to control anyway. So Jasy is ready to seal the deal, carving it into his own body. Hela doesn't like this turn of events and wants the deal to be with her. She was the first to ask for a deal. And in truth, even Monae would rather have her face than Jasy's. These words irritate Jasy deeply, and if Hela says one more word, he's ready to kill Monae right then. Holding Hela back, Jasy seals the contract with Monae, carving a promise in blood. After Jasy's death, his face will belong to Monae. A wound remains on his body. Hela tears her shirt down to the navel to bandage it. Hela starts speaking to Monae via telepathy. He thanks her. If not for her, Hasi would have killed him on the spot. She shares her guess about the girl's words. She called him pathetic because she sacrificed herself to kill the monster, and it hurt to realize he wasn't truly a monster. Hela knows this because she felt the same way about Jasy. She used to see him as a monster too. But she still hates him for taking Rodri from her, and Hela thinks the girl must have felt the same way. Remembering the other gods, Ao Ao and Monae, Jasy now seems the best of them, so Hela decides to trust him. Leaving the cave, Hela asks why Jasy did it for her. Jasy remembers Hela's words from before, when she said she didn't want to pick the flower, Waise. Zanskiro, and he feels the same way. Monae feels calmer now. He's heard the truth he wanted, and it turns out he should be the one asking the girl's forgiveness for killing so many of her loved ones. It turns out Monae kept the girl's body after her death, and when he's finally free, he wants to return it to her homeland, hoping she'll find peace. After the water level returned to normal, Jasy transported all the villagers back to their village, where they now have a lot of work to rebuild. Now the whole tribe worships Jasy, and they call Hela their shaman, who is now respected. The leader now behaves properly, since they did the tribe a great service. He wants to send Gapo to help them get out of the thicket. Hela still has many questions for Maramo, and she isn't going to rush. She wants to discuss all his deals with the gods. The leader doesn't think his choices were wrong. He explains he made them to provide everyone with food and water. Hela thinks over her plan, runs up, and pushes the chief into the water. And when the chief resurfaces, she feeds him Jasy's fruit, which the tribe believes to be cursed. The leader had always lied to the villagers. If someone bites this fruit, they'll lose their mind, and now the villagers will see whether he lied or not. He starts making excuses. He says he did it to protect the villagers from Jasy. According to the leader, Jasy Jatere came to their tribe and deceived his father with empty promises, leading the people into these lands, taking their strongest warriors along. After that, the strongest warriors never returned, and enemies seized the opportunity to attack them while they were defenseless. The leader says he finally managed to find his father and learn the truth. Everyone who came here after him was killed, and the leader ended up trapped here. Jasy knows which god this leader worships. He worships Nohesu, and Jasy says the chief's father chose to abandon the tribe and settle here. His father needed divine power to fend off attacks from enemy tribes. So they made a deal. Jasy would grant power to his family for 3 generations, and in return, his father was supposed to help destroy Tao, Jasy's father. But the father liked these lands too much, so he decided to stay here and then betrayed Jasy to his father, Tao. And his father punished Jasy by cutting off his ears and putting feathers in them, with no way to heal. He can't pull out these feathers, so for the rest of his life, he must live with endless pain and migraines. And all because of his father, who broke his word. And that's when Jasy realized people never keep promises. Maramo either doesn't want to lose the villagers' respect or is simply too stubborn. He keeps defending his father, saying this place was bad to live in. Jasy steps closer and tells him this place wasn't always like this. It changed after the gates were built. Hela asks why they make deals with gods at all if they don't trust them. The leader claims it's to protect the tribe from monsters. Even though they don't trust their leader, they have no choice left. They're all so tired, and in hard times, all they ever wanted was food, water, and shelter. They tried not to think about anything, because if they thought too deeply about their situation, they'd go mad from the bitter truth. Kind people like Hela gave their lives for them long ago, and they just want to live their lives without suffering. It would be enough if the leader simply let them eat the fruit, and besides, there's no one else to lead the tribe. Hela scolds them for this. In her view, you should always hope for something better, and never accept this terrible reality. They know what they're doing is wrong, but they really have no choice. They're simply exhausted by life. No matter how much Hela wants to help them, she isn't ready to stay here for their sake. She can't take responsibility for all their lives. Jasy sees her pain and comforts her. She's already done more than anyone could have asked. Gapo comes up to them and decides to take responsibility by becoming the new leader. He also thinks Hela is right. It can't go on like this. You can't stop hoping just because you fear pain. Gapo starts to inspire his tribe. It's time to wake up from this nightmare. They must hope for something better. And Gapo is ready to do whatever it takes. The tribe members trust Gapo but ask how he can guarantee they won't slip back into chaos. His friend speaks up for him, saying he's sure Gapo will think of something. After all, he's the strongest among them. Gapo always shared food with them, protected the shaman Sai when she was in danger, and even saved her life. People stopped believing the old leader long ago, so now that they have someone more reliable, Gapo could be a good leader. The most surprised by this decision is the old leader himself, who never thought his people would abandon him so easily. Gapo walks up to him and says that Chief Maramo betrayed their trust and put the tribe in danger. Gapo gives the order to take the old leader away and question him about his deals with other gods. And from now on, not only hunters will eat, Gapo believes everyone deserves food. Everyone is very happy about the new leader, especially Gapo's little friend, who is proud that his friend is now the leader. The new leader, Gapo, asks them not to thank him. He only found the courage thanks to Hela. The whole tribe is grateful to her. They thank Hela and call her the best shaman among all people. Jasy and Hela were about to leave, but the shaman Sai tells them both to rest today. They'll be brought food and water. Hela announces that she made a deal with Monae for fresh water, and she asks the villagers to thank Monae when they see him. At last, the villagers can fill their bellies. The fruits they once feared now become their favorite treat. Gapo has now truly become the tribe's new leader, and he's very anxious about it. Hela tries to cheer him up. He's afraid because he used to be a poor leader. When he first came here, he ended up in a trap. But Hela is sure he's wiser now. Hela plans to open this gate. She heard it's much safer on the other side, and she invites Gapo to come with them. Gapo himself wouldn't mind, but the tribe has always feared change, and he doesn't want to force it on them. Once Gapo brings order, he'll ask the people what they want. He wants to let them choose for themselves where to go. Jasy kept away from this gathering, and while standing aside, a servant offers to mend his cloak while he recovers. Since he thinks Hela isn't in danger right now, he accepts the help and goes with the servant. After some time, Hela starts looking for him. Jasy usually doesn't just disappear. A shaman woman comes up and tells her not to worry. She assures her that Jasy is in the pavilion and even suggests that Hela bring his robe herself, since they're now quite close. Hela doesn't mind and brings the robe to the hut, but she walks in at the worst possible moment. Jasy is taking a bath, completely naked. Jasy isn't shy about his body at all and even jokingly invites Hela to join him. Hela doesn't understand such jokes and, blushing, tosses him a towel. She's about to leave, but Jasy asks her not to. He feels scared alone here, especially after spending all his strength feeding the tribe. Hela sits by the wall and starts talking with Jasy. She asks him not to use his power like that anymore, because she'll worry about him. She really likes this gentle moment. It feels as if she's part of the tribe again, and she's ready to put off all her questions just to stay here a little longer. Jasy has already gotten dressed. Human clothes don't quite fit him. They only cover his shoulders, but he doesn't really care what he wears. He says he'd actually feel more comfortable naked. Hela really liked this tribe. She's done so much for them, but she knows very well she'll probably never get the same in return. But she never wanted anything back anyway. Hela ties Jasy's robe, and he asks her if she came to see him for something. Suddenly, the mood changes, and Jasy gives Hela one last chance. They should have left long ago. Jasy knows Hela wants to go home, but she can't leave the tribe she's come to love, because she truly cares about them. Their talk had become so open that they almost kissed, but at the worst possible moment, the shaman Sai calls Hela over. Hela goes out to the shaman. She's already brought her clean clothes and wants to guide Hela to the bath. After that, they go together to the hut to check on Keet, the girl who almost died. Now they have a constant food source, and Hela asks, if the former leader was so obsessed with gods, why didn't he use the gift of foresight? The shaman had long since stopped recognizing her leader. He began to avoid her, and once she saw him talking to himself. There was no one nearby, only the pelt of the slain Ao Ao on his head, which gave off a pink smoke. Maybe he was talking to it. Hela immediately realizes the chief made a deal with Ao Ao, and Ao Ao wouldn't just let him go, so she rushes straight to him. Unfortunately, she's too late. When she arrives at his cell, it's open, and Maramo himself is already gone. Gapo comes up and asks what happened. Hela explains Maramo escaped and most likely was in contact with Ao Ao. Not just the old leader, but also the guards disappeared. But since there were no signs of a struggle, Gapo concludes the guards were in on it. Gapo doesn't understand why Ao Ao would join in. After all, it was on the leader's order that they fed his cubs to the tribe. Jasy approaches. He could never call Ao Ao a loving father. Ao Ao doesn't care about his children and even hates them for the pain of endless breeding. For Hela, that still isn't an argument. She wonders why he lets them be eaten. Jasy doesn't know, but it seems that along with Marimo, half the tribe escaped, including many of the strongest warriors. The new leader, Gapo, takes on the role of leader. He orders them to strengthen the borders and stay alert because they could come back at any moment. Gapo thinks the warriors who left didn't see him as a worthy leader. He's sure that if they attacked now, they'd have no chance to fight back. But land and resources are still on their side. Plus, they didn't take much weaponry. And Hela suggests Gapo befriend Monae. Even though he's grateful for the fresh water Monae gave the tribe, Hela herself saw what the deal between Monae and the former leader led to. Hela insists Monae is kinder than he seems. Like anyone else, he longs for friendly connection. Chief Maramo fueled Monae's hatred of the world, but Gapo could reach out in friendship. It would benefit them both. To Hela, Monae is just a child, rejected by his own family, an outcast because of how he looks, and chained up for loving a human. She doesn't care whether he's a god or not. If he wants to talk, Hela won't judge him. These words really surprise Jasy. Gapo listens to her words, for Hela is about to leave, and she says that Gapo will not be a true chief with her around. As a parting word, Hela reminds the new leader of his promise to discuss with the tribe their possible move through the newly opened gate. Sometime later, they're ready to leave. All the villagers smile and say farewell to Hela. Hela mended Jasy's cloak, so now it looks whole again. But she's still annoyed that he still doesn't have pants. Even Monae says goodbye to Hela through telepathy. He promises to look after the tribe. Happily, Hela believes him. She feels they've become friends and truly understand each other. As a farewell, she waves to him. Gapo and his friends escort Hela to the edge of the forest. They give them arrows and knives, and from there, they'll go on alone. The tribe members are now friendly even toward Jasy, asking him to look after Hela. They set off on their journey. Hela remembers a time when people left the tribe in the same way. Then she felt worthless, and though she comforted Gapo, she still understands his fear. Of course, back then, Hela was very young. Even if people saw her as a real leader, Gapo is several times older than she was. Jasy doesn't like how Hela always does more than enough for people. And if they don't appreciate it, they don't deserve her. She ended up here, and Jasy had never before met a human who'd go this far for someone. They all broke their promises. To him, Hela is the only and best proof that people can be kind. But it enrages him that for him, she's the only one. He takes her hand. Everyone around tries to take her away, and it's very dangerous for Hela to stay here. They've become very close. Walking hand in hand, Hela asks what happens if a human and a god fall in love. Hela has already seen how it ends. Humans and gods can't be together. They'll never fully understand each other. She knows Jasy's mother, Karana, is human. And for him, that proves even more that a union with a god is the worst possible ending. Together, they arrive at a place where Jasy had been before. It's the very place he was born. To ease her anxiety, Jasy wants to show her something. He creates a circle with magic. He lifts Hela right to the top of a tree, because on its very peak, her favorite flower grows. And it's true. The flower she liked on their journey grows here. And not just one, but dozens of them. When he starts lowering Hela back down, Jasy decides to play with her, tossing and catching her gently on his barrier. The barrier is very soft, like a trampoline, and this game makes Hela laugh happily. Laughing, Hela begins to laugh so loudly, and for some reason, this laughter surprises Jasy, and he wants to hear it again. He wants to hear her laugh once more because he likes it so much, and to tease Hela, he gently places his hand on her neck. They sit together on the barrier, and Hela asks about Jasy's feelings. Is there anyone in the world he truly cares about? According to Jasy himself, gods feel nothing at all. Those emotions are far too human. But Hela felt very clearly how their bond grew stronger when they shared the same fear. They became much closer. She asks if Jasy is afraid to feel anything for people. Is that why he tries to act indifferent? Suddenly, something startles Hela. A small creature crawls under her dress, where she's keeping fruit. It turns out to be an ow-ow cub, but it looks nothing like its kin. And even more surprisingly, it's interested in Jasy's fruit. Hela starts feeding it. This isn't typical for monsters, since they all eat only meat. This puppy shows not a single sign of being a monster. And to Hela, it even seems quite cute. Hela picks it up, but Jasy tries to remind her that no matter how cute it seems, it's still a monster. This time, Jasy isn't willing to give in to Hela, and he throws the monster off the barrier. Jasy is sure that if the monster were a bit older, it would have eaten Hela. But she thinks it just wanted the fruit and didn't even try to bite her. Ow-Ow's offspring carry his essence. They're part of him. So Jasy doesn't believe it could be truly good. Hela asks, does that mean the cub is only pretending to be innocent while actually being pure evil? Jasy doesn't want to lie, but he admits he doesn't know himself. The little cub doesn't give up. It clings to the barrier with its paws and refuses to leave. Because Hela fed it, it's become very attached to her. And Hela remembers she always wanted a puppy. Hela promises not to take it with them, which calms Jasy down a little. Jasy feels like Hela likes all his brothers, except for him. Hela herself doesn't know why, but somehow all monsters seem cute to her. Even the terrifying monster Monae. It becomes clear that either Hela has very strange taste, or maybe even bad eyesight. In childhood, Hela was taught to beware of those who could enchant you. That's why she feels Jasy could be like that, a monster who might enchant her. And lately she really does feel enchanted. No one else has ever given her such mixed feelings. They get ready to leave, climb off the barrier, take each other's hand, and walk. But the Ow Ow cub just won't leave them alone. Jasy throws it away as far as he can, hoping it'll finally stop following them. They enter a very dark cave, and Hela's amulet starts to glow with Jasy's power, lighting their way. The ground turns out to be very slippery, but Jasy catches her. He hasn't yet lost so much strength that he can't hold the girl. They have only a little farther to go, and the cub catches up with them again, as if it followed their scent. They get distracted by the cub and don't notice when some unknown red mixture falls on Jasy. The mixture completely covers Jasy, and he vanishes from Hela's sight. It's as if he evaporates right there. Hela tries to find him, but the mixture heats up when she touches it. She can't push it aside to pass through. She starts to walk forward, but the cub starts barking loudly, as if trying to warn Hela. And it really turns out to be true. In the very spot where Hela was about to step, that same red mixture falls a second later. Now Hela is sure of the cub's good intentions. She pets it and asks it to lead her to Jasy if it can sense him. Though the cub can't speak, it starts to lead Hela, and they come across pink eggs that have just hatched. Hela realizes they must have stumbled into Ow Ow's lair. She starts climbing up a surface that feels like skin. The cub can't climb by itself, so Hela puts it on her shoulder, since it might save her from a sudden attack. Together, they climb over a barrier, and the dog, seeing Jasy first, starts barking. Thanks to it, Hela reaches him. Jasy turns out to be wrapped up in that slime. Hela uses her homemade knife to try to cut him free. He's unconscious but still breathing, and as soon as Hela starts pulling him out of the cocoon, he starts heating up again. No matter how hard Hela tries, she can't get Jasy to wake up completely. She decides to kiss him, and Jasy immediately responds to her kiss, almost unconsciously kissing her back. Hela thinks she might have shared a little energy with Jasy, but this only makes him laugh, because only he can do that. And Hela thinks Jasy planned this just to kiss her, but Jasy reminds her he's still badly injured. He stands up, and Hela wonders how they'll get out of this strange place, and where they even are. Jasy doesn't know the answer to the second question, but he does know how they'll get out. He decides to force his way through the mixture. But from the very first blow, Jasy starts coughing up blood. That strike weakens him badly. Now Jasy understands they're not trapped in a room. They're inside Ow Ow's belly, which is why he can't attack. But Hela saw the eggs and thinks they should be in a nest. Jasy says this is the nest, and most likely it's inside the womb. Jasy tells Hela to escape on her own. In this weakened state, he won't be able to keep up with her anyway. He needs time to recover. When the curse acts up, he loses a lot of strength. And while this thing isn't moving again, Hela has to run. Jasy doesn't know how soon he'll recover. His energy is chaotic now, like that altar from his visions. That altar used to be filled with water, but now it barely reaches the ankles. And it'll be a long time before he regains his strength. Hela looked at her companion and said she would never leave him in trouble, and that he should lean on her shoulder, then they could get out of there together. Jasy was surprised by the girl's dedication, but silently accepted her help. Suddenly, the little puppy started whining and yapping, grabbing their attention. A purple mist wrapped around Jasy and Hela, and from somewhere came a satisfied voice saying Jasy did a good job finally bringing a human. In the next moment, a red goo attacked the god again and dragged him away somewhere. Everything happened so fast, the girl couldn't even grasp what was going on. The puppy caught hold of Hela's skirt hem and pulled her back before the red goo could reach her. She started running away from the quickly approaching danger, but kept wondering where that nasty thing had dragged Jasy Jatere off to this time. Hearing the whining, she managed to pick up the puppy, who had barely escaped being swallowed by the red slime. She wouldn't let anything happen to her new friend. Though the little animal couldn't speak, it clearly showed gratitude for being saved. Holding the puppy close, the girl asked if it could lead her back to Jasy. The little creature looked brave and determined. When another wave of slime appeared before them, she stumbled and, holding the puppy tightly, tumbled down a slope. The fall was pretty rough. She felt pain all over her body. Suddenly, she heard rustling and her new friend took a defensive stance. They were being watched by a pack of similar little puppies, but these looked hostile and growled as they slowly approached. Hela noticed the puppy's eyes were a different color from the others in the pack. Grabbing the puppy, she tried to run away from the angry monsters, but the pack charged. Reaching one of the rocks, the girl decided to climb it. Looking back, all she could think was that they were trying to eat her. Suddenly, red slimes surrounded the girl, driving away the pack of puppies, and Hela stared up in surprise. Meanwhile, Jasy Jatere, trapped in the red slime, tried to move but realized he was chained tight. His beast-like brother appeared before him. Laughing somewhat, Ao Ao said he was glad Jasy finally brought a human to him. The monster said his brother did a good job since the girl's soul radiated so much of his divine power. And though she was pretty fast, he was confident he'd catch her. Knowing he was immobilized, Jasy still clenched his fists and growled fiercely for his brother not to lay a finger on the girl. Ao Ao warned Jasy he should be nicer to family. After all, he'd never seen Ao Ao without his mask. The red slime tightened around Jasy's body, but he said his brother looked weaker than expected. Ao Ao admitted each new child took a part of him. His kids kept stealing his energy, and he wanted to free himself from the pain before nothing remained of him. Smirking, Jasy asked if his brother ever tried to stop reproducing and laying eggs. Ao Ao replied that because of their father's curse, he couldn't control it and needed 100 people to sacrifice themselves to free him. Jasy looked at his brother and said he wouldn't find a single person willing to do that. But Ao Ao answered that Jasy's companion was exactly that kind of person, always sacrificing herself for others, so Jasy should convince her to give him her life, willingly. Jasy felt anger and smirked, asking if his brother was really dumb enough to expect him to ask Hela that. Did he think Jasy would trust their father's loyal dog? Ao Ao admitted he wasn't loyal to their father. After all, he was the one who stopped time here and cursed it. Now he could only be freed if he or one of his children ate 999 people against their will. That's why he wanted to help Jasy open the gates, get out of here, and find 100 volunteers ready to sacrifice their lives for him. Jasy didn't trust his brother and said even if he got out of here, he wouldn't find anyone willing to do that. Ao Ao licked his lips slyly and said he wasn't going to look for 100 people. One girl, Hela, would be enough. She held a massive amount of Jasy's energy, and her soul was worth way more than 100 human souls. In exchange, he'd help open the gates and lead Jasy to Karana's lineage. Jasy said he didn't need anyone but Hela anymore. She was the last person he asked for help and was ready to end it all. So why wouldn't Ao Ao open the gates and find people if he could? Holding his brother captive in red slime, Ao Ao said he couldn't move freely, especially with his whole pack of children around. Besides, their father might be nearby. The monster said they needed to hurry and combine their powers. He wouldn't betray his brother. If Jasy didn't want to share the girl, he should let him and his children hunt beyond the gates. Jasy smiled tiredly and asked if his brother still thought he could easily hide from their father. Ao Ao suggested a deal, but Jasy knew because of their father's curse, Ao Ao couldn't make deals without his approval. Besides, how would he even know what Jasy wanted? Ao Ao suddenly lifted his head, listening, then said his pups were eager to eat Jasy's companion. Was this human girl really more important to him than his brother? The monster was surprised, realizing Jasy found someone who cared about him, and that Jasy himself wasn't indifferent to the human girl. Hearing this, an image of Hela surfaced in Jasy's mind. He suddenly realized she was precious to him. She was his human. He looked at his brother angrily and told him to shut up, warning that not a single hair on the girl's head should fall. But Ao Ao just kept laughing gutturally and said this girl would end up just like their mother, that if she knew the fate awaiting anyone who bonds with a god, she'd run away without looking back. In Jasy's memories, little Hela appeared, her face worried, asking if he was okay. Jasy had known this for a long time, but dreamed for years of being part of her life. But he knew the fate she'd face if she stayed with him, so he ignored that desire because he wanted her to live a long, happy life and die without painful suffering. Her life was already too short, and Jasy would treasure the memory of her till his last day. Clenching his fist and tightening the red slime again, Jasy told his brother Hela would never become like Karana. Suddenly, something flashed by and landed right between the two godbrothers. Smiling, Hela turned to Jasy and said he asked her to protect him if he ever got in danger. So here she was, ready to keep her promise. Seeing the girl, Jasy sadly thought it was probably too late to dream of a peaceful life for her. since he was already enchanted by her. Not giving him time to think, Ao Ao said it was all too touching, but time to end it, sending a stream of red slime straight at the girl. But Hela manages to jump back, and her little new friend throws himself at the red slime, protecting her and pushing the streams away. Ao Ao watches one of his many offspring with interest and says now he understands why it was so hard to catch the girl. Hela boldly meets the god's gaze and asks if he's really Ao Ao, the one who fathered this huge pack. The monster replies that he can be called their father, but apparently one of his children forgot who created him, and points to the puppy at her feet. Seeing his father, the puppy trembles but refuses to leave the girl. Ao Ao says she stole his child, brainwashing it with her blood. In that moment, Hela remembers how one of Ao Ao's puppies bit her leg and wouldn't let go, even though it was suffering. Turns out, it was this very pup. But why had it changed? Ao Ao says it only proves how powerful the girl's blood is. He promises not to hurt her, he just wants to talk. Then he asks, does she want to save Jasy? The girl says yes, and asks what she has to do to stop his pain. Ao Ao smirks approvingly and says, in that case, she just has to sacrifice her life for Jasy, and he'll set him free. In that moment, Hela remembers how one of Ao Ao's puppies bit her leg and wouldn't let go, even though it was suffering. Turns out, it was this very pup. But why had it changed? Ao Ao says he's glad she knows the gods well. She understands they can't just take human lives without consequence. A soul without consent is worthless. Not fully understanding his intentions, the girl asks, why does he even need her soul? Then Ao Ao tells her about the curse his father put on him. He says Jasy holds so much divine energy, her sacrifice alone would be enough to break it. Seeing her hesitate, Ao Ao asks, was he wrong? Doesn't she feel anything for Jasy, or is it because she judges him for being a god? Embarrassed, Hela replies, she does care about him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to save him. Pleased, Ao Ao keeps pushing. His brother sacrificed himself over and over to protect her, passing his divine power to her. Now she holds more of it than Jasy himself. He's almost an empty shell. At that moment, Hela realizes that watery feeling she always got when injured, it was Jasy's power healing her. Could that be why her wounds healed so fast? Did Jasy give up parts of his immortal life for her? Every time? But thinking of Rodri, the girl tells the monster she can't give up her life. Not until she saves her friend. Ao Ao is surprised. Does she really value her friend more than Jasy? The girl tries to explain their situations are different, but Ao Ao isn't listening anymore. He summons his staff. Smiling darkly, the monster says Jasy doesn't know this, but Ao Ao personally tortured him for 100 years. It dulled the pain, and he's ready to bring back the good old days. Hearing this, Hela can't take it anymore and shouts she agrees to anything. Just don't let Jasy suffer anymore. Surprised and intrigued, Ao Ao leans in close, asking if she really cares about Jasy. Is he really that important to her? Blushing and not looking away, the girl admits he's right, and repeats she's ready to sacrifice herself. Jasy hears everything, but he can't break free or stop her. In despair, he clenches his fists. Meanwhile, the girl says Jasy promised to save Rodri, and she trusts him. But she has a request for Ao Ao. She wants his children to stop eating people. But the monster says he'd like to order them, but without his father's permission, he doesn't have the power. In their world, hierarchy is everything. Hela asks if Ao Ao ever made a deal with the tribe's former chief, and what it was about. Ao Ao replies, yes, he did. The chief had to feed his tribesmen to Ao Ao's children to try and lift the curse. But it didn't work. But Hela isn't satisfied. She asks, what happens to people who eat Ao Ao's children? The monster says he doesn't know. The energy from lost children doesn't return to him, but at least he doesn't have to keep giving birth to them. Tired of her questions, Ao Ao says it's time she said it out loud, that she's ready to sacrifice herself willingly. Suddenly, Jasy's voice breaks through, weak but fierce. He growls, reminding Hela that her life belongs to him, and she can't do this. Ao Ao tightens the red slime around Jasy and tells him to sit still while the girl gives her life for him. Hela begs Ao Ao not to hurt him. Hela asks Ao Ao one last question. Can he feel other people inside his body? Ao Ao looks at her, confused, and says he can't. He's only able to track her because she's full of divine energy. Suddenly, Hela lifts her head and smiles brightly. She looks him in the eyes and says, that's great news. As Ao Ao stands confused, warriors from the tribe rush in from every side. They pierce him with spears and the monster collapses, Saz bleeding. Ao Ao lets out a painful roar and tries to crawl away from the sharp weapons. But in the next moment, the warriors freeze. It's like chains wrap around their necks, and they collapse. The rest of the tribe descends. Mita heads toward Jasy to free him, while the others chase after Ao Ao. Reaching Jasy, Mita cuts through the red slime and says, "A god's help would be really useful right now." Finally free, Jasy forms a barrier of air and flies upward, shouting that he has to protect Hela first. Ao Ao is wounded, but still has enough strength to move. He rushes toward the cave, howling, summoning his children. Meanwhile, Hela doesn't understand what's happening to Hapo and the others. They're choking, unable to move. Suddenly, Jasy appears at her side, takes her by the arm, and says, "Ao Ao's children are charging this way as a pack. They have to go." The girl looks at the god and begs him to save the people. She can't leave them to die. Jasy, who's never trusted people, let alone sacrificed for them, knows he has no choice. Looking into Hela's eyes, he realizes he can't say no. Suddenly, howls echo from the tunnels. Hundreds of Ao Ao's children. The monsters are coming and the people are out of time. Hela asks Sai and Mita to mimic the monsters' howls, to try to distract them and split them up. Then she turned to Jasy and said Ao Ao must have done something to them. It looked like everyone who ate the monster's meat had fallen under his control, and now they needed to catch him. Suddenly, a huge pig-like monster burst into the cave and let out a thunderous roar. Jasy managed to steady Hela and, leaning in, told her he'd take care of the beast. She had to go after Ao Ao. His brother was wounded and weak, so she could definitely take him. Hela gave her companion a gentle smile and promised she'd come back to him, and asked him to stay safe. Shielding the girl with his barrier, Jasy helped her slip past the pig monster and into the cave where Ao Ao had fled. As soon as she was out of sight, the god's face hardened. Calling the creature a hog, he warned it he wasn't letting it through. The furious monster growled and broke through Jasy's barrier. The curse made it so the god couldn't harm him. He could only defend himself briefly. The beast lunged at full force, but Jasy managed to raise another barrier just in time. He didn't know how long he could hold it, but he had to buy Hela time. Meanwhile, Ao Ao crawled deeper into the cave, whining that he couldn't die like this. Hela ran after him, gripping her dagger tightly, silently begging Jasy to hang on just a little longer. She finally caught up to Ao Ao, leapt forward, and drove her weapon into the monster's back. The god howled in pain and began pleading with her not to take his life. Towering over him, slicing her hand with the dagger, the girl said she wasn't going to. From now on, he was hers. Hela's blood dripped into the monster's mouth, and suddenly, a binding chain formed between them. In the next moment, Hela and Ao Ao found themselves in a parallel space. She could feel chains linking her hand to the Ao Ao pup and the god himself, but didn't understand where she was. The monster clutched at his neck in panic, howling that instead of freedom, he'd gotten another chain. Looking at her hand, Hela realized her plan had worked. Just as she thought, Tao had once controlled Ao Ao using his own blood. So when she gave him blood filled with Jasy's energy, she'd managed to tame Ao Ao and his offspring, just like the little pup. It turned out that everyone who ate the flesh of the monsters was now linked to her as well. The second chain on Ao Ao's neck most likely led back to Tao. The monster begged her to free him. Tears welled up in his eyes. Ao Ao told her he was born big and strong, but his father cursed him to suffer and slowly turn to dust. Hela felt pity and agreed to free him, but only if he released the captives first. The god demanded she let him go first, so the girl yanked the chain binding them and commanded him to follow her orders. The chain around Ao Ao's neck pulled tight. He cried out in pain, realizing he could no longer resist her commands. Ao Ao severed the connection between himself and both his children and the tribe members under his influence. The monster had met her condition. Now she had to free him. But Hela said she couldn't free him until she severed his bond with Tao. Otherwise, nothing would change. Ao Ao tried to sway her again, weeping that she now shared control over him with Tao. But he couldn't fight his father, which is why he asked for a willing sacrifice. Hela said he couldn't fool her. She knew Ao Ao longed for her death. Then, boldly, she walked toward the tree where the second chain connecting to Ao Ao's neck was hidden. As she drew closer, the tree branches opened like a gate, welcoming her in. Finally, in the heart of the tree, she saw a hand, from which a golden chain stretched, just like hers. Tao was asleep. Hela crept forward, hoping he wouldn't notice, and she could quietly remove the chain from his hand. But just as her fingers were about to reach the chain, the god's hand twitched. The mist surrounding Tao slowly faded, and through it, the silver-haired god smirked at her. Even his eyes laughed. He greeted Hela, saying they were definitely going to become friends. Then the god broke Ao Ao's chain and said that for her sake, he was ready to free them all. Tao's chain evaporated from Ao Ao's neck, and with it, the monster and his offspring were finally severed from the god. The mist once again enveloped Tao, and the last thing he told Hela was, "See you soon." Then vines and leaves wrapped around the girl and whisked her away in a strange whirlwind. In the next moment, she found herself back in the cave where she'd attacked Ao Ao. The monster sat before her and joyfully said his father had freed him. His father had Ao Ao told her that now only her chain remained on his neck, and she couldn't control the pack anymore unless his children were reborn. Hela didn't understand. Who controlled the pack now? She hadn't expected Tao to sever all the bonds. Ao Ao grinned smugly and said now his children obeyed no one, unless they were reborn. But if Hela died, he'd be free. Happy with this turn of events, the monster stretched out his clawed hand, hoping to end the life of the girl who had bound him. But Hela snapped out of her shock and quickly ordered him to stop. Ao Ao froze instantly, unable to move. He struggled against the command, but couldn't resist. Gaining confidence, Hela realized her bond was stronger than his will. She ordered him to sit and raise one paw. Ao Ao followed all her orders obediently, which made the girl smile. She said, he really did obey her. Meanwhile, Hapo and the other tribespeople who'd been enslaved finally came to and could breathe again. But Mita and Sai ran up and warned them. The pack had gone wild. The monsters were attacking each other and would soon be here. Hela stood up and said it was time to get out of the cave, but Ao Ao told her the only way out was the gate. Wrapping her wounded arm, the girl listened as the monster told her the gate was at the far end of the cave. She orders Ao Ao to hold back the pack. Despite being wounded, he can still use his red slime. Hela tells him to find Jasy and lead everyone out, while she, full of determination, sets off to open the gate. The girl is certain that once she reaches the final point, her dear friend Rodrigo will be waiting for her there. Suddenly, an image of Jasy flashes through her mind. His warm, anxious gaze, and the feelings that have grown in her heart for him. She realizes she might never see him again. Meanwhile, Jasy is fighting a pig-like monster. He's nearly out of strength. Ao Ao appears beside him and throws the monster off. Jasy asks in surprise why his brother is helping him. Ao Ao replies that Hela gave him the order. She went to open the gate. Hearing this, Jasy is horrified. He screams internally, "No, not that!" then runs toward the gate, leaving Ao Ao to fight the monster alone. Hela is running fast until her tiny, fluffy friend gets her attention by barking loudly. She stops at the edge of a cliff. Looking down, she sees Ao Ao's pack, wolves fighting one another. She breathes a sigh of relief, realizing she almost fell into that swirling mess of fangs and claws. She hugs her little savior tightly, praises him for being so smart, and tells him she's giving him a name, Aoi. The puppy seems to understand every word and is overjoyed. He's never had a name before. Finally, Hela reaches the path made of floating stone slabs in the air. The gate stands before her. She tells Aoi to wait for her, and if anything goes wrong, to bark loudly. It's as if some invisible force is guiding her, pulling her in. These floating stones, the purple lights. She doesn't even realize how she ends up standing in front of the gate. Suddenly, she hears someone humming a song from behind the gate and freezes. Is she going crazy, or is someone actually singing? The girl reaches out, almost hypnotized, but then a man's hand grabs her wrist. Jasy pulls her in and holds Hela close to his chest. He's breathing heavily, but clearly relieved he made it in time. Feeling the warmth of his chest and his arms wrapped around her, the girl blushes. But then, why is he looking at her with that wild, cold stare? Jasy lowers his head and hugs her even tighter, like he's gathering strength, trying to make a choice. His hands are shaking. Suddenly, he lets her go and steps back. He says no god should ever fall under a human spell. Humans live only to serve the gods, and that truth should never be forgotten. Jasy falls silent. He thinks that Hela needs to disappear and take with her all the human emotions she stirred up in him. His gaze turns cold and hollow. He tells her that to open the gate, the gods require a willing human sacrifice. If Hela wants to save her friend Rodrigo and the rest of her people, she has to give up her life. Jasy is sure she must vanish with the rest. Hela freezes in place, staring in horror at the one her innocent heart had grown so attached to. She drops to her knees in despair and helplessness. Jasy wants to comfort her, take back his words, but he clenches his fist and stays silent. Without lifting her head, the girl tries to make sense of it. Was everything he did, all his care, just to keep her alive long enough for her to sacrifice herself? Jasy replies quietly but firmly, she's right. So he claimed her life for himself to open the gate? He always said he hated humans for their betrayal, but isn't he doing the same? Jasy's eyes shine with a cold light. Hela is right. He learned this from humans. Wasn't that a human thing to do? Confused and emotional, the girl screams that no person would willingly give up their life for a god. Then she suddenly asks what really happened to Rodri. Jasy calmly says her friend went through the gate. The girl steps closer and says she thought Jasy had a noble purpose, that he risked his life for something important and would never hurt humans. She was even afraid to betray his trust and believed he never harmed Rodrigo. But now? A smirk appears on Jasy's face. He says she sounds really sweet. Furious, Hela demands to know where Rodrigo is. All she hears is that her friend is on the other side of the gate. Jasy says he made a deal with someone and promised to bring him. As realization hits Hela, Jasy shows her a name carved into his shoulder, Ko, and tells her Rodrigo's mother made a deal with him. She would open the gate, and Jasy would bring her son. To Hela, it all sounds ridiculous. She can't understand why Aunt Ko would agree to something like that. Jasy explains that their family is cursed, the curse of the Karana bloodline, and to break it, Ko needed her son. Jasy says he always keeps his side of a deal. Unlike humans, only descendants of Karana can pass through the gate without a sacrifice, but Ko tricked him and didn't hold the gate for him. Hela refuses to believe the Aunt Ko she knew could have done that. But Jasy smirks again, saying humans treat gods differently than other humans, and isn't Hela the same? Even Hela was always willing to sacrifice herself for other people, but never for him. The girl looks at Jasy in shock. Angry, she asks why she should die for someone who betrayed her. Jasy replies that it's lucky they've met so many people here whose lives she does care about. Unable to believe his selfishness, Hela slaps him hard across the face, but Jasy just stands there. He stays silent. Sadness flashes in his eyes. No matter how much he hopes, humans will never treat gods the same as they do each other. So, he tells her. Her friend acted just like any other human. He lied to Jasy and didn't let him through the gate either. Wherever Rodrigo is now, he definitely wants Hela to come for him. Hela says she'll never believe that Rodri could be as terrible as Jasy. Jasy says it's a shame he won't get to see the moment when Hela realizes the truth and is disappointed in her friend. The girl firmly says she won't give him her life. Then, behind him, the howl of the Ow Ow pack and the shouts of the tribe members ring out. They ran to the gate, hoping Hela had already opened it, but it seems their hopes were in vain. Hela wants to rush to help her new friends, but Jasy summons a magical barrier and shatters the floating stone so she can't escape. She stumbles and nearly falls, but Jasy catches her just in time and tells her to be more careful. Hela pulls away from him and says with contempt that he must never touch her again. Tears stream down her cheeks as she covers her face with her hands. Hela says she was sure that, as a god, he was incapable of emotion. But even Monae and Ao Ao showed they could feel something. She'd been right all along, but didn't want to believe it. She never should have trusted him. Jasy was so afraid of being like his godfather and at the same time didn't want to be like humans. So what is he? Jasy looks at the girl with regret, not knowing what to say, because he can't explain what's happening to him either. In the next moment, Hela lifts her tear-filled eyes to him, full of pain, and calls him a real monster. Then Jasy leans in and says she'll have to trust the monster, as she called him, because only he can bring her friend back home. Seeing the pain in her eyes, Jasy softens for a second and bitterly asks why she never once mentioned that he should protect her life when they made the deal. Hela sobs, tears rolling down her cheeks, and says maybe Jasy made the right choice because she was so afraid of losing the chance to save Rodri that she never even thought about herself. Slowly walking toward the gate, she says she's always been willing to give her life for those she loves. Jasy wants to stop her because he himself is confused about what he feels. He realizes that Hela, like him, doesn't know the right answer. She remembers all the times Jasy saved her, protected her, and held her close to his chest. He got mad at her, but at the same time he was afraid of losing her. He was jealous of her and longed to make her his alone. He enjoyed her smile and saw how her cheeks turned red when she looked at him. Just like her, he had conflicting feelings and finally chose one, hoping Hela would erase the other. Standing before the gate, she asks if he could handle her death. Jasy jerks his hand back in anger. How dare she think that a human could mean anything to him? Hela answers that she's lost many loved ones. She knows what it's like when your world falls apart. Turning to him, she calmly says that choosing one emotion doesn't erase the other, and she's willing to die knowing he'll have to feel that pain himself. Jasy stands there stunned. Deep inside, he feels she's right. Those conflicting feelings are raging within him. Hela approaches the gate, and streams of water begin to reach out to her. She hears the singing of souls calling her to enter the waters of truth. The flow of souls and the waters of truth beckon to her. She must open herself to them. Hela can hear her own thoughts, and the souls sing, asking her to open the door to her soul and speak with it honestly. The souls don't recognize her as a descendant of Karana, so they ask if she's ready to become a spirit like them and open the gates. They hear her thoughts, that she doesn't want to die, and they won't accept her soul without her consent. Hela must listen to herself and discover her true desires. Looking deep within, Hela realizes she can't believe Jasy truly betrayed her, and she feels deep sorrow knowing she might lose yet another person she loves. She realizes she's mourning the loss of Jasy. Horrified, Hela covers her face, unable to believe she feels that way towards someone who kidnapped her best friend. The souls sing joyfully, saying she's on the right path. She must be honest with herself. A human soul never lies. But Hela refuses to believe it. Why was she really willing to sacrifice herself? In the next moment, a manifestation of Hela's soul appears as her younger self. Little Hela smiles brightly and says she was always willing to make sacrifices just to escape the crushing loneliness and leave behind a story of heroism. She wants her grandmother's legacy to live on. She always blamed herself and won't allow what she loves to be destroyed. She won't make the same mistake twice. Just as her grandmother sacrificed herself for others, Hela's soul has always wanted to continue that legacy. And it should have a happy ending. The gate souls swirl around her, singing that her soul has spoken. Now it's time for Hela to decide. Meanwhile, Jasy stands frozen. Hela's final words echo in his mind. Can he really bear her death? Is he willing to give up everything he's waited centuries for? Is it worth it if her life will end sooner or later, and he'll never hear her laughter again? Is it worth it if he'll never hold her in his arms again? Summoning an air barrier, Jasy wonders, what is he willing to sacrifice for his human? Sending a gust of wind and breaking down the wall that separated them, he wraps his arms around her waist. To him, she's not just a human. Holding her tightly to his chest, Jasy cries out desperately that she was right. He can't bear to lose her. Even if she values herself less than others, he won't let her go. Her life means more to him than anything. But suddenly he realizes her body has gone limp and her head falls lifelessly. The stream of water from the truth pulls her away, tearing her body from his arms. At last, the gate Jasy longed to open begins to open before him. The gate souls rejoice, singing that they accept the sacrifice. A pure and selfless soul has come to them, a true delicacy. Jasy shakes the girl, begging her to wake up. A strange pain is born in his chest. It's hard to breathe and his throat burns. He never imagined such pain existed. Never before had he felt tears on his eyes and cheeks. His world has collapsed. Holding close the body of the one who held his heart, Jasy realizes he killed the only person he ever truly cared about. His body is racked with sobs, and he doesn't know what to do now. A little earlier, members of the tribe had begun running from the Ow Ow pack. It was growing in numbers. Ow Ow himself was doing his best to hold them back. Suddenly, the monster feels something happening to the chain that kept him bound to Hela. The chain that connected them began to break. And that could only mean one thing. Hela was dead, and Ow Ow was free. Hapo was the first to reach the gates. He stopped when he saw they were already open, and Jasy was sitting there facing him. Hapo couldn't see what was behind Jasy's back and said they all needed to leave this place, but Jasy told him that she had opened the gates. Jasy gently lifted Hela's lifeless body into his arms. He said he was going to give her all his remaining energy, and after that the tribe would need to make it through the gates on their own, because he wouldn't be able to help anymore. Hapo, confused, asked what was going on with Hela. Jasy turned to him with a heavy heart and said, I killed her. Hapo froze. Just then, the rest of the tribe came running up, shouting that the monsters were right behind them. Before Ow Ow's wolves could reach them, Jasy raised a protective barrier. The cave began to collapse, and the people rushed toward the gates. In an instant, they found themselves in an entirely new world. The sun, hidden from them for centuries, now shone brightly on the land. A crystal-clear river flowed down from the mountains, and far in the distance, they could see the works of human hands. The people ran toward this new life, overjoyed and unable to believe they had made it to such a beautiful world, free from evil. Jasy helped Hapo to his feet and, struggling to breathe, said that if Hapo wanted to help Hela, he would have to find him later. Jasy gave them one last apologetic look, then disappeared. Mita and Saye ran up to Hapo and asked, where did Jasy take Hela? The girl had clearly been unconscious. But before they could figure out where they were, Ow Ow's wolves came charging through the gates straight at them. Suddenly, a god appeared right in front of the monsters and blocked their path. With a powerful surge, all the beasts were swept into the abyss. Mita and Sai looked down and realized the god had destroyed all the monsters. The god, looking more like a man in a bird mask with a massive beak, introduced himself and asked if Jasy Jatere was with them. Hapo replied, "It's just us. We ran through the gates to escape Au's pack. The gates were already open when we got there." The god stared at the chief with violet eyes and said that knowing Jasy, he doubted he'd ever willingly work with humans. But he could still sense Jasy's energy and was sure they were hiding something. Hapo didn't trust the gods. He said their tribe was made up of only humans, and they were just trying to escape from monster-filled caves. "And who are you anyway?" The god in the bird mask introduced himself as Tui, second son of Tao and Karana, and brother of Jasy Jatere. As he stepped too close to Hapo, the god accidentally brushed against him and started apologizing, patting him gently. Human energy was so weak that Tui, it felt like they were always several meters away. Since Jasy wasn't with them, the god said they could enjoy their time here, and he would go search for his brother. Sai suddenly asked, "Why are you looking for Jasy Jatere?" Tui simply replied that his brother had escaped from a prison he was never meant to leave, and that humans shouldn't trust him. If they ever saw him again, they should report it to the nearest tribe's chief. With those words, the god transformed into a bird and flew away. As chief, Hapo said they'd made the right call not mentioning Jasy. They still didn't know why he had been imprisoned. Right now, they needed to take roll call, check the wounded, and catch their breath. A little later, Hapo called Sai and Mita over and told them Hela was dead, and that Jasy had said they could help him bring her back. Mita was alarmed. He didn't believe the dead could return, especially not by the hand of the one who killed them. Hapo admitted he didn't fully understand either, but Jasy claimed he wanted to give Hela all his energy. Still, they needed to focus on helping the rest of the tribe out of the caves first. Sai said everyone in the tribe owed their lives to Hela. They couldn't just turn their backs on her now. In the end, they agreed to rest a bit, then decide what to do next. Later that night, after setting up camp, Hapo walked past Sai and wished her goodnight, but she asked him to wait. In the quiet, she gently tended to his wounds and wrapped a bandage around his arm. Finally, she got the courage to speak. She told him he never started conversations with her, never asked questions. "Was it because you were afraid?" she asked. "Afraid that if you got to know me, I'd remind you of someone you lost a long time ago?" Hapo was surprised. "What do you mean?" he asked. She said she just wanted to be useful to him, and that if he told her more about that girl, maybe she could help. But Hapo stood up and said he appreciated her, and that he would always protect her as a shaman. She didn't need to worry about anything else. After a moment's thought, he turned back and said, "I need you not just as a shaman, but as the girl named Sai." Sai looked at her chief, eyes glistening with gratitude, and something more. Alone later, Hapo wondered if maybe she really did remind him of his former shaman, Kiriri, the one who had sacrificed herself just like Hela. But did he have the right to simply accept that sacrifice? Or should he listen to Sai and try to save Hela? The marks on Jasy and Hela's arms were identical. Through them, Jasy could channel his power into her. Linking their hands together, Jasy leaned in to kiss the one he cherished and sent a flow of energy into her. His final thought was a prayer, that her heart would be protected. The next day, Hapo told the tribe that they needed to find Jasy Jatere and save Hela's, then return to rescue the others still trapped. But the people disagreed. Why should they trust a god who took her life? Why should they choose one girl over their own people? Sai stepped in and reminded them that Hela gave her life for them. Helping her was the least they could do. Some tribe members began to whisper. The shaman was right. Hela not only saved the tribe, but opened the gates for them too. Hapo asked the tribe to give them 10 days to search for Hela. Sai added that if they didn't return or send word, the tribe could begin evacuating the caves on their own. Having agreed on their plan, Hapo, Sai, and Mita set out on their journey. After walking a bit deeper into the forest, snow suddenly started falling from the sky. The group came across a small cabin and noticed a person nearby. Since they didn't have any warm blankets, they debated whether to approach and ask for help or just steal some. Mita believed they shouldn't tell anyone the real reason for their journey. But before they could finish discussing, Sai ran ahead to greet a woman nearby. The woman was surprised. She hadn't seen any newcomers in a long time. Sai explained that they weren't prepared for the cold and asked if they could borrow some warm clothes. The woman turned out to be quite friendly. She said they could take whatever clothes they needed and, pointing to Hapo and Mita, mentioned that the girls' companions could help gather the wet clothes. While the group collected clothing, the woman muttered something about how it had never snowed in these parts before. So why had it suddenly gotten so cold? Hapo found the woman's behavior suspicious, but Sei was sure she was just hospitable. Even Mboitui had been kind to them. Sai believed this was the very land the shamans had been searching for so long. Still, Hapo thought they shouldn't let their guard down. After some time, they found themselves inside the woman's home. Her name was Naram. Hearing the newcomer's story, Naram was horrified that they had lived beyond the gates. She explained that long ago, there were no gates, and Tao, their beloved and revered god, watched over them and was very kind. Hapo expressed his doubts about this, but Naram said that Jasy Jatere was to blame for all their troubles. If Jasy hadn't dared to challenge the life of the great Tao, there wouldn't be any gates, and they would all live together without knowing hardship on these blessed lands. Suddenly, Mita asked if time had stopped in these lands, just like beyond the gates. He hadn't seen a single child on the way to Naram's home. Naram was very surprised and asked why anyone would have children at all if they could live forever in these beautiful lands, living like gods. Hapo thought maybe this was what madness looked like. They all accepted their lives as they were and agreed to meaningless existence without hope for anything better. Naram suddenly said that there hadn't been any newcomers in their lands for a long time and that the elders had probably already sent messengers with treats and water. Hapo stood up and said their own people would probably meet them soon, but for now it was time to leave. He thanked the woman for her generosity and kindness. Continuing on their way, Mita and Hapo talked about how strange Narim seemed and how uncomfortable they felt around her. Sai didn't know what to say. Maybe they had lived too long in isolation, and these people, living without threats or poverty, just seemed different to them. Hapo suggested they keep moving, but suddenly he heard a voice. Suddenly, Jasy Jatere appeared before them, holding Hela in his arms. He was trembling from energy exhaustion, but glad that Hapo had come to save the girl. The traveler saw Hela showing no signs of life. Jasy gently held her close to his chest. Sei offered clothing to the god and asked him to disguise himself, as a deity named Mboitui was looking for him. Suddenly, Hapo asked if it was true that Jasy could bring Hela back to life and asked him to share his plans. Jasy said there was no need, and that if danger threatened them, they should just leave him behind and carry Hela to Louison. He explained that Louison was another brother of his, a bodiless spirit who knew where the girl's soul wandered. Hapo wasn't sure if he could trust Jasy and asked if he really could bring her back. Jasy replied that it was the only option, and he had poured all his energy into Hela's heart, but they needed to hurry. Exhausted and a bit unsteady, Jasy started moving and asked the others to follow him. Mita was hostile. Seeing Hela's lifeless body, he didn't believe they could save her and suggested returning to the tribe. He couldn't believe Jasy would treat someone so dear to him that way. Sai tried to convince him to trust the god and that they could help save Hela, but Mita started yelling, tears streaming down his face. He couldn't believe they were so blind. Hela had sacrificed herself for Jasy so many times, and what was the result? Overwhelmed, he shouted at the god holding the girl, "How could you treat someone who cared for you so deeply like that? Did you just plan to use her to open the gates and then hope to bring her back to life? Was she just a thing to you? Something you could break and then fix?" Mita demanded answers. Jasy understood how they saw him, so he turned and bitterly said he was just a fool, and that she was unlucky to have crossed his path. But Mita wasn't calm and asked if Jasy had planned everything from the start, if he had even used tribe members to push Hela into sacrificing her life. Hearing a quiet yes from Jasy, Hapo raised his fist at the god, shouting that he had believed Jasy would protect Hela, but instead he had used them all to make her sacrifice herself. Hapo felt hatred for the god, but Sai stopped him. Now was not the time to argue. First and foremost, they had to save Hela. While Hapo and Mita mourned the girl, Sai begged them not to lose hope or waste time. Jasy gently stroked Hela's cold cheek and silently asked her to wake up, at least for the sake of those who grieved for her. Mita said they couldn't continue the journey with Jasy because they couldn't trust him. Jasy approached him and said he was right, but Hela trusted them and risked her life for them many times, so he would try to trust them as well. All he wanted was for them to take care of themselves and Hela. He asked for nothing more. Suddenly, a loud rumble shook the ground, and Jasy could only say, "He has awakened." He handed Hela to Hapo and said he had to take her and hide her. The chief didn't understand who they were hiding from or what was happening. The tribe's people fled with Hela's body, while Jasy bravely faced the awakening Tedju Jagua. The people ran as fast as they could and hid behind the nearest mountain. Tedju Jagua swung his massive tail at Jasy and growled that he had brought chaos to these peaceful lands, and that it was time to return to the cage he had escaped from. Jasy is quick and dodges every one of Tedju Jagua's strikes, but suddenly he hears the tribe members yelling that the rock is about to collapse. Jasy decides to sacrifice himself and throws himself right into the monster's claws, giving the people a chance to escape. Captured by Tedju Jagua, he shouts for them not to think about him and to get Hela away as fast as possible. But the huge deity spots the people and has no intention of letting them go. Massive wooden tentacles swing down at the fleeing tribe members, trying their hardest to hide. Jasy fights Tedju Jagua and yells at him not to touch them since he's already surrendered to him. Tedju Jagua shifts into the form of an earth dog and looks at Jasy with interest. This is very intriguing. Could it be that Jasy Jatere himself is trying to protect the people? Jasy coughs up blood and says that if he wants to talk, he first needs to loosen his grip. Meanwhile, Mita suggests they run while the monster is distracted, but Hapo replies that they can't just leave Jasy like that. Mita warns the chief that if they stick with Jasy and he betrays them again, they won't have anything to defend themselves with. Sai agrees they should stay and save Jasy since he just saved them. Mita gives in but warns his friends not to lose their guard and to think carefully about how to kill the god. Tedju Jagua studies Jasy closely. He asks if his eyes deceive him. Did Jasy just sacrifice himself for the people? Did he make a contract with them? Jasy looks like he's finally awake. Tedju Jagua recalls the last time he saw him. Ao Ao tormented Jasy through countless sleepless nights, and Tedju Jagua didn't understand why his brother was doing this. He warns Ao Ao that their father will soon seal the gates, and the monster decides it's time to leave. Tedju Jagua has always cared about his brothers, so he asks Jasy why he isn't afraid of death, and keeps challenging their father, the almighty Tao. The people betrayed Jasy, so why does he keep acting this way? Jasy answers that he finds people disgusting and utterly useless. He won't rest until he separates their parents, and he already has a plan. Tedju Jagua decides to help his brother and tells him to channel his remaining energy into sprouting a tree while he confronts their parents because it pains him to watch his brothers suffer. Jasy presses his hands to the ground, directing his energy to give the tree the strength to grow. His brother advises him to forget about coming back to these lands after everything, but the wounded Jasy says he can't do that. After Jasy disappears, only a small sapling remains in his place. Now, after so many years, Jasy still feels the pain. Tedju Jagua asks if it's true that many years ago Jasy really awakened, or if it was all just a ruse. Instead of answering, Jasy asks where Louison is now, since only his brother could have hidden him. He begs Tedju Jagua to tell him because he wants to find the soul of his person. Tedju Jagua laughs sincerely and says he'll never believe it. After countless betrayals, Jasy decided to sacrifice himself for a single soul, but Jasy replies that he has no other reason to wander these lands. Tedju Jagua doesn't fully trust his brother, since he's always been their mother's loyal dog. He grabs the people and asks if Jasy Jatere led them into these lands. The frightened people don't take their eyes off the other god. Finally, Sai says they have to save Hela. Hapo explains that she's the very person Jasy spoke of, and they're helping him, but this only seems to anger Tedju Jagua more. He understands that it was Hela who opened the gates, and he roars that his brother wouldn't risk his life for a person just like that. He always did everything to please their mother, with whom he made a contract. Mita, confused, asks what the god means. Tedju Jagua immediately explains that Jasy Jatere is an empty vessel driven only by the power of the contract, and once he fulfills their mother's condition, he won't care about anyone, including Hela. He agrees to open the path to Louison for the people to save their friend, but Jasy will stay here and meet his death. Jasy looks bitterly at lifeless Hela and thinks how much he wished to see her clear, lively eyes again. But if he has to sacrifice his life for that, then so be it. He asks Tedju Jagua to lead the people to Louison, and turning to Hapo, asks him to find Hela's soul. Hapo looks confused, but says they're not about to leave Jasy to certain death. He doesn't want Hela to carry the guilt of Jasy's death, and he knows he can't avoid her forever. Hapo's afraid of facing Kiriri too, but he's ready to take responsibility for his mistakes. Is Jasy really just going to give up like that? Doesn't he want to see Hela wake up and open her eyes again? Tedju Jagua looks surprised and unsure whether the humans are doing the right thing by trusting Jasy. But if that's truly their will, he agrees to grant their request. Looking at Jasy, he says it seems his brother really has awakened, but he's changed. Why is that? Tedju Jagua asks who he even is and why he's so different from the rest of the gods. Jasy grabs his head and says that for the longest time, he was like a child, and all his memories were a blur, like a disconnected dream. But ever since their mother implanted her commands into his mind, he started to see reality more clearly. Tedju Jagua sighs with regret and says Jasy really is an empty vessel. He and the other brothers always wondered why Jasy was the only one of them born without a soul. Corinna shared her mind, her thoughts, and her feelings with every one of her children. But when Jasy was born, there was just emptiness inside. So now that he's awakened, does that mean Jasy can go against the contract's will? Jasy admits he can break the terms, but every time he does, his mind gets clouded and the headaches return. Tedju Jagua confesses that all the brothers used to envy Jasy's special status, but now it turns out he's the one who carried the heaviest burden. Jasy asks his brother if after all these years, he's ready to finally take control of his own fate. But Tedju Jagua says he's a pacifist, and gently reminds him that even a god's body has limits. It's time to pull his energy out of the girl's body before it's too late. Jasy lifts Hela's body into his arms and holds her close. He says he can manage without his powers. Tedju Jagua doesn't understand why his brother would risk his life for this girl and the rest of the humans, but Jasy replies that Hela would have done the same in his place, and he doesn't want to disrupt the balance of things. Then Tedju Jagua tells him that they're not above nature's laws. Even if he finds her soul, there's no guarantee she'll come back to life. He knows the girl died because of Jasy, but the pool reveals the deepest parts of the soul, and that's why no one else has ever been able to open the gates for Jasy. They didn't truly want to. Jasy realizes what that means, but he clings to her desperately, saying he'll convince her soul to return to him. Tedju Jagua's gaze softens with sadness. He warns Jasy that his stubbornness could end up hurting him badly, because he knows exactly how that feels. Back when Tedju Jagua was very young, he met a human who truly loved him. And luckily for the god, the man was blind. Tedju Jagua had been happy to leave his father's lands, especially since their mother had been in poor shape after giving birth. One day, he found himself in a beautiful place and smelled the most amazing aroma. A silver-haired old man was grilling meat over a fire. Hearing a rustle, he turned and asked aloud, "Is that a little critter sneaking around?" Tedju Jagua crept closer and gave a small bark, silently begging for a bite to eat. The old man gently patted the puppy, feeling several little heads, and said maybe he was so old and hadn't seen animals in so long that he'd forgotten what they looked like. Handing over a bit of meat, he said a good pup is always useful around the house. And Tedju Jagua barked happily, wagging his tail. Later, the man picked up the full-bellied pup and held him close, making Tedju Jagua feel warm and safe. With a sigh, the old man told his new pet that his grandson didn't visit much anymore, and that he deeply missed being hugged by someone. Smiling, he said that chapter of his life was over now, and that his puppy had a whole life ahead of him. Then, he gave him a name, Tedju Jagua. That's how their peaceful, carefree life began. The warmth of a human is boundless, and Tedju Jagua adored his new owner. They looked after each other. He woke up and fell asleep wrapped in the man's arms, and thanks to him, Tedju Jagua had a happy childhood. The old man often told the pup about his past, about how he used to be a strong and brave warrior. But he also taught him to let go of the past, to live one day at a time and make room for new things to come. But time passed quickly, and Tedju Jagua grew fast. The man's grandson started demanding that he get rid of the dog, especially since he had multiple heads. But the man refused. He was his friend. The real problem was that Tedju Jagua had grown too big, and his appetite too. The food the grandson brought wasn't enough anymore. The young man kept telling his grandfather that the old chief would die soon, and the new one might let him return to the tribe. But the old man didn't care. He didn't want to go back. And he didn't regret what had happened in the past. A long time ago, he had disobeyed a chief's order, but he didn't feel guilty. Still, the grandson kept pushing, saying the man's family was waiting for him in the village. But the old man firmly replied, "Tedju Jagua is my family now." Hearing that, the god realized the old man was right. They were family, and no one should separate them. He decided he wouldn't be a burden. So, Tedju Jagua went into the forest to hunt. He promised himself he wouldn't take bread or shelter from his master. He wouldn't be a weight on him. Because human love knows no bounds. Soon, Tedju Jagua began bringing food back to his master, who praised him in return. The god tried hard not to cause him any trouble, but one day something happened to the old man, and Tedju Jagua howled loudly. The grandson rushed over. Entering the house, the boy saw his grandfather unconscious, and Tedju Jagua whining anxiously beside him. Since the old man was still breathing, the boy decided to take him to the village for help. But he told Tedju Jagua to stay put. If people saw him, they'd panic. Saw him? With the last of his strength, the old man stroked his beloved pup and promised he'd be back soon. "Be a good boy and wait for me," he said. Tedju Jagua whimpered sadly. He couldn't ask him not to go, not to leave him behind. Time passed and Tedju Jagua kept growing. He obeyed his master's order and stayed out of sight, only stretching out his long necks to peek at the nearby village. The grandson constantly scolded him to stop peeking. If the villagers saw him, they might come with pitchforks. By then, and to his own surprise, Tedju Jagua had learned to speak. He asked the boy, "What happened to my master?" The boy was stunned. "Who even are you?" he asked. The god replied, "I'm his puppy. When can I see him again?" The boy sadly told him that his grandfather had passed away the night before. Until now, he'd been the only one protecting Tedju Jagua. The villagers might attack him. Tedju Jagua was heartbroken and asked to see the body. Maybe he could bring him back to life. Eventually, the boy returned with the old man's body and handed it to the god. Holding him gently, Tedju Jagua said, "I'll come back soon, with my master." Using the scent, the god found his way back home and located his brother, Louison. Louison had never met Tedju Jagua before. Even if he was his brother, he said he wouldn't be able to pass through the barrier. Smelling a human, Louison asked, "You brought food?" But Tedju Jagua replied, "This is my master. I want to ask our father, the great god Tao, to bring him back." Louison was shocked. Their father didn't have that kind of power. He did, though. He could find the man's soul, but his brother would owe him. As they set off together, Tedju Jagua imagined holding his master again. But when he finally found his soul, nothing went as expected. The soul of the old man was young again, cheerful and full of life. But no matter how much Tedju Jagua called out to him, he wouldn't respond. Tedju Jagua began to cry. "Why won't he answer me?" Louison told him. He made his choice, he's staying. Then, as if he'd heard him, the old man took Tedju Jagua into his arms and said, "I found my happiness. Now it's time for you to find yours." Louison told his brother that after 9 days, a regular soul can no longer return to the living, and his master's time had just run out. Now, Tedju Jagua tells Jasy that in all his master's memories, he was only truly happy when he was young. There wasn't a single memory of their time together. Listening to the story, Hapo, Mita, and Sai can't hold back their tears. Meanwhile, Tedju Jagua continues. He couldn't bring himself to ask a soul who had found peace to return to a world where he'd be a blind, frail old man. There, he had finally found joy again. Holding Hela close, Jasy says he won't let her become just a ghost of the past. Tedju Jagua tells him he's too stubborn, but he can do what he thinks is right. He won't stand in his way, as long as Jasy doesn't harm any humans. Jasy promises he won't touch anyone, because that's Hela's will. That's enough for Tedju Jagua. He opens a path for Jasy to reach Louison, saying that before nature wipes him off the face of the earth, he'd like to see his brother happy with the one he loves. Jasy thanks his brother and says that if everything works out, he'll make sure to introduce him to Hela. Watching his brother and the humans walk away, Tedju Jagua wonders what's really in Jasy Jatere's heart. Suddenly, the pup Ow Ow runs up to him, saying he didn't manage to warn his mistress about the danger in time. And now he feels guilty. Since Ow Ow no longer holds power over the pup, Tedju Jagua decides to feed the little one. The pup barks happily and eats the treat with delight. Tedju Jagua understands what it's like to love your master and miss them deeply. So he lets the pup stay with him until Hela returns. If their humans only knew they were willing to wait for them for all eternity, maybe they never would have left them. Meanwhile, Jasy and his companions head toward Louison's dwelling. At last, he suggests they take a break. Looking at Hela in his arms, he remembers how quickly humans get tired. Memories flash through his mind of carrying her across Ow Ow's lands, how she sleepily nuzzled into his chest like a kitten. Suddenly, Hapo asks the deity what he plans to do once he saves Hela. Will he really return to his mother, Karana? Jasy replies that he doesn't know where resisting his mother might lead, so it's best for humans to stay out of their quarrels. Hapo says he'd gladly help Jasy kill Tao, since it was Tao who brought him and his tribe to these lands and condemned them to suffering. Still, he can't understand, why does Tao feed some to Ow Ow, while bringing others to his lands and protecting them? Jasy admits he doesn't know his father's motives. He only knows that before the portal was sealed, Tao managed to bring many people into these lands. Hapo recalls Monae's words, that his beloved Porosy was the one who severed the bond between Tao's world and the outside. Perhaps her tribe made too many deals with the gods. Sitting down beside Jasy, Hapo asks him to tell the truth about how Hela really died. Why did Jasy kill her, if now he's willing to go so far just to bring her back? Jasy gazes sadly at the carefully wrapped girl and admits he had planned to use her from the start, knowing a volunteer was needed to open the gates. But back then, he couldn't have imagined how much she would come to mean to him. He just kept following his original plan. Mita can't hold back and calls Jasy truly horrible. Unable to listen any longer, he steps away. Jasy answers that he knows. He realized what he had done far too late. If he could turn back time, he would have gladly prevented their meeting altogether. Sitting before his friends, Mita says he can't understand or forgive it. Jasy killed Hela instead of just stopping to think first. Hapo says he believes in Jasy's regret since he knows those feelings all too well. Mita argues, reminding him that Hapo still blames himself for Kiriri's death, though she only tried to protect him and the tribe. But Hapo still carries guilt for ignoring her warnings and failing his people. Sai also tries to defend Jasy, saying that gods can change just like humans. Besides, Jasy saved them many times, but Mita insists that it was only because Hela was with them. He blames the gods for trapping them here instead of letting them live happy lives and die ignorant of this cursed place. He also blames the shamaness for trusting the gods too blindly. Hapo decides to end the argument, taking Sai away and leaving Mita time alone with his thoughts. After a while, Hapo sits with Jasy. The deity asks if he'd like to see Kiriri once they find Louison. True, her body is gone and she can't return. But Hapo could look into her eyes one last time. But the man refuses, afraid of seeing hatred in her gaze. He isn't ready to hear curses spoken against him. Jasy looks at the sleeping Hela and quietly mutters that he wouldn't mind even that. Suddenly, Hapo admits he's even forgotten what Kiriri looked like, or how her voice sounded. So many years have passed that time erased it all. Even old wounds have healed, and he doesn't want them reopened. Hearing this, Jasy wonders, so this unbearable pain really can fade? He always thought it would only grow stronger, but instead it just makes him feel worse. Hapo suddenly asks if Jasy loves Hela. Jasy doesn't even understand what that word means. The question catches Hapo off guard. Blushing, he tries to explain that love is something that stirs powerful emotions, but Jasy smiles and asks for an example, thinking humans themselves can't even understand what they feel. Sai steps in, saying that love can bring overwhelming joy when you're with someone you love, or sorrow if that person suffers. And if the love is unreturned, it can cause deep pain. In short, every feeling becomes sharper when you're near the one you love. Jasy then asks if Hapo loved his shamaness, but the man just blushes and says he never thought about it, and that it's time to rest. Jasy smirks, saying it's comforting to know he's not the only fool in matters like this. Suddenly, Mita butts in, mocking them and calling them childish. Sai asks if he's such an expert in love. Has he ever loved anyone himself? Straining, the guy replies that he thinks Hela is pretty cute. But catching Jasy's warning glare, he quickly corrects himself, insisting he's never had thoughts like that about her. Jasy, irritated, thinks about how many men seem to circle around Hela. Then he glares at Mita again, warning him never to even think about carrying her in his arms, and orders him to step back. Finally, Jasy lies down beside the girl, gently covering her and wishing her sweet dreams. Soon, their journey continues, and they find themselves in a cave. Echoing around them is a terrifying laughter. Frightened, Mita suggests they slow down and look around, but Jasy carefully entrusts Hela to Sai and says he won't waste any more time. It's already been 4 days. Leaving the humans at the entrance, he ventures deeper into the cave, practically feeling Louison's presence. But suddenly, something rushes past him, and Jasy doesn't have time to shout a warning to his companions. Louison looms over Hapo, mockingly teasing him with a chilling peekaboo. The warrior shakes off his shock and tries to attack the deity, but his spear passes right through Louison. Since he's a bodiless spirit, Louison only laughs in response. Turning to his brother, he says Jasy has such amusing friends and asks if he brought them as offerings. But Jasy says they are his companions, and Louison must not touch them. The god laughs, saying Jasy amuses him and wastes his time. Jasy begs his brother to let him enter the spirit world. He must retrieve the girl's soul before it's too late. Louison just laughs again, saying Jasy is just like Tedu Jagua, both showing no respect for the dead. But Jasy protests, saying he filled Hela's heart with his own energy, which is why she's still alive. Louison replies that no dead soul can exist in his realm. Every soul is food and energy for a god. That's how their world works. But Jasy insists he no longer wishes to follow that order. He only wants to bring back the one who became precious to him. Of all the humans he's ever met, Hela is the most remarkable being, and he won't let her become either food or raw energy. Louison circles around his brother, saying they're all insane and that he won't lead him to the gates. but suddenly Jasy says he can help Louison regain his physical body. Then Louison stops and asks, "Where is it?" Jasy replies that after Tao stole it to claim his brother's power, Karana has been keeping it safe. Jasy offers to make a deal, but Louison only laughs, saying he'd never trust Karana's tamed pet. Jasy's body is covered with seals, all of them empty promises. Louison says he'd never trust someone so easily deceived. Instead of worrying about some human girl, Louison insists his brother should focus on overthrowing Tao. Jasy keeps pressing that he'll hold up his end of the bargain, but his brother grows angry, telling him to stop the charade. Hasn't their family taught him anything? Pathetic is the god who cares for mortals. He's wasting his energy. On the 9th day, the girl's soul will lose all connection to this world. Jasy is shocked. Could it be that his energy isn't keeping her alive, but only delaying her decay? Exactly, Louison replies. Jasy should bury the girl and move on. Jasy looks utterly crushed. Clenching his fists, he admits his brother is right. They're running out of time. But suddenly, he smirks and asks Louison if he's ever wondered why their father, Tao, stopped torturing him personally after just one time. Louison frowns, not understanding what his brother is talking about, while Jasy smiles faintly. In the next moment, Jasy's hand glows with a blue light as he grabs Louison by the head, making the god scream in agony. Louison can't resist. He only feels his power draining away as he shouts, "What the hell is this power? Who the hell are you?" With one hand pulsing with energy, Jasy answers that some call him a monster, a demigod, even an empty vessel. When he raises his head, a divine aura surrounds him. His right hand and left eye glow as he smirks, saying they can call him whatever they want, because the moon itself gifted him with the power to steal from the gods. Weakening, Louison asks if Jasy actually absorbed their father's power. In the blink of an eye, Louison finds himself inside Jasy's inner world, a place he's never seen before. Did Jasy really give almost all his energy to that girl, coming here only with his father's lackeys and the power of the sun? That's it? But then realization hits. Jasy didn't just absorb Tao's power. That power is poisoning him. Which means Louison's own power is now poisoning him too. And strangely, that delights him. Even such mighty power has side effects. Now he understands why their father fears Jasy so much. Jasy tells Hapo to bring Hela, while Louison calls him a fool and warns he'll end up just like Tedju Jagua. But when Jasy says he doesn't care, that for the first time he's living his own life, Louison steps back. He urges his brother to find his beloved soul and then come back to continue living on. Before entering the spirit world, Jasy asks his brother not to harm the humans. Then he tells his companions to gather close. A divine power envelops him. After a while, Jasy regains consciousness, blinded by a brilliant light as voices echo all around him. Through the trees, Jasy calls out Hela's name, hoping she'll hear him. At last, he suddenly sees her. Touching her, he feels the warmth of her body and sees her shining eyes. Unable to believe he's found her, he hugs her tightly and says how much he missed her. Suddenly, the girl leans forward and kisses him, startling the deity so much that he tries to pull away. But Hela wraps her arms around his neck, pulling him closer, whispering how lonely she felt without him. Jasy grabs her shoulders and tells her they need to hurry. Her soul must return to her body before time runs out, or she'll die. But Hela doesn't seem to care. She asks Jasy to stay here with her instead. Outside, there's nothing but trouble, and her human life is so short, they'd be forced to part anyway. That's when Jasy bitterly realizes this isn't his Hela. She'd never say something like that. She values others' lives too much. In that very instant, the girl fades away like mist. Jasy keeps searching for the real Hela's soul, wondering if that was just his imagination or some spirit playing tricks. Suddenly, he hears a familiar voice. Hela calls out to him. She looks at him with tear-filled eyes and says she knew it all along, that he's just a monster, and she never should have trusted him. A memory resurfaces of her walking to the gates asking if he could bear her death, to find out she was ready to sacrifice herself. This vision also dissolves into smoke. Even if they're only memories, reliving them tears him apart. Suddenly, countless projections of the girl surround Jasy, each one tempting him to stay. Isn't this enough? How is this reality any different from the outside world? The souls drift around him, and Jasy struggles to breathe. He doesn't know how long he's been wandering when he finally falls to his knees, feeling water beneath his palms. Another dreadful memory, this time pulling her lifeless body from the spring near the gates. But this time, Hela barely opens her eyes and asks how he dares to kill her first and then beg her to return. Jasy nearly breaks down, his chest tight with pain. The girl reaches out, telling him to stay. He's so very tired. But Jasy grabs the fake Hela's hand and demands she stop using Hela's image, stop tormenting him. Who or what is wearing her face? The girl dissolves into smoke again, whispering that if Jasy surrenders his body, she'll reveal where the real Hela is. That's when the deity realizes he's surrounded not by Hela, but by lost souls searching for a vessel. Before him once again appears the image of Hela. The girl strokes him and begs him to give up his body, so that his soul may remain here forever, together with the soul of his beloved. But Jasy summons his power. This time he strikes the girl's projection with force. He seizes the spirit who tried to deceive him and demands to know where the true soul of the girl is. If the spirit thought he would be fooled by its disguise as Hela, it was gravely mistaken. By taking her form, it only enraged Jasy even more. The spirit says Jasy is always thinking of the time he spent with Hela. But does he really believe those were the happiest moments of her life? Jasy realizes how wrong he has been and releases the spirit, lost as to where he should search for Hela's soul. At last he understands. Her best memories must be tied to her best friend, Rodrigo. He runs toward the sudden sound of ringing laughter. Surely the girl's happiest moments happened long before she ever met Jasy. At last, Jasy, now in the form of a boy, enters Hela's childhood memories. He sees the girl, her braids shorter but the same as he remembers. A beautiful wreath of flowers crowning her head. He calls out her name. But the next moment, the girl runs almost straight through him, calling instead for her friend. The girl tries to stop Rodri, who is being led away by his mother, but one of her friends reminds her that Chief Vera will soon announce the start of the game. The girls whisper that Aunt Co always takes Rodri away before dark, and that she travels so much the grown-ups say she hardly cares for her son. Hela remarks that in that case, he must be terribly lonely, and decides to invite him to play with them. Jasy tries to catch the girl's attention, but she runs right past him, dissolving in his arms. Finally, Hela begs Aunt Co to let Rodri play a little longer, but the woman refuses, saying her son is far too tired. Hela refuses to give up hope, so she grabs the boy's hand and promises they'll definitely play together next time. Rodrigo, embarrassed and unsure how to respond, only nods silently. Meanwhile, Jasy realizes that, since he cannot use Louison's power, he must be surrounded not by the girl's spirit, but only by her memories. In the next memory, Jasy observes Hela talking with Rodri when she learns of his curse. She insists that he is not cursed but blessed, and that even if he truly were a monster, she would still be his friend. In the next instant, the girl is sitting across from a young Jasy, telling him that it doesn't matter who he is. She promises to help him. Now Jasy understands. Back then, she truly meant it. Her promise was sincere. The next memory shows Chief Vera stroking Rodrigo's face and telling him that, when the time comes, he should not dwell on what might have been, but simply keep moving forward. For if one hesitates and stops, starting the struggle again will be far harder. Jasy snorts, muttering that things are far more complicated than the woman believes. To his astonishment, Vera turns her head and looks directly at him, as if she can see and hear him. Jasy freezes in shock. Could she truly see him? But suddenly little Hela appears, and the woman beams with joy at her granddaughter, as if nothing had happened. Perhaps he only imagined it. Next, Jasy witnesses Hela asking Rodri not to go hunting for her sake, since he dislikes everything connected to weapons. But the boy replies that he wants to do whatever makes his friend happy. Yet Rodri only wants to love what she loves, for she even likes his strange quirks tied to the curse. But the girl insists he is not strange, but special, and she's so glad she has him. The boy says she's the only one who likes him, while others avoid him. Everyone loves Hela. Unlike him. Hela smiles sweetly and answers that people simply don't yet realize how good he really is. He just needs the courage to open himself to them. She suggests he befriend her friends and join them by the fire to listen to her grandmother's stories. She giggles at how shy he is, finding it very cute. Jasy, already growing tired of watching such scenes, longs for this memory to end. Rodri is about to leave for home when suddenly he asks if there is anything the girl fears. Hela, without hesitation, replies that she fears becoming a chief worse than her grandmother. But she's certain that when she grows up, she'll be just as strong, and her grandmother will be proud of her. The next memory shows Jasy how the boys of the tribe tease Rodri. He had finally dared to join them by the fire, but couldn't say a word. Then Hela appears and stands up for him. She scolds the boys for mocking her friend just because he refused to play football with them. At that moment, Vera arrives, saying it seems the children could use a lesson in teamwork. She orders them to gather the harvest at the hilltop so they may learn to value one another. On the way up the hill, the children grumble and blame Rodri. In their eyes, it's his fault they were punished. Jasy walks beside the small boy, studying him with interest. So he had always been like this, since childhood. A boy named Luis declares that since Hela is friends with such a weakling as Rodrigo, she too is a weakling and unworthy of becoming chief. In response, the girl proposes they split into teams and compete to see who can gather the harvest faster and return to the village. The losers must apologize. Luis happily raises his hand, and nearly all the children decide to follow him. On Hela's side remain only Rodri and two of her friends. She realizes he never intended to be at the center of such a quarrel. Then, for the first time in front of others, the boy speaks, apologizing. The girls are surprised. They had never heard him speak before. Hela explains that Rodri is simply very shy. In the end, Luis's team wins. It's easy for Hela to apologize, since she feels no guilt at all. Chief Vera, however, says bitterly that the true goal of the punishment was to unite them, but instead, they did the very opposite. She adds that they must tend to the injured children, and reminds them that a true leader strives to bring people together. Her gaze carries disapproval. Soon after, Rodri finds Hela crying bitterly behind the tents. He apologizes, but the girl is upset that she disappointed her grandmother. She doubts she could ever be a good leader. She thinks that in the end, everyone will leave and she'll be left alone. But Rodri reassures her, telling her he'll stay with her, and two people already make a tribe. Hela smiles at him and says they'd make a great team. Jasy silently watches this memory until it too fades away like smoke. Next, he sees Rodri apologizing to Luis. The boy, surprised, accepts it, and then invites Rodri to come play soccer with them. Hela stands beside him, happily congratulating her friend for finally overcoming his shyness. Sometime later, Hela stands before Luis with a treat in her hands, trying to bribe him into letting her join their game. But the boy refuses, even turning down his favorite snack. So Hela threatens to tell everyone that Luis wet the bed. Realizing he has no choice, Luis agrees. The girl beams, saying a true leader always knows how to bring people together. By the end of the day, Luis and Hela have bonded so much, after crushing the rival team, that they're practically best friends. Jasy studies these memories with sadness, realizing the girl is truly happy here, in a place where she controls time. Meanwhile, Hela returns home and tells her grandmother what a wonderful day she had, and how Luis turned out to be much better than she thought. And now they're friends. Once again, Jasy sees clearly. Hela really is happy here, especially because she can be close to someone she truly needs. Then suddenly the smoke clears and he sees Hela sitting in front of enormous hourglasses, their flow of sand completely frozen. He grabs the girl and asks if it's really her. Hela only answers that she will soon die. Jasy tries to explain that she must return to her body or she really will die, but the girl tells him he doesn't understand. Soon she herself will kill her grandmother. She doesn't want to witness her grandmother's death, so she says it's time to start everything all over again. The frozen hourglasses flip over, and Hela's memories begin anew, destined to stop at the same moment once more. Jasy pleads with her, saying she can't live in the past, she must return to the present. But the girl only smiles, saying it's fine. She wants to go back to those days when she was truly happy. The hourglasses begin ticking again, and Hela bids Jasy farewell. Jasy is pulled out of the spirit world. He can only watch the fading silhouette of his beloved in wonder. Does he even have the right to take her away from a place where she's 100 times happier? Returning, he sees Louison teasing people, scaring them for fun. Jasy asks him to stop. Hapo, holding Hela's body in his arms, says Jasy was gone for 3 days. He asks if he managed to find her soul. The god is shocked to hear this. Louison circles his brother, saying he warned him it was pointless. The girl's soul has only a single day left. Jasy explains that Hela's soul couldn't see him until she froze time. But then, how did Tedju Jagua reach his master? Louison answers, because to his master, Tedju Jagua was family. And who is Jasy to Hela? Louison advises his brother to stop wasting time and strength, bury the girl. But Jasy refuses to give up. He asks, what if he connects the girl's world to this one? Could he reach her then? He explains to his companions what must be done. They must hold hands in a chain. He'll return to the spirit world while holding Hapo's hand, who will in turn hold Mita's. Mita will hold Sai's. Nervously, Mita asks if he'll be dragged into the spirit world too. But in the end, everyone agrees to try. Sai, like an anchor, remains in the physical world, holding onto the guy's hand. Jasy, gripping Hapo, reaches toward Hela's soul, trying to pull her back. But tragically, Hela drifts farther away, drawn by the moonlight. At that moment, the lost souls begin casting visions at Mita. Soon after, Hapo also loses control. Before him appears Kiriri, one of his last memories with her. The shamanist tries to persuade him not to trust the gods, but the man refuses to listen. He wants to prove himself worthy of respect and love. After all, Kiriri loves his brother, even though he is married. Hapo is the chief, yet everyone in the tribe respects Reika more. The shamaness says she fears for him, that his plan is dangerous. But blinded by jealousy, Hapo asks her to trust him and follow. Jasy tries to pull the man out of the memory, but fails. Realizing humans are too weak, he decides to return them to the surface and try again to reach Hela on his own. Back on the surface, the men wake and ask what just happened. Sai explains that lost souls slipped into their heads, trying to steal their bodies. Mita saw a forgotten memory and now has many questions. Why, in that moment, did he call out to Jasy's mother, Karana? Meanwhile, Jasy rushes after Hela, begging her to wait. When the girl finally sits down to gaze at the starry sky, Jasy tries to hold her, but can't. She's too happy in this world. So Jasy decides he'll stay with her here, and she'll never be alone again. The next memory carries them to Hela's birthday celebration. The girl feels like she's heard these congratulations before, like it all happened already, but she tries to shake off the strange feeling. Soon she notices her grandmother sitting alone, and for some reason she feels like crying, as though she's missed her for many years. Hela feels she wants to ask her something important, so she hurries to her. But when she's finally beside her grandmother, the girl only talks about her birthday and how, after the initiation rite, she's become an adult. Chief Vera looks at her granddaughter and says that when Hela grows up, she will surely become a wonderful leader. The memory shifts, and the girl sees Rodri and Aunt Ko before her. She feels a deep sadness and realizes how much she misses them. The next instant, she's on a small clearing atop a hill and senses that something is happening. The conversation with Rodri about his curse feels strangely familiar. Hela is about to say that her friend is not a monster at all, that he's nothing like... And she stumbles. A name rises in her voice. Jasy. But who is he? A memory surfaces in her mind, but the face remains hidden. She only knows it was someone cold, someone cruel, someone she once knew. Yet she also remembers that with her, he was warm, and that at his side she felt safe. The memories swirl like smoke, and Hela tries to push them away. Why dwell on this? When she has happy memories, she can relive forever. At last, she finds herself on the day when the entire tribe celebrated Rodrigo's birthday. The girl hands him a box with a gift, though the initiation ceremony hasn't started yet. The boy looks in surprise at the real arrow inside. Hela had carefully rounded the sharp edges with her own hands so he wouldn't hurt himself. Rodri thanks her and her grandmother for arranging such a grand celebration. Hela answers that a 10th birthday is special, and that Aunt Ko will perform the initiation rite today, calling upon the gods to protect him. But the boy says his parents fought again and his mother left once more. He's not surprised. She had missed most of his birthdays anyway. Hela cannot believe Aunt Ko would do such a thing. She begs the boy not to go anywhere and promises to find his mother and bring her back. The girl runs as fast as she can to her grandmother, hoping she'll help. But suddenly she stops, remembering she mustn't go to her. A sharp certainty pierces her. On her friend's birthday, something terrible is destined to happen. At that moment, Jasy appears before her, taking her hands. He soothes her, saying she has nothing to fear. Her grandmother is safe. The girl asks who he is. The boy answers that his name is Jasy Jatere. Could he really be the god from the legends? Does he truly exist? Jasy replies that yes, he does exist, and asks if she wants to exist too. Because right now, she is only a soul who has stopped time. Today is her last chance to return. Hela insists that the hourglasses will begin again and she must remain here. Then Jasy asks if she is truly happy in this place, where time stands still, and she repeats the same moments over and over. He begins to fade and says he understands. Forgetting everything tied to him would be far better for her. But they only have two paths. Either return to the real world or vanish into nothing together. He takes her hand and presses it to his face, bitterly confessing that he longs for her to live, that he could see her happy life. Hela doesn't understand who this boy is, or why he weeps so bitterly over her fate. Jasy steps closer, answering that she is the most important person in the world to him. Hela cannot understand why she doesn't remember him, and the boy explains that it's because she won't allow time to move forward. The girl replies that if she lets time flow, something bad will happen. Jasy keeps smiling, soothing her. If she lets time run, it will give her a chance to see things she's never seen before. The girl asks anxiously, what is it like, that future? Is it happy? Jasy answers that he will make it so, for Hela's sake. Relief washes over him when he realizes she doesn't mind his presence. Suddenly, Hela asks, can she really have a happy ending? Has she earned it? To which the boy answers that before her stands a god who grants wishes. Then she decides to let time flow, but asks Jasy to stay by her side and never let go of her hand. The boy kisses her forehead and answers that he promises her, and that there is nothing stronger than a god's promise. Hela blushes and agrees with him. The hourglass keeps measuring time, and before the girl appears a new memory. Hela returns home after Rodri's birthday and angrily calls for her grandmother. She shouts that Aunt Ko abandoned Rodri on his birthday, but meets only silence. The villagers are laughing and chatting, celebrating the boy's birthday. At last, Hela finds her grandmother. She is performing the initiation rite, praying to the gods for Rodri's well-being. Congratulations come from all around, and the boy, head bowed, accepts them. But finally, he cannot endure all the pitying looks and the gossip about how his mother abandoned him on such an important day. He breaks down and runs away. Hela chases after her friend. She wants to cheer him up, to take his mind off his sadness, but the boy bursts out that just yesterday he wanted to hug his mother and she pushed him away. He curls up and begins to cry, confessing that all he ever wanted was for his mother. Just once, to proudly call him her son before the whole tribe, to say she was happy to be his mom. Hela tries to understand Rodri, but having grown up in a complete and loving family, it's hard for her to grasp the depth of the boy's pain. Anger overwhelms her, and when she returns home, she shouts at her grandmother. Why did she perform the rite? Rodri had dreamed that his mother would be the one to do it. Chief Vera looks weary and answers that Ko has gone far away. But the girl refuses to accept it. Why haven't they gone to search for her? Surely they could have found her before the day ended and held the rite with her. Her grandmother calmly replies that Ko has left and they must accept it. She has no intention of going after her, nor of sending others. Hela will not be pacified. She cannot understand her grandmother and insists that they must find Rodri's mother. But suddenly the old woman answers sharply that her granddaughter must stop, that it's time she listened to her elders more often. She has given her answer. No one will look for Ko. The girl, disappointed and barely holding back tears, cries out that her grandmother lied to her. She had always said a chief must care for all her people, yet somehow she doesn't care about the feelings of a child. At last, she runs out of the house, shouting that she will find Aunt Ko before this day ends and make her admit how much she loves Rodri. But outside, it is already late evening. A blood-red moon shines in the sky, and behind the girl, she hears her grandmother's pleas for her to stop and not run away. Wandering through the forest, Hela feels guilty for yelling at her grandmother. But then again, her grandmother had yelled at her too. Now it even seems to her that her grandmother's voice had sounded strange, weaker than usual. She even considers turning back, but finding Aunt Ko still feels more important. When she discovers that the woman's car is gone, the girl realizes that she really did go far away, and that it's time for her to head home herself. Suddenly, the leaves around her rustle strangely. Hela hugs herself, thinking the wind sounds odd. The next moment, she hears cries from the village. People are in a panic, shouting that something has happened to the chief. The girl's heart races wildly, and she breaks into a run. At last, she freezes in shock, so deep that not even tears can flow. Adults shout for someone to take Hela away and not let her see. Her grandmother shows no signs of life, her face frozen in a grimace of terror. The cold blood-red moon reveals to the girl what death looks like. Sometime later, Hela comes to in bed. She must have fainted from the shock. Rising, she hears adults whispering that Chief Vera had seemed unwell lately, and that if Hela hadn't run into the forest, the chief wouldn't have gone after her and the tragedy would not have happened. The girl collapses into tears, desperate. It was her fault. If she hadn't been so stubborn, if she hadn't argued with her grandmother, everything would have been fine. Why hadn't she noticed earlier that her grandmother was unwell? Could anything have been more important than her life? How could she have been so cruel to the only person truly dear to her? The girl begins to scream, begging Jasy to help her. She cannot live through this. She must stop time and rewind it again. But Jasy is there, trying to reach her even though she cannot hear him. Hela must move forward. But the girl is in despair. Why is she always alone? Her heart feels so empty that she cannot even stay by the side of those she loves. She must stop time. Jasy shouts with all his strength, trying to stop her. At that moment, Sai appears, reaching out a hand to him. Louison watches the unfolding scene with interest. The shaman girl seems fascinating to him, for she has entered the spirit world, yet the wandering souls do not cling to her. Together, they manage to form a chain linking the real world and the spirit world, holding hands, and Jasy reaches out for Hela. But he cannot touch her, and in her despair and grief, the girl cannot see or hear him. The next moment, Louison sighs and gives Hela a push toward Jasy, telling him that he will owe him for the help. The girl falls into Jasy's arms and finally can see him. He holds her tightly, telling her that this time he reached her before it was too late. Smiling, he tells her that she has done well and almost made it. She just needs to let time flow on, and he will be by her side. Smiling through tears, Hela agrees and asks him not to leave her. Then she is enveloped by the haze of memories. Aunt Ko hugs her, leaning over and urging her to eat. The woman assures the girl that none of this was her fault. Ko promises she will never leave the tribe again. Then the memory shifts. Hela's tribespeople whisper that the girl has lost her mind after the tragedy, and that they cannot go on pretending nothing happened. Without a chief, their tribe is doomed. Ko rises to defend Hela, saying that the tribe must pass to her, as Chief Vera had wished, and that they must help and support the girl. The memory changes again, and now Hela is in tears once more. This time her beloved bird, Pora, seems to have died. Pora had been her friend, and she cannot bear to lose her too. One of the adults tells the girl that this is the way of nature. Birds live shorter lives than humans, and Hela must accept the loss. But the girl breaks down and flees into the forest. She refuses to accept that her bird has died, and decides to run where the adults cannot reach her. At last, she finds herself beneath a great spreading tree, sobbing loudly. Suddenly, a ripe fruit falls onto her head, startling her. From somewhere above, she hears a voice. If she's hungry, it says, she should just eat the fruit and leave quickly. Hela tries to see who's speaking, but sees only yellow leaves. Then something flashes right in front of her nose and drops to the ground. It turns out to be a boy with long blonde hair. The branches of the tree entangle him, and it's clear he's struggling to breathe and speak. Hela, astonished, asks how he can still be alive in such a state. The boy replies wearily that he's been asked that question far too many times. He coughs, and drops of blood spatter the ground. Hela decides she must call for help. But her new acquaintance, with his last strength, reaches for her hand and says she must not. Terrible things could happen to her. At last, after another cough, he asks why she is running around clutching a dead bird and crying. Hela refuses to accept her friend's death and replies that it's not just a bird, it's her friend and far more alive than he is. The boy smirks and answers that perhaps in this the girl is right. Then he stretches his hand toward the branches but cannot reach them and asks if Hela could help him up. To his surprise, the girl pokes him gently on the nose with her finger, testing if he is real. This puzzles and irritates the boy a little. Then she helps him up, explaining that she just wanted to check if he was genuine. Though he looks like a human, he probably isn't. So what is he? Hanging from the branches, the boy asks indifferently, if he says he's just a tree with a face, will that answer satisfy her? Then he leans closer and says she was making so much noise he thought a bear was prowling around. Hela, offended by the comparison, tells him he's rude. The girl sits down, clutching Pora to her chest, and says she was only trying to run away because bad events keep following her one after another. She doesn't want her friend to die. The boy listens with interest and asks, isn't it part of nature that everything old must die? But Hela disagrees with such an order of things. Knowing this doesn't ease her pain, she would rather vanish herself. Her new acquaintance mutters bored that for a child she says dangerous things. But isn't he a child too? Even if in a strange sense. The boy smirks and says that perhaps she is right. Maybe death would bring him peace too. Too bad he hadn't thought of it before things got this bad. Then Hela asks anxiously, is he dying? Why? The boy replies that perhaps it's because he had the misfortune of being born to the wrong parents. The girl answers sadly that her parents want to sell the land where their settlement lives and move to the city. She doesn't understand why they don't want to preserve their heritage. The boy says that perhaps it would be easier for her if she didn't have such attachments. Human emotions, after all, are so strong that they can strip a person of the will to live. For example, she is attached to her bird and that causes her pain, so why not just rid herself of that attachment? But Hela cannot understand how one could stop feeling altogether. That's nonsense. Suddenly, the boy begins to fade into the tree's foliage. Rain starts to fall, so the girl ought to head home. Hela refuses to leave. She intends to hide Pora from death, but the mysterious boy replies that there is no such place. Death will find her wherever she goes. The girl bursts into loud sobs again, and the boy clutches his head. What had he done to deserve such punishment? Then suddenly he asks, would she keep living if her bird lived? What would she give in exchange for its life? Though reckless, Hela answers that she would give anything. She tells him she will give him whatever he wants if only he can save Pora. Then the boy fixes her with a piercing look and says he will do it if she shares her time with him. Hela doesn't understand what he means. Does he want to spend time together? But the boy answers that she must become his human companion and share the years of her growing up. The girl is surprised and says that sounds like marriage. He replies that she can call it whatever she likes, but he will share his power only if she shares her time with him. Hela worries whether she will turn into a tree after that. But the boy demonstrates his power by summoning an air barrier and assures her that will not happen. Yet the girl still wonders if she is ready to marry a tree. Amused by her thoughts, the boy asks if she is ready to become his life companion after all. Hela says she is ready to marry him, even though she never planned to marry anyone. So let it be a tree, at least it's funny. The boy laughs. In the next moment, the boy clasps their hands and streams of blood surround them, sealing their bond. He says she's lucky he won't demand any sacrifices in return. He's fortunate his wounds hadn't healed yet, and now with his blood they can form a union. The girl shouldn't be afraid, for it was with this same blood he grew this tree. Streams of shining blood swirl around them, and the boy asks the name of his future life companion. The girl, eyes transfixed, answers that her name is Hela and asks his. The boy looks at her with satisfaction and replies that his name is Jasy Jatere. Leaning close, he asks Hela to speak aloud that she takes Jasy Jatere as her life companion, and the girl obediently repeats his words. As soon as Josi declares that he takes the human named Hela as his life companion, the streams of blood vanish and a glowing blue barrier of magic surrounds them. They touch foreheads, feeling magical power flow through their joined hands, and swear to protect each other. With this vow, they will share their time equally. As soon as they finish making their vows, both feel a surge of magic. Hela discovers a magical mark on her hand. Meanwhile, Josi feels time begin to flow again and once more feels alive. He had almost forgotten what that was like. Hela strokes his cheek and notices his body beginning to heal. Could he now heal Pora? Suddenly, he pulls something straight out of his chest and the girl cries out in horror, asking what he is doing. The boy explains that according to custom, he must give her half his heart, but he managed to separate a small shard especially for her bird, so it will live a very long time. Then he brings the shard of his heart to Pora's chest. The remaining half of his heart he gives to Hela, telling her she may do with it whatever she wishes. The next moment, Pora opens her eyes and flutters her wings. Full of joy, the little bird leaps into Hela's embrace and she kisses it. Josi laughs, saying he had hoped for a kiss for the groom, but never mind. But Hela, overwhelmed with gratitude, hugs him and kisses his cheek, catching the boy off guard. Hela, eyes shining, thanks him and says he is very kind. Though her grandmother had told frightening stories about him, now she sees for herself that he is entirely different. She had never expected him to turn out to be a tree. Embarrassed by her praise, Josi says he needs time to heal completely, and it will take 5 days. After that, she may come to him, and he will show her his true form. But when she hears that he will leave afterward, the girl is saddened. She had hoped she had gained a new friend today. Josi smiles and says that she has gained a life companion, and that her husband is very powerful, so she is truly lucky. Hela laughs sincerely and thanks him again for saving Pora, saying he really is powerful. Now Josi tells her to leave, and the happy girl promises she will definitely come to him in 5 days. At last, the boy smiles, touched by her, and wishes her a happy life. Hela waves cheerfully in return and wishes him the same. That night, the warm glow of the moon lights the girl's path home. But suddenly, she feels a sharp pain in her heart and collapses, losing consciousness. The last thing she sees is Aunt Ko's worried face. The shard of Jasi's heart slips from the girl's hands. Smoke carries the girl into the next memory. She wakes and asks what happened. They tell her she was found unconscious in the forest and lay that way for 2 weeks. Hela doesn't remember what happened to her. She feels like she was supposed to do something important, but she remembers nothing at all, and that makes her unbearably sad. Next memory. The girl sits with Rodri on a hill, and he tells her that his mother has left again. In his hands is a pendant shaped like a shard of blue stone. It's the only thing he has left from his mother. He says he won't wait for her or search for her anymore. At the sight of the pendant, Hela feels a strange sensation. It seems like she's seen it somewhere before. Next memory. One by one, the tribe's people wave to the girl and say goodbye, leaving the settlement. Rodri tells the girl that he is leaving for the city for 3 months and will definitely come back. Hela promises to wait for him and begs him not to forget her. The first letter from her friend arrives, in which he writes that the city is so amazing that he and his father have decided to move there, and he asks her for forgiveness. Another memory. Hela is alone in the settlement. Not a soul around her, only dilapidated houses. If her grandmother were alive, it surely wouldn't have come to this. Hela would have given anything for the tribe to keep living. She wanted to be like her grandmother, and without noticing, she ceased to exist as a person, living only with her grandmother's thoughts and dreams. She always thought about what her grandmother would have done or said. But what did she think? Did she even truly like the tribe? Or just the time she spent in it with her grandmother? Maybe she loved it only because her grandmother wanted her to. Maybe she would have chosen differently if her grandmother were still alive. A memory of Jasy assuring her that her life is important and valuable. But what has she truly lived it for? In the present, Jasy embraces Hela after they emerge from the spirit world and begs her to come back to herself. At last, the girl opens her eyes slightly. Tears stream down her cheeks, and the first thought she has is, what am I living for now? Jasy notices the girl has opened her eyes and tears of relief well up in his own. He can hardly believe he's managed to bring her back. He gently strokes her face, rejoicing that her body has warmth again. But the girl whispers faintly, why did he bring her back after offering her as a sacrifice? Jasy smiles, though weighed down by pain and guilt, and answers that she means more to him than anything in the world. He asks forgiveness for realizing too late just how precious she is to him. But Hela reaches out and covers his mouth with her hand. She doesn't want to know anything. Jasy tenderly kisses her palm without looking away from her eyes. He understands. He'll do his best to earn back her trust. Tears shimmer in Hela's eyes, but she is far too weak. Jasy decides to hell with everything else. He must hold her close, and he tells her how much he missed her. Then he gives her some water, and the girl swallows it slowly, struggling to push it down. Next, her new friends gather around her. All of them are stunned, still unable to believe she is truly alive again. They worry about her condition. The girl looks exhausted and answers quietly that she's just very tired. It feels like nothing around her matters anymore. Jasy embraces her once more, saying he'll carry her somewhere safe so she can rest. He's so happy she's alive that he can't stop rejoicing in her warmth. The girl closes her eyes at once, and then Louison appears, telling his brother that the time has come to fulfill his part of their bargain. He wants Jasy to kill their father, Tao. Jasy replies that Karana wishes the same, since Tao is preventing her from leaving this place. Louison admits that makes sense. After all, Jasy is the only god who can reach the human world, since the others sealed their father's gates with the help of Piracy. Why hasn't he freed their mother yet? Jasy answers that he cannot do so until one of his trees has fully grown. In their father's realm, there is no longer a safe place for a tree to reach maturity. Still, he has one last tree on the other side, the only one that has survived so long. Louison remembers that Jasy once had trees everywhere. Can he reach even one of them? Jasy answers that their father reshaped his world precisely to prevent that, and in doing so, weakened himself. Louison sighs and says that's just like their father. Predictable. But now, thanks to this human girl, his last creation, the gates has been destroyed forever. Jasy presses the sleeping girl gently to his chest and proudly replies that Hela is extraordinary. Louison says it's strange that their father created gates that only Karana's descendants could open. Jasy agrees, as if Tao expected Karana herself to attempt to unlock them. Then he says he felt their father's presence in the cave. Why hasn't he tried to break free all this time? Louison suggests he must be greatly weakened and that now is the perfect moment to kill him. But Jasy warns that Tao has always been cunning and should not be underestimated. The question remains, why did he design the gates this way? Could it be part of his plan? In any case, is Louison just going to sit and wait for the outcome? Louison replies that he is still seeking a body for himself, especially now that their father is weak, and he has made some progress. Jasy urges his brother to stay alert, for Tao devoured the sun god and used his power to reshape this world. Even weakened, he remains extremely dangerous. Louison finds no comfort in that, and says he can hardly imagine how his brother endured all those tortures for so long. Jasy smirks and replies that life without emotions has its advantages. Louison admits he has long wondered how Jasy survived and escaped. His brother answers that Tedju Jagua helped him. Louison then says perhaps their father's greatest fear is that all his children might unite against him. He knows Hela is Jasy's life companion and says he hasn't strayed far from their father's path. After all, Jasy knows humans and gods never share a happy ending together. He suggests Jasy reclaim the energy he shared with her, but Jasy answers that Hela needs it more. Taking off into the air, Louison tells him he's bewitched by this girl and that nothing good awaits him ahead. Jasy looks tenderly at his beloved and answers that she is worth it, that she gives meaning to his life. Jasy asks if there is any shelter here from their father's watchful gaze. Louison replies that they should stay close to Tedu Jagua's second head. From there, they can also glimpse into the outside world. Then Louison flies away, and the brothers wish each other luck in their plans. The people set off on their journey, deciding to quickly find something to eat. Suddenly, Jasy freezes, staring at Hela with eyes full of horror. Sai asks what's wrong. Jasy bends close to the girl's chest and hears her heartbeat faltering, growing weaker and weaker. Feeling this, Louison returns, looming over his brother, and says that this human soul has lost all will to live. Jasy doesn't understand why this is happening. Louison says that since Hela opened the gates, it means that in the waters of truth, she truly agreed to die. Since her soul is stuck at the age of 10, it shows she never wanted to grow older or exist beyond that time. Her soul may now be inside her body, but the girl is both alive and dead at the same time. Jasy must make the living part within her stronger than the dead. But could she really die simply because she has no will to live? Louison replies that it's a miracle in itself that Jasy managed to come this far and bring the girl's soul back. But restoring a soul is no easy process, and without the will to live, it's pointless. With those words, he flies away. Jasy continues holding the girl in his arms while her friends say they'll do everything they can to make her happy and give her back the desire to live. After some time, Hela regains consciousness, but she doesn't recognize her surroundings. In the next instant, she notices Jasy. He leans toward her, glad that she has finally woken up. He gives her some water and asks if she's hungry. The girl's hands tremble. She can't lift the cup to her lips. Jasy wants to help her, but Hela drops the cup and collapses. He just manages to catch her. She breathes heavily, indifferent to everything. Jasy urges her that her strength will return soon. She just has to want to live again. But Hela answers in a dull voice that she's too tired to even think about it. She doesn't want anything. Jasy refuses to give up. He overwhelms her with questions. What kind of ending would be happy for her? He can grant her wish. What should he do to make her happy? Would it be going home with Rodrigo? Or taking care of the tribe? Hearing her friend's name, Hela quietly repeats it. Jasy tells her he will bring him back and then help them escape this place. But the girl's heart falters again and she loses consciousness. The next time Hela wakes, she struggles to open her eyes and sees a familiar face. Sai is glad the girl has come to. She says Jasy went to scout the area but will return soon. He worries about her constantly and never leaves her side. They all worry about her. Seeing Hela's indifferent expression, Sai tells her they all want her to be happy, that they are her friends and she mustn't forget that. Hela quietly apologizes, but the girl answers there's nothing to apologize for. After all, Hela saved their lives, and everyone is grateful. Then she suggests Hela take a short walk and helps her stand and go outside. Warm sunlight blinds the girl. It feels like she hasn't felt the sun's warmth in so long. At once, Mita runs up to her, overjoyed to see Hela moving again. The boy suggests they hug. At that moment, Jasy appears behind him, placing a threatening hand on Mita's shoulder. The boy realizes there will be no hugs. Jasy gently wraps the girl in a cloak and says it's still cold. Next comes Hapo, saying he's always ready to help if she's hungry or needs anything at all. Jasy helps the girl sit down and says some fresh air will do her good. Her friends explain they are now beyond the gates, on Tao's lands, and that no Awao can threaten them. Suddenly, Hela asks where her puppy Aoi is. Jasy replies he will find him, but first she needs to eat. While the men talk and decide who will go for food, Sai sits beside Hela and tells her that Jasy befriended them and asked for their help in saving her. He was even ready to sacrifice himself. They all want to protect Hela, so they ask her not to carry such a heavy burden alone. But Hela doesn't answer, and her expression doesn't change. She doesn't care about what happens around her. After some time, the girl falls asleep again. Jasy gently brushes her cheek with his finger, thinking how much it pains him that she must endure all this. But suddenly, Hela opens her eyes. Jasy apologizes, saying he didn't mean to wake her. But the girl suddenly asks if after their first meeting, she had returned as she promised, would he have led her to the gates? Though it hurts him that this troubles her, Jasy honestly admits that at the time he didn't yet know about the gates. But then why does she remember nothing about him? Jasy smirks and replies that maybe he too wouldn't want his life companion to remember him merely as a tree. He tells her he had been bound to that tree as punishment. His body was frozen. It neither healed nor decayed. He was stuck as if in stasis. Only on the 6th day after Hela saved him did Jasy discover the gates barring access to Tao's lands, and he learned they could only be opened by a human. Then he returned to the human world and heard someone calling him. He thought it was Hela, but saw a woman named Ko instead. She said Hela had sent her and gave her the fragment of heart Jasy had gifted. Hela is shocked to hear this and says she never did such a thing. Jasy answers that now he knows, but back then he was young and believed Ko. She told him she was the descendant of Karana and offered to help him pass through the gates. Jasy didn't expect her to deceive him. Ko said that Jasy had to bring her son to the gates and he would guide him through. They made a contract, since she didn't trust a god. But she lied and slammed the gates shut before he could cross, leaving him in that world with the obligation etched into his hand. Hela cannot understand why Aunt Ko did this. Why would she act that way? It all happened when she was still a child. Jasy continues, saying he doesn't know Ko's motives, but when he returned, he was angry at her and decided not to take Rodrigo to that world. All the more, he didn't want Hela to cry. Hela asks why then Rodri also didn't let Jasy pass through the gates. The god supposes that perhaps the waters of truth sensed his unwillingness to live without the girl on the other side of existence, and decided to leave him so he could bring her. The girl anxiously asks if Rodri knew she would die trying to pass through the gates. Jasy answers that her friend didn't know, and that she need not worry about him. Tao's lands are completely safe. He leans over her, smiling softly, and then says that once she fully recovers, they'll set out to find her friend. After this, the girl falls asleep, and Jasy wishes her sweet dreams. Sometime later, she wakes up because of noise coming through the open window. She gets up and sees Jasy on his knees, coughing loudly, his body shaking. Something is clearly happening to him, but the girl decides to stay aside. Day by day, Hela tries to go outside and spend more time in the fresh air. Mita jokes and makes her laugh, always reminding her to eat more. While Jasy is out scouting, Mita asks Hela if she wants to leave this place. If she feels uncomfortable around Jasy, they can go. What matters most is what she wants. The girl shakes her head in refusal, and the boy tells her that if she ever changes her mind, she only has to say, and they will help her. Hela suddenly asks what happened to their tribe. Her friends reassure her, saying the tribe is fine and that they'll return once Hela regains her strength. They ask what she desires. But the girl sinks into despair again and answers that she doesn't want anything. She doesn't even know what she feels now. Hapo tells her that she has always been full of compassion and filled everyone around with her energy. That is exhausting, so at least now she must think of herself and rest. Mita supports his chief and says they are always by her side, and she doesn't need to worry about anything. Hela's vision blurs again, and she feels her consciousness slipping away. The next time she opens her eyes, she sees Jasy's anxious face. He immediately hugs her, sighing with relief that he is so glad she finally woke up, as she had been unconscious for a long time. The girl asks what happened. The god's hands tremble as he says her heart was beating so slowly and weakly that he feared she would never return to him. To his horror, Hela indifferently asks what difference it makes when she dies. It will happen sooner or later, and besides, sleeping feels so pleasant. Jasy cannot believe his ears and nearly shouts that this is her life, and she mustn't speak of it so carelessly. His tears fall on this girl's face as he begs her to tell him what he must do so that she doesn't give up on her life. He says it is priceless. He apologizes, blaming himself for the bitter trials she had to endure, words of regret pouring out endlessly. He embraces the girl desperately, feeling as though an unhealed wound is lodged in his chest. Jasy babbles that she must stay in this world. For him, for her friends, for her parents and brothers, and for the little puppy Aoi. What will become of them all if they can never see her again? Jasy trembles all over, weeping and begging her to stay for their sake. Then, like a madman, he stares into her eyes and asks if she wants him to die. Would that give her the will to live? He takes the pendant with the shard of his heart and presses her hand to his chest, saying she only needs to plunge it into his body and then he will die. She must live a full life because she deserves a happy ending. But Hela continues insisting that she doesn't deserve to live happily. Then she confesses that she sacrificed herself not for others, but so that her grandmother's death would have meaning, so that her existence wouldn't end in a pathetic, meaningless way, not like what happened because of Hela. Her grandmother deserved a better ending, one where she sacrificed herself for the good of others. Hela sees herself as an unworthy heir, and that was the only way out. But when Jasy revived her, he even took that away. That's why now she sees no meaning in anything and doesn't know what to do. Jasy cups her face and asks, does she really believe her grandmother wanted her granddaughter to give her life for her? Did Vera truly want to steal her happiness in the name of some mythical legacy? People die, it is a natural process. Hela was just a child when it happened, and she mustn't blame herself, for she killed no one. But the girl cannot forgive herself, for if she had never existed, her grandmother's tragedy would never have happened. Jasy begins to shout again, tears falling, and asks, didn't she see her own soul? So tiny, just an innocent little girl. Can't she show even a drop of compassion for it? For her soul is nothing more than a little child who always puts others before herself, whose small feet always run to someone unnecessary. But who will help her? Hela must live not for others, but for herself. Calming down a little, Jasy kisses the girl gently on the forehead and says that if she wants to blame someone, then let her blame him. After all, he is the one who brought everyone here. Some time passes. Jasy lies in bed holding Hela in his arms, telling her the story of his life. He hardly has any memories from before the contract with Karana. His mother heated her palm with fire and left a mark on his back. She wanted Jasy to free her from Tao, and if necessary, kill him. From birth, Jasy felt no bond with either parent and didn't feel alive. His mind was beast-like, surviving on instincts. The first time he failed, his father learned of his ability to travel between worlds. Tao did not release Karana, and Jasy himself was forced to flee into the human world. He asked the humans for help, promising them power in return, but Jasy was too naive, and the tribe betrayed him. Tao caught him, and as punishment, cut off his ears and replaced them with the feathers he still wears. That's how young Jasy learned to fear his father, but one day his power awakened. When Tao realized that Jasy could absorb the strength of gods, he himself grew afraid of his son and stopped torturing him with his own hands. Hela looks at Jasy with eyes full of sorrow. She pities him for having endured such things, especially from his own parent. Jasy feels both joy that she cares and pain that she grieves for him. Jasy continues his story. For some reason, Karana was obsessed with her son, and after long pleas, Tao returned him to her. Thus, Jasy fled again into the human world. But though he no longer wished to return to Tao's lands, no desire could break the power of the contract. Again, he sought help from humans, and again they betrayed him. So he grew to hate them, for they showed kindness only to other humans, while from him they felt only danger. When his father caught Jasy the last time, he was so drained he stopped healing, but his brother Tedju Jagua helped him escape. Since then, Jasy lived hanging from that tree. Hardly something that could be called living. One day, Vera came running to his tree. She was fleeing problems that were destroying her tribe, in a deep panic, whispering over and over that someone was after her, coming to abduct her. Jasy decided to help her. He whistled, lulling the girl to sleep, and led those men off in another direction. For the first time in so long, Hela looks at Jasy with interest and asks, could it be that her grandmother knew him? But the god replies that she most likely thought it was all just a dream. He continues, saying that he believed he would die sooner or later, as the years passed one after another. But then he met her, Hela. Jasy had lived his whole life on instinct, believing that after the contract ended, something unknown awaited him. But when she shared her time with him, his world changed. He began to question everything around him, like a child finally growing up. At first, Jasy tried to deny it, since his mind was being flooded with new thoughts and unnecessary instincts. A part of his divinity began to fade. However, he could not stop being curious about Hela's life. He wondered why Hela grew sad whenever someone left the tribe. Why did she cry only when no one was watching? And why did she send Ko to him? Why had she forgotten him? It seemed to him that Hela was no different from other humans, and so he was disappointed. Jasy decided to leave her tribe and began to wander the world. He tried to escape the questions arising in his head, but the power of the contracts inevitably pulled him back, and each time he returned, he was glad to see the girl. He wondered how much she had grown and what she had been doing. Hela grew older and became a beautiful young woman, but she still grieved whenever someone left her. So Jasy tried to resist the power of the contracts and kept his distance from those lands. Suddenly, Hela interrupts him and asks why then he had taken Rodri. Jasy looks a little embarrassed and admits that something provoked him. Since he grew up with her, he had developed many human emotions. Hela looks at him expectantly, not understanding what he means, and waits for an explanation. Jasy confesses that he whistled when he realized Rodri was going to propose marriage to her. This surprises and embarrasses Hela. Her cheeks flush. She doesn't quite understand what it means. Jasy admits that he wasn't fully aware of what he was doing because he was afraid. And since it happened, he decided simply to fulfill the contract with Ko and bring her Rodrigo. Suddenly, Hela realizes and asks if he was jealous of her. Jasy blushes and asks if she really needs him to say it aloud. He confesses that many times he imagined what their life together could have been if he were like Rodrigo, and if Hela had never forgotten him. The girl is both embarrassed and touched by his confession. She did not expect such sincerity. But Jasy says that if things had turned out differently, and she had come to meet him that time, he could have become her best friend and always been by her side. He would have always tried to make her smile and become the most important person for her. He admits that deep inside, he always wanted to be part of her life, but he couldn't accept this desire. Jasy thought she interested him only because she spent time with Rodrigo, and he couldn't understand anything, carrying that knot in his chest. But the day he took Rodrigo and saw her despair, she had never been so broken. Jasy decided to use that chance finally to speak with Hela. He hoped her memories would return. But later, he felt only happiness that Hela was near, despite having been taught her whole life to hate Jasy Jatere. Jasy gently embraces the girl and sincerely apologizes for taking her friend. He promises to make up for every mistake. During their journey, he increasingly felt like a human, and though even now he does not fully understand his emotions, he will try to understand what she feels. Then he gently kisses the girl's hand. He looks devastated and truly regrets what he did to her at the gates, and he knows he will never forgive himself for it. If becoming more human means that Hela will no longer feel pain, then he will do it. Hela leans against him and asks why he once said he would soon die. Jasy explains that he can no longer heal himself as before, and more cracks are appearing on his body. He will close the portal so that no one can ever enter this world again. So when Hela leaves, she will have nothing to worry about. Suddenly, Hela pulls back a little. Her eyes filled with concern, she asks Jasy to escape this world with her. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this review, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss a new video. Let me know in the comments what you thought of this story and what manhwa you'd like to see next. See you in the next installment.